indications that there are reports that Ulysses found its way in there. Like a part of, or I hope not all, no, can't be all, portions of Ulysses are in that sentence.
Well, I don't know what to say, man. Other than that's weird.
Yeah.
Why?
Very weird.
Why is what I think.
And the
Why?
book was published in 2001.
Someone's being a
Exactly. That's my point.
Someone's trying to
Yes.
be,
one,
different.
One of those guys.
Strange.
So I guess they pulled
Weird.
it off. Phil's didn't pull off a win last night. Look, you can react. Let's just attack it early here. Bullpen ugly. You know, James, you brought up the point yesterday. That's the thing I think, other than the hitting, I mean, I don't know which concerns you more, but they're both massive.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, they're both massive. It just feels like the bullpen's even further away, especially if we think about big outs in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they definitely have less accomplishment. I mean, at least guys like Castellanos, now you might not believe in them, have some accomplishment, certainly in their career. Bullpen guys, I mean, there's not much accomplishment out there right now. So, last night you get the Taiwan, Joe Ross, Carlos Hernandez thing. Carlos Hernandez giving up inherited runners, but, charged runs to Taiwan and Ross, and it wasn't good.
The Carlos Hernandez thing, it just feels like there's no line of defense. It's there's zero resistance.
And John, he gets
it's like his third pitch tagged,
Right.
his fifth pitch tagged,
Right.
and it's not even a contest.
Well, this is a perfect example of them not doing enough. They picked up Carlos Hernandez off waivers before the season started.
Yeah.
He was cut by the Royals. They picked
It's
him
just
up, and now he's
gross.
pitching for the Phillies. Like, think about that.
Yeah.
A guy who wasn't good enough to make the Royals bullpen is pitching for the Phillies.
Yeah, no, it's not good. And by the way, he's another example, and I've pointed this out a lot this year. He's one of those guys last night, there's no charged runs to him because it's inherited runners.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, he's
I wondered
here
on
to
the-
improves.
I wondered on the one hit to Bohm, though.
Yep.
If he were more practiced at first base, or if he were just, not 6'5" and sort of, lanky, would he have been able to make that play?
Well, I don't know.
Laterally.
I mean, earlier in the game, I'm forgetting the name, new third baseman.
Otto Kemp.
Yeah,
Otto.
Otto Kemp should have made that play. No, in the end, it didn't matter. Phil's got out of that inning, but he should have made that play. They're not a very good defensive team. So, look, right now they're not playing like a good team. They're just not. We'll take your reaction, 215-592-9494. By the way, basic facts about the Phillies. Now in the third wild card spot after the loss last night. Two different teams hopped them last night, so the Phils are in the third wild card spot. They're 5 games back of the Mets for the division, which is now kind of a chunky number. They're 5 games back of the Mets, and they are 2 games up on the Cardinals for that final wild card spot. So that's the standings. You can react, obviously, on Mick Abel, the bats, the whole deal. The Nola injury situation we'll get to, 215-592-9494. Let's get to the Eagles. There was a lot yesterday. Now, we're going to play a lot of audio through the show. We've got all sorts of audio from Jalen Hurts, from Saquon Barkley, from Nick Sirianni and others as they had their practice, and then they spoke publicly. And so we got a lot of good audio to play for you, and we will throughout the next 4 hours. Let's get into it, John, related to this coming season and this offense. I think the biggest thing for me that stood out yesterday were the series of answers from Saquon and Sirianni to an extent, but Saquon especially as the athlete on his body, how he feels, how he projects he'll feel, how he's prepared for the season given the toll last year, 488 touches. I mean, we've talked about this and how they can sustain greatness. Obviously, with him, we hope still in his prime. I mean, we've seen with a guy like Bryce Harper, he might not be in his prime anymore. I would say most people would say he's probably not, which is sad. And Saquon, that day will come someday, and we hope it's certainly not this year. You just kind of don't know until you see it. So my mindset is they still need to lean on him quite a bit. Now, let me put up a cautionary flag to myself right away. I don't want them to have to, and I don't want them to. And I'm curious with everyone at 215-592-9494 if your instincts are that the Eagles...
You don't want them to lean into the run?
That's not what I'm saying. So hold on. First thing is, I just want to hear from everyone at 215-592-9494. Do you think the Eagles need to lean on Saquon as much as they did last year? Now, it's obviously going to get into a Jalen Hurts thing, a how good is the defense thing, and how good are the backup running back thing. Like, you got 3 different things there. So where I'm at, John, answer your question, I think they would be wise to distribute the ball elsewhere. I fear without doing so, they won't win as many regular season games, won't have home field advantage, and could very well lose in the playoffs on the road. So that's that's how I connect the dots. If they don't lean on Saquon as much, they lose an extra 2 games or so. They're on the road in January, they lose. If they do lean on him, they may run him into the ground. And I know they didn't last year, but I just feel like at some point you can't keep doing that. John, do you think they can get by with tremendous true greatness still with less Saquon?
I absolutely. This team should lean into our just star player offensively, but we don't need another 2,000-yard season. Yeah, we got to lean into what he does because it's what we do best, running it, whether it's him or it's our quarterback, Jalen, running it, or whether it's A.J. Dillon, or whether it's Will Shipley, whether it's, I don't know, Devontae Smith running it on some sort of tush push end around. We've got all sorts of ways to run the football, and that's what we are setting a new standard.
Do you think they have it in their bag? I guess this is a big part of the thing, and I want to hear from everyone, 215-592-9494. If they have to throw it 8 more times a game, because I'd like to say the answer is yes, with a $250 million quarterback and 2 wide receivers that make either near or at $100 million. Like, I'd like to say, yeah, just throw it 8 more. Because I'd really rather I'd want to rather have the ball be in Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown's hands than A.J. Dillon's hands. All due respect to A.J. Dillon. He's not
gonna be.
I don't know about that.
It's gonna be in AJ and Jalen Hurts' hands more than AJ Dillon's.
Well, meaning, will it be 8 more passes? Like if it's 6 or 8 less runs to Saquon, is it 8 more passes or is it AJ Dillon?
I think what we're talking about now is A.J. Dillon, because look at the run the clock out at the end of the fourth quarter type stuff. I do think this team is going to be dominant by doing what we do, which is hand the ball off, which is ride and decide, which is pre-designed runs that you call and run, or the runs that you get to because Jalen says, okay, this box is light, I like this look. Yeah. Or, okay, this defense, we have great angles. If, we got this personnel grouping, so we're going to run this run play. We're going to keep it on. This is a team that we have a creative, and I'm hoping, I'm so excited to hear more about the Kevin Patullo offense. I'm fascinated when Nick talks about Patullo saying he's in front of the team teaching already at a new level because he didn't have to do the get to know the guys thing. Sure. Last year at this time, Kellen Moore was trying to get to know the whole team.
Right.
And then also install the offense while they're doing this one-day mandatory thing. Kevin Patullo, 5 years later, he's already developed great relationships with all of these offensive players, and he's up there talking shop, teaching the offense just at a new and exciting level for Nick Sirianni. I thought that was really cool. But we're going to run, Kevin Patullo, the stuff that he's teaching, it's a balanced offense, a run and pass, but I'm excited to watch our run game wear down opposing defenses into nubs, because that's what we do. But yes, we can lean into A.J. Brown putting it up over the top with aplomb.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Dallas Goedert down the seams. Dallas Goedert with all sorts of option routes, stick nod, touchdowns here and there, everywhere. He's going to have his. Yes, we can do it all because this offense continues to evolve. The thing that stinks is it takes a step back every offseason as they recalibrate because of the new offensive coordinator thing. This offseason, it's really it's a help. It's a massive help. It's a boost. So we're ahead of schedule because Patullo has been here for so long already.
So look, 215-592-9494 to get into this. I think the question is, because it's not about leaning into A.J. Brown. We all know he'll catch the ball and he'll run, he'll play great. I mean, that's what he does. I guess what I'm getting at is if they if they give the ball less to Saquon Barkley, do you trust Jalen Hurts to lead that instead of A.J. Dillon? You know what I'm saying? Like, because, now listen, maybe they won't trust Jalen Hurts. Last year, you guys know my theory. I don't think they
We're back to this now?
Yeah.
Trusting Jalen Hurts
Listen, John,
to lead this offense, to lead this team.
He finished the season with 2 exceptional games. He was unbelievably mediocre. Not horrendous, not good. Mediocre in the passing game for about 4 months. That's a fact. I know people don't, James, you seem not forget it or not want to acknowledge it. Or tell me I'm wrong.
I think you overrate it. Yes, I think you're wrong. I think that they had an all-time great running back having an all-time great season, and they leaned into that. Every time they asked Jalen to do what he needed to do, he did it. The Pittsburgh game, the playoffs, like when they needed Jalen to make plays, he made plays. Like
he does. He does. There's no question he makes plays. I am not pushing that aside.
They were winning. Why mess with something that was winning until the other team stops it? Keep doing. It's like if you could run the same play every single time and get yards
James,
on it, you would.
Hold on. I want to drill down on something James said. This is important. Hold on. I agree with what James just said. And last year they could keep going, but this year they may choose not to.
And I think they should choose not to. I think they should be more careful with Saquon and let Jalen carry the team at times because he can.
So, and Joe, what about the fact? Think about the fact that the defense, what the defense shows, is what, in many cases, if we've got an RPO on, is what tells Jalen what to do. Whether
that's part of it.
Throw it.
Yeah.
Which is what you're hoping for more of, or hand it off.
So that's part of it, but I don't think it's all of it. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of times last year they ran against a stacked box because, I mean, teams were stacking the box to stop Saquon Barkley, and he still was able to run it. I guess my concern is that they should lean on Saquon less, but I fear if they do, it makes them less effective. And then the question is, with a presumably lesser defense, and then Jalen, what does he have at this? What does he have? Like, I'll just ask everyone this question. Do you think Jalen Hurts is an elite passing quarterback? I'm asking that question. I'm asking the question, do you think they should lean on Saquon Barkley less? And I'm asking the question, do you think they will lean on Saquon Barkley less? James, do you think they will lean on him less?
Yes, a little bit. I think it'll still be a lot of Saquon. I think that, they're willing to use him while they have him, but I think it will be slightly less. I don't think we're going to be at 482 if they get to the Super Bowl this year.
Reed, you trust if they go to Jalen Moore and say 6 more passes a game, do you trust him?
Did you trust him in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl? They went to
shut Saquon
down.
I'm going to answer your question. Did I trust him in the moment? In the NFC Championship game, I was highly concerned going in. He outperformed my expectations.
And in the Super Bowl, they shut Saquon down. They focused on shutting him down.
They clearly did.
And so Jalen with his arm and legs, we keep forgetting how big of a part Jalen is in the running game.
Yeah, I guess part of what I'm getting at, though, is if the other team knows you're not leaning into Saquon as much. See, this is where it gets tricky. If the other team knows you're not leaning into Saquon as much, is it easier to defend Jalen? I would think.
Yeah, but is it easy to defend him how? Throwing the ball, running the ball. He's got both of those.
He does.
I mean,
he does bring that
combination makes him. That's what I think makes him elite.
All right. Well, look, 215-592-9494. I mean, I do think we're going to be deep in this conversation frequently because I think they will try to change it up, and I kind of hope for Saquon's long-term sake they do.
Well, the history is not on their side. No running back that's ever hit 2,000 has ever hit it the next year.
No, yeah, and I bet you very few have probably even come too close. But we could.
Derrick Henry came close last year.
Did he? All right,
he was closest 1900.
2-1, but not that wasn't the year after, right? I mean, the 2000 for Derrick Henry was further back. Is my point. Anyway,
it was 2020 was his 2000. I think.
All right, 215-592-9494. What do you make of all this? Do you trust Jalen if they lean on him more? Do you think they should lean on Saquon less? Do you think they will lean on Saquon less? There's a lot of aspects to this of how they can go about the offense. 215-592-9494. Plus your chance to win Phillies tickets for today's game. And we can all hang together, and you can win those tickets. Coming up next, we'll tell you how. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
If you've been thinking about putting off and replacing your old drafty windows, I'm telling you now is the time to call Window Nation. They replaced all the windows in my home. The difference in my home's comfort during the summer is absolutely incredible. My AC runs less. The house is quieter, and frankly, it just feels more secure. And the offer they have right now is one of the best.
Ria's absolutely right. I had my windows done by Window Nation too, and couldn't be happier. My kids couldn't be happier as well because the new windows make their rooms brighter, they feel cozier, and they stay cooler all at once. And Window Nation's offer is phenomenal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free.
On top of that, you can get it done now with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It really is the smartest home improvement decision you can make, especially with their lifetime warranty and the fact their windows are assembled right here in the USA.
And you're getting the best of the best. Window Nation was just ranked #1 by Forbes for best window installation companies. Act fast, though, because this incredible sale ends June 30th.
Get peace of mind for the summer and beyond. Schedule your fast free estimate with Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation or online at windownation.com.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 105. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Heading to the ball game today? Ride Transit to the game. You'll have a stress-free ride, so you can just sit back and enjoy the game when you arrive. Visit SEPTA.org to plan your ride. Check DCTMA.org/Commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about
See why? It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning 2 off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Today, hazy sunshine and less humid, high 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event, all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies fell to the Cubs 8-4. Chicago belting 4 homers, 3 off Mick Abel. Struggled with command. He did, though, manage to limit the damage in the 4th, striking out Kyle Tucker with the bases loaded. Taijuan Walker in relief in the 6th allowed a 2-run shot be in half. That was his 2nd of the game. Aaron Nola will not throw for at least 2 weeks. He's got a stress reaction in his right rib cage. Perfect attendance for the Eagles at mandatory minicamp. Jahad Campbell did take part in position drills. Saquon Barkley has to be thought about going back-to-back with over 2,000 yards.
Saquon, nobody's ever had 2,000 back-to-back. Does that become a goal for you?
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. But I didn't go into last year with the mindset of rushing for 2,000 yards. Kind of just happened. I know I was able to watch a Football Life on Emmitt Smith, and he was big on writing goals. And I'm a big believer in setting goals too. But
buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Sunny, high 86, currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of work.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is, of course, 94 WIP. All right, AMA coming up at 7 o'clock today. You ask, and we will answer questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can get involved with the show in addition to regular phone line. Speaking of answering questions, I'm sure we'll answer many from listeners at the Phillies game today. We look forward to it. We've already given away about 30 tickets over the last 3 weeks. Phil's afternoon game, rubber match of the series versus the Cubbies. Hate to say it, it kind of feels like it's going to be a loss just because.
Luzardo, what has he given up 100 runs in the past?
127 in 2 games. So they've lost 9 of 11. That ain't so hot. Losing 9 of 11 for the Phillies.
That's why it feels like it might be a loss to you.
That's why. That is the reason why.
Are we trending a certain direction?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not up.
Hey,
not up.
But Luzardo, doesn't it give you some confidence that we thought for sure they would figure out what he was tipping off.
They
or
apparently
there was
have
something going on.
Or
Yeah.
he has said that he was apparently tipping, or other teams were scouting something he was doing.
And so now he can't possibly go
Well,
back.
it'll be interesting to see. Today will be a test to see if they've fixed it, adjusted.
No, it's pretty much accurate. Well, we'll find out. So you can join us at the game. How you can join us through our show today, because we're giving away 3 different pairs of tickets. We'll tell you coming up in 1 minute how you can win the tickets today on our show and get involved at 215-592-9494. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. They're the best in the business. I was texting with Dr. Wolfinger over the weekend. PI Dental Center, with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient there now for a while, 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slout, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you're struggling with your teeth, maybe you're not. Maybe you're in good shape and want to stay in good shape. It's like the football team. In good shape, want to stay in good shape. I hope they do. Well, I hope if you're in good shape, you stay in good shape year-to-year maintenance and through PI Dental Center. But if you are struggling, and many people in society, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, actually creates a self-esteem issue, well, know this, PI Dental Center can fix you up. They can change you. Get yourself there. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. They're located in Fort Washington. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right. How can you win Phillies tickets today on our show? Not 1, not 2, but 3 different pairs will be given away. Now, it'll be 3 different winners. One person's not winning 6 tickets. 3 different people are winning 2 tickets. And when you do, get ready for a quick turnaround, because the Phillies play at 1:05 today. And so you can join us this afternoon, but obviously, hopefully, you're off from work today and able to get down there. Otherwise, pull a Ferris Bueller and just take yourself out.
Ferris Bueller came out today in 1986, ironically.
It did?
Yeah.
Oh,
Isn't
how
that
about
wild?
that? That is wild. All right, so we give away the tickets for today's game. Last call. Tickets for this or any Phillies game available at Phillies.com. Here's how you win them today. Seltzer telling us before the show that he recently watched Willy Wonka, which is obviously a great movie.
And it's Gene Wilder's birthday today as well.
Sure.
So are you talking about the new Willy Wonka?
No,
or
I
you
just
watched
said Gene Wilder's birthday.
Okay,
the old one.
That's
the old
one. That
All
you
right,
watched.
With Zoe. It was
so James watched Willy Wonka, which is obviously outstanding. It's great. It's also weird.
I'm in the weird category.
It's very
I've always
weird.
found
The
it way
Oompa
too weird.
Loompas, the people that go in like the microwave. I mean, there's a lot of weird going on. We'll ask you today, your chance. We need 3 different winners today. 215-592-9494. Who or what is weird but good? Can't be weird and not good enough. That ain't going to work. Weird but good. Best answer. Maybe you got to beat Dennis Rodman right out of the gate. All right, I'm setting the bar at Rodman. Who's weird but good? 215-592-9494. Richie, who or what is weird but good?
His name is Weird Al.
Weird Al is
and he is so good.
He was good.
Always so good. The songs,
was.
they sounded almost exactly like the real songs.
Yeah, it was something.
Except his voice was, not the greatest, but very distinctive.
Yes.
So unbelievable.
Weird Al was a
Yankovic.
unique part of American society. Devin, who is weird or what is weird but good?
I'm going to go with Jim Carrey. Kind of similar lines of John Ritchie. Pretty weird dude, but very good.
What?
Very good
Similar
comedian.
in lines with me?
Well, just that
Jim
they're both in
Carrey.
the entertainment industry.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
so Carrie obviously at times is doing an act, but I think he's probably legitimately weird, so I
Yeah.
think that
He
works.
is.
Yeah.
His act certainly was weird, there's no question.
Amazing.
Seltzer, weird but good, a who or a what? What do you got?
I'll give you a what. You guys always give me crap for it, but the band Fish, a little weird, but they're good.
Okay.
Good answer.
All right. Listen, big answers abound. Put those thinking caps on. 215-592-9494. Weird but good. What do you got, Ray?
I know a lot of people think this is incredibly weird, but Scrapple, which I love.
Scrapple. Wow. Holy mackerel.
Sometimes you order it. I ask for it at places, and they're like, "What is that?"
Yeah, I haven't had it, honestly, for probably 30 years.
Oh, my God, I love it. I'm
yeah.
telling you, out there, here's a tip. When you order, what's it called? The Eggs Benedict.
Yep.
Take out the pork roll sub-scrappling.
Wow.
You will thank me.
Wow. All right. Look, 215-592-9494. Weird but good. Who do you got? What do you got? 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on the Eagles. Should they dial Jalen back, will they? If they do, how effective will they? Excuse me, Saquon. If they do, how effective will they be? And then the Phils, everything. It's been messy. It's been like 2 weeks now. It's really not been good. And it's concerning, to say the least. All right, your reaction to all this, plus some of what Saquon said yesterday about the physicality, preparing for a new season after so many touches this past season. What he said, you'll hear it next. Show to Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you with their Select Sports Center of Excellence. They are specialty locations that are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and they'll prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, you're going to get care provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is helping to meet your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRUncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRUncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRUncomplicated.com.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Wawa Rewards members redeem unlimited bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Cubs homered 4 times in their 8-4 defeat of the Phillies. 3 solo off Mick Abel, who issued 3 walks, something he had not done in his first 2 starts. Phils went ahead in the 5th thanks to a 2 RBI single by Alec Boehm. Taijuan Walker gave it back in the 6th. He gave up a 2-run shot. After Boehm, Phils went 2 for 16 against the Cubs bullpen. Saquon Barkley spoke at the Eagles' mandatory minicamp on what gives him confidence in the offense going forward. He started with new offense coordinator Kevin Patullo.
The thing that gives me confidence is KP's a hell of a coach. You got A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Smitty. I can go down the whole offense. Where we're at right now in the playbook, where we're still adjusting, trying to get all the things ironed out. Wherever it looks like, that's what it's going to look like. The most important thing is winning football games. And if we got to adapt and we got to look a different way, then we're all willing to do that. If we got to look the same way, we're all willing to do that too. So,
Top pick Jahad Campbell Limited only did position drills. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Sunny, high 86. It is currently 67. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Well, the Saquon thing is unbelievable last year. It's not impossible to imagine it could happen again. It's really not, because it just kept happening last year. So it wouldn't shock me if they lean back into it to the same extent. But I don't think it's advisable. I also think it's unlikely that he would stay as healthy as he did. I mean, he never had. So what are the chances he does? But look, I mean, he looked like Superman last year. Anything is possible with that one. All right, 215-592-9494. But what do you make if they do lean into him? Yes. Do you trust Jalen? Do you trust the defense? Do you trust the backup running backs? What would be the strategy there? Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Get to Gary in Whitehall right now. Gary, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing today?
Awesome, Gary.
That's great. Joe, I got to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you in cahoots with that pain in the ass Chris Sims that you're always busting on Jalen Hurts?
I've never spoken to the man in my life.
Okay, that's good because you sound like him, though, because you're always busting on him. Why don't you have confidence that he can?
Well, I think he's mediocre in the passing game. So if they have to do more of that, I think that's moving away from his strength. I mean, wouldn't you agree that's the weakest part of his game? He's exceptional with the running. I agree that he's very good with making the decision whether to run or pass in that mesh moment. But wouldn't you agree the actual passing game? And ironically, it's not even the throw. His throwing's fine. It's the decision making that leads to the throw.
Pulling the trigger is what he's always struggled with.
I mean, wouldn't you agree, Gary?
You mean the thing that's hard, the hardest thing for every quarterback, the thing that is
processing's the hardest. Not throwing the ball.
That's what we're talking about. Decision making, processing.
Yeah, it's
the
what
quick or
it's what
not.
he's worst at.
Whether you. That's the hardest part about being a quarterback in this league.
John, I'm saying it's what he's worse at.
And here's the part that you impossibly don't understand that everyone else makes mistakes at that process also.
Do you agree he's worse at it than other aspects of his game? Yes.
I think every quarterback
No, that's not. Don't give me that answer.
Every
Tom Brady
quarterback
was better at processing than running.
I think.
All right, Gary, I'm going to ask you. I'm not getting a real answer from Richie. Gary, will you acknowledge, sir, that Jalen's processing is the worst aspect of his game?
I would say that, yes.
Thank you.
However, I don't want him to be a gunslinger either and throwing 25.
How do you know what he's processing?
I watch the games. I see when players are open and he doesn't throw the ball.
And how do you know
you don't see that?
That's the... How do you know he's supposed to be looking at that guy?
Now you're making excuses.
No, you don't know what you're saying, man.
I know enough to know.
Okay,
I know enough.
If his progression starts 1, 2, 3, and that guy is running a route and he looks open, he doesn't throw to that guy.
You're not going to win that argument.
You don't get it.
You're not going to win that argument.
Yet you make the argument anyway.
Okay. Gary, give me an answer. Who or what's good but weird?
I agree with John. You got to be able. You got to see it to throw it. If you don't see it, you don't throw it. So,
well, listen, I think his lack of height hurts him a bit, and people don't want to hear that. But I've been saying that for a couple of years. That's part of why Goddard's not that effective across the middle. Goddard, they get those flare passes when Jalen is moving to his left typically, and he's got a clearer line of sight. That's how they get Goddard the ball. But Goddard doesn't get the ball in the way Zach Ertz did, 10 yards down the field, through the middle of the line. That's not what because I think Jalen struggles to say it. And I'm not ripping Jalen with that. He's 6 feet tall-ish. I mean, it's not a strength of his game. That's why I think they get him out on the edge and try to get him away sometimes from some of those big offensive linemen and defensive linemen and clear a passing game, lane. All right, Gary, give me an answer.
They do that with all quarterbacks.
Yeah, but they do it with some more than others. I mean, they weren't getting Tom Brady outside that often. It was just like drop back and survey the field and fire the football.
Drew Brees was good at finding tight ends.
He was incredible
down the seam in the middle of the field, wasn't he?
He was an exception to that. Gary, give me an answer. Who or what is weird but good?
Here's something for you to try. Tangy pickle Doritos.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. Well, I might check that out.
They have so many weird flavors now, the Doritos.
Might check it out. We'll see. All right, something Saquon said yesterday about getting ready for the season and his body and the physicality of it all. We'll get to Saquon and what he said coming up in a moment.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system. It's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ signature systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit PDQPOS.com. That's PDQPOS.com.
All right, so look, obviously, hopefully they can lean on Saquon as much this year. I tend to think they won't, and I tend to think they shouldn't, although I think if they don't, it'll hurt them, but we can go round and round. But Saquon, look, obviously he's a world-class athlete to say the least. He's preparing for another season, and he wants to duplicate it. Who wouldn't want to duplicate it? Listen to Saquon yesterday talking about the physicality of the game, the offseason, and preparing for a new one.
The team obviously has a plan for you in terms of workload and managing that. Did you do any research on your own or figure out what might work better for you this time around?
Yeah, my research was the coaches in here, Nick, Jamal. I have a lot of great running backs I'm able to reach out to. I have a lot of trainers that I work with and mentors that I trust. And, kind of listen to your body, going out there and not going too fast right away, letting your body heal. But the beauty of it is I don't know how many touches I had or how many yards, but it doesn't feel like it. I feel really good. I feel like I'm entering in my prime. So just got to continue, have the mindset of listening to everyone, buying into what they want me to do, and whatever they do, try to do it to the best of my ability.
So it's a good answer. I mean, it's good to hear that he feels great. What would be fascinating to know, and I certainly don't know, is the McCaffreys of last year, the DeMarco Murrays entering 2015. Did they feel something different after so many carries the prior year, after so many touches the prior year? I mean, I have no idea. John, I don't remember these guys talking about it, and we weren't paying attention as Eagles fans to what McCaffrey was saying last June, So, I mean, I don't know. But Saquon did sound confident yesterday. I'll say this. He sounded very confident yesterday, and that gave me a strong measure of belief that he can, it might not be quite the same, but still carry a tremendous load, which I do expect them to lean. See, here's one of the things I think that really helps the, let's say, the cause to give him the ball almost as much. I think all those years he was buried in New York and how much he had to feel weighed down by sort of not having a chance. It's like the Roy Halladay thing with the Blue Jays. Like Roy Halladay could have gone 30-5. He still wasn't going to win the division when the Yankees and Red Sox were in that division. He had no chance. Saquon had no chance. And I tend to think that with Saquon having the chance to do so much now, that he's going to want to just bite it all off. And I mean that in a complimentary way. Like, do it now. He did reference yesterday, there's times this offseason he's dialed back, but he's dialed back for the purpose of preparing himself for the season so he can be as great as we all want him to be. And he also yesterday on his own brought up the Hall of Fame at one point, which I like that because I feel like this is one of those things where, again, he may not want to be dialed back at all once the regular season comes, and the Eagles coaching staff may choose not to. They never did.
I'm positive he does not want to be dialed back. Why on earth would any competitor
he said yesterday he wants to be the best running back that's ever lived. So I don't think dialing back is going to be a part of his plan.
But I do think he understands.
But it's for long-term sustainment, and that's the difference.
I think he understands the art of the medical side and the the health, the sports medicine, including all of that in the way he attacks this season. And he's going to go try to do this whole thing again.
He handled it well on the times. Like, remember the Giants game? He said that do you want to go back out and set the record? No, I'm good.
But that was different. The game wasn't in the balance. The game was essentially over.
But I'm also going to go back to the last game of the year when, he really did want the record.
No question.
And he handled it really well.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
So, I think he maybe knows his body, and
he knows it so much better than we can understand. Like, you get urges to, like certain cravings.
I got to eat potato chips.
Yeah, thirsty for a certain kind of drink. Yeah, like he has honed his care for his own body to where it really does matter. His body is telling him things, and he's communicating with these synapses, and he knows exactly what he needs nutritionally and workout-wise and everything else. This guy is getting the most out of himself.
Well, let's listen to Sirianni, because he also talked on this topic. It's going to be a big topic all year. I mean, again, 488 touches was a whopper last year. It was incredible. I mean, no Eagles player had ever touched the ball that much, not counting a quarterback on snaps. Sirianni yesterday asked about, did he even yesterday approach Saquon differently and limit his reps even in that practice? Here's what Sirianni said.
Yeah, everybody's always, we always kind of think about every one of our players individually, the reps that they're getting, what's good for them, how their body's feeling. And that, like I said, I've said this before, that takes everybody, right? That takes myself, the players talking to me, the players talking to the strength and the strength staff and the trainers of where we are. So, we just, everybody kind of had individualized plans like they always do. I mean, we kind of monitored everybody as we went. We got a lot of good work in. Saquon got a lot of good work in. I'm pleased with how the off-season program has went. We got another day, obviously, today. I'm looking forward to that.
Sorry, one of the things that'll be interesting is even, do they put him, for instance, on what I call the B West plan? Now, John, this was after you played with Brian, later in his career. I mean, there were stretches of the regular season where he would just not practice that much because they were just saving him for Sunday. And I don't know that the Eagles, will lean into that with Saquon. And I'm not advocating they should. I don't know. I mean,
they did it with AJ last year, didn't they? There was a lot of times
they picked their spots at times. Yeah.
Because of his knee.
Yeah, he had some lingering injury.
Devin, do you think they dial Saquon back a bit, a lot? What do you think?
I think it's just going to call for a game time situation. Like if they need Saquon to touch the ball a lot in a certain game, then I think that they won't hesitate to do that.
See,
but now they have
will.
A guy like A.J. Dillon in case they need someone else.
See, here's the thing. I think they will need him because the defense is not going to be as good. I don't trust Jalen the way the four of you do.
Mm-hmm.
And look, A.J. Dillon, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, is he going to be?
Will Shipley also looks good.
I like Will Shipley a little bit. A guy like A.J. Dillon maybe will be really good, and he'll be like LeGarrette Blount when he got here, or maybe he'll be like that guy. Who's that guy from Seattle?
Who's
that guy?
Oh my gosh,
Rashad Penny.
Yeah, like I don't know if A.J. Dillon's.
I
don't know if he's Rashad Penny or.
Well, he's
LeGarrette
never been
Blount.
even as good as Rashad Penny. I mean, A.J. Dillon has been a change of pace back in Green
Dillon
Bay. It's not like he's ever really
short
gotten
yardage goal line.
Yeah, like I think Will Shipley is the backup running back.
I do too.
Yeah.
Look, I think Shipley last year looked decent. He looked decent. But with that said, from Saquon to a decent is still a tremendous drop-off. Now, look, Kenny Gainwell got in there and did a nice job last year and did a nice job for a couple years. I mean, maybe we'll see. It's going to be a fascinating element of this coming season. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. I think a big part of this is also the defense won't be as good. So to Devin's point, like they'll lean on Saquon when they need him. My point is I think they're going to need him quite a bit because I think they're going to have to score like 5 more points a game or something.
And my point is, like, if the situation calls for it, I don't see them saying, oh, well, let's not give it to Saquon in order to preserve him, especially early on in the season. I just don't think that that's going to be their mentality. Their mentality is going to be, focus on this week and the present and win now.
I tend to agree with you, but I don't know that that's the right decision.
I think as long as he's healthy and he feels good, you listen to the player.
It reminds me a lot of
able to do.
To me, it reminds me a lot of the Phillies bullpen and the main guys. Am I just going to keep leaning on, Kirker and Strom? And right now you don't even want to.
Did you just compare Saquon to the Phillies bullpen,
Well,
Joe?
but yes, because it's
offensive to Saquon.
No. It's about the strategy of leaning. Look, guys, you guys know I still think they overcooked Kimbrel. I think it might have cost them a World Series 2 years ago. I really believe that. I mean, Kimbrel eventually was going to hit a wall. He obviously has now.
He's hitting a wall in several cities.
I'm well aware of that. I just don't think he had to hit a wall that year, but they overcooked him.
100%.
I think Fregosi overcooked Mitch in '93.
Well, there's no doubt he did.
Right? I mean, and Larry Anderson and David West, the whole freaking bullpen by the end we shot.
Roger Mason is remembered more by Philadelphia than probably most of his family.
Yeah. All right, to the phones. I agree with you. Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Doing great, Tim.
Good, buddy.
Gentlemen.
I have a question about. Oh my! I don't even know how to. What the hell is Chris Sims thinking?
So what's the deal? He's got him 11?
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, it's too low.
He's got Baker above him. He's got Stafford above him. Mind you, who beat who?
Yeah.
And he's got Justin Herbert. Seriously, dude.
So here's what Sims is missing. He's missing Jalen's impact in the running game. And he's evaluating him too much through the prism of just like the old classic quarterback, of which if it was just based on passing, Jalen would not be in the top 10. But you can't discount. So here's the thing. Like growing up, Tim, I was watching college football, and there's a guy like Tommy Frazier, man. I mean, he was the best quarterback in college football that year. He was the best quarterback. And he couldn't throw it well. Tim Tebow, same type of thing, couldn't throw well. But they were great runners. And by the way, also great leaders, like the way Jalen is. And so you had a scenario where that type of attack worked. No one in pro football thought to do it for like 70 years. And they're like, hey, let's do this stuff. And Jalen's...
No, they thought to do it. They said it wouldn't work.
Well,
I was
okay,
always
fine. They
told
thought to
will
do it, but
never work
it was
in the NFL.
It was a fleeting thought.
Yeah.
Gadgets.
And they said, "Oh, look, see the Wildcat.
Right.
It's not that stuff, that college stuff. It'll work for a second, but then NFL defenses will figure out a way to stop
too fast and all that." Yeah. And so, Tim, I think that where Sims is ignorant is that he hasn't realized the impact Jalen has in the running game.
You know what Sims's problem is? 3 years ago, was it? He didn't even put Jalen on his top 40, and he's been trying to justify it ever since.
Well, he seems like a stubborn mule.
I mean, it's ridiculous to put him at 10. Regardless if you think he's elite and in the top 4, 10 is just somebody going, at some point, me leaving him off the top 40, I'm going to be correct.
Now, Tim, I'll say this. I think it's possible Jalen gets back to 10, but guys that were in that range got to reprove themselves to pass him. Dak is below him until he passes him. San Francisco's guy, the Texans dude. CJ. Like there are quarterbacks that I think can pass Jalen, but they have to reprove themselves. Those guys all took a step backwards last year. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, my thing is, what did Justin Herbert accomplish to have him above Jalen?
Well, he hasn't.
What exactly?
Yeah.
So when I heard John Johnson read the list this morning, and I thought, oh my God. I can see why he made him more.
But Tim, what's the big but? What's the big but? How would here's the answer. How would any of those quarterbacks look if they had the number one defense in pro football, great wide receivers, great offensive line, and Saquon Barkley?
They would look the exact same.
No, they wouldn't. That's not accurate.
Lamar had that 2 years ago.
No, hold on.
Tim,
that's not accurate. Justin Herbert would be winning more games if he had the number one offensive line, great wide receivers, and the number one defense in Saquon Barkley. So he would look different. He obviously would look different.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I'm just not understanding, and I'm not trying to argue. You know, I'm
Sure.
just trying to understand why, he has this Super Bowl MVP, 1-2, if I'm not mistaken.
1-2 what?
I'm sorry. He went to
Super
Bowl.
Went to 2. Yep.
He appeared in 2.
Yep.
But these other guys, I know they don't have what we have.
Well, I answered the question for you. He's underrating Jalen's running, and he's being stubborn. They're the two main things. Tim, give me an answer. You can win the Phillies tickets for today's game. Who or what is weird but good?
Okay, I actually have a food that I've actually been having for years. So, a bowl of Rice Krispies with chocolate syrup.
Wow. Well, I mean, I've never heard of it.
Doesn't sound bad.
That sounds awesome.
I do that a lot. Like with dessert, I would prefer if you melted chocolate chips and then put the Rice Krispies in. Then we'd really be talking. But the chocolate syrup's fine.
All right. I mean, I've never heard of it, so I guess it's the very least weird. Sounds pretty good. Look, 215-592-9494. We also have our Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's certified one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question. Trying to assess Jalen in the passing game, because we all know he's phenomenal in the running game. Passing game. For the majority of last season, how would you describe Jalen Hurts' performance in the passing game? A, great. B, good. C, mediocre. Get voting. And, of course, you can weigh in on the phone lines. Second poll question. Which is more important for the Phillies to make a trade for? And obviously they got now under 2 months to do so. And a lot of people want them to do it like this week. More important to make a trade for, an outfielder or a relief pitcher? Man, that's a tough one. I think it's a tough one. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, get voting, get calling. 215-592-9494.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans, they've got candy cakes. They're the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. Do you like the simple classics? Crimpets, light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers, well, they've got options for days. Frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and do not forget about the delicious new dip and stick flavors. I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. I prefer the lemon pie. It's been my favorite since I was a kid. That is no surprise, though, because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick. Anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Come into your local AAA Tire and Auto Service and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. Only at AAA Tire and Auto Service. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid through June 30th. See store for details.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, regripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. The With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NCAA President Charlie Baker said the disruptive multi-billion-dollar House settlement saved the organization from bankruptcy. According to Baker, it's an opportunity for the D1 community to pay for back damages over 10 years instead of triple that amount all at once. He added that the NCAA's inability or unwillingness to change years ago put the entire enterprise at risk, and now they're paying for it. Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. This is Ask Me Anything.
Ask me a question.
With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
All righty, AMA, as we do every single Wednesday at this time. You ask, we answer. Questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. Seltzer, what do people want to know today?
Start off with a classic. Any new movies or TV shows watched?
Yes, but it's not new, but it's new for me.
As usual.
Stumbled upon some show called Catherine the Great, which is pretty good. Helen Mirren. It's only 4 episodes, and I'm like, how are you going to do the whole Catherine the Great thing in 4 episodes? But
she's so good.
She just got Crimea, and so they just acquired Crimea in Russia.
Just got Crimea.
Well, I mean, it's apropos
that sounds
with
kind of nasty.
Well, yeah, it does. No, but it's funny because obviously that's a big topical thing today, and I'm learned the Crimea, Catherine the Great. Anyway, whole another matter.
I watched
pretty good show.
I watched that House of David on Prime.
What's that?
It's just a sort of a fictionalized recreation of David and Goliath. It starts out with that scene where they're sort of meeting on the battlefield momentarily. You don't get the full what happens, and then it goes back and sort of gives you the amazing story that led up
That's
to
nice.
that battle. I thought it was really, really fun. I don't know why Amazon's doing a lot of these saints and biblical Old Testament stuff. They're sort of fleshing it out. I thought some of it looked interesting, and I finally got around to watching some of that while I was staying up with my tiny little really like a pea factory, this dog. Staying up with him, I was watching House of David.
That seems pretty cool. I like that.
Look at you two.
Yeah.
2 shows I didn't know existed. There we go.
House of David.
There we go.
I don't know if it was accurate. I don't know
Well, I don't
that
know if they-
Goliath was enticed to fight for the Philistines because they took his mom and murdered her and made Goliath think that it was David and like all of the Jews. I don't know if that's really what happened. And I don't know for sure that Goliath had 3 giant brothers.
Yeah.
3 giant
Sounds like
brothers.
they took some liberties.
Yeah,
I would think
They
so.
did. But it was
All
still
right.
very entertaining.
Jack the Mike on Twitter says, if you could bring one person, living or dead, to a Phillies game with you, who would you bring?
I mean, probably my dad. My father passed away when I was young, so definitely my dad. Yeah.
Oh, that's really hard to beat that one. I would love to go to
You
a
can say
game with my
Jesus.
dad too. I have thought about, but we talked about early on, we both would love to take Jesus,
Sure.
but then we stopped using Jesus as an answer. Are we back to where we can use Jesus
Well, you
as an
said
answer
you
again?
got to be my dad. Your dad ties my dad, so just go with Jesus.
I would love to take my dad and Joe's dad and Jesus
Thank
all
you.
together at
That'd
once.
be very
That would
nice.
be quite the group.
Jesus would tamp
and
down
Abe
the
Lincoln.
experience a little bit. I feel like,
Yeah.
you know, should I have a cocktail? Should I
Yeah.
not?
I'd like to see
Leave
Abe
the hot
Lincoln.
dog alone?
I'd like to see Abe at a Phillies
Abe
game.
is a very
You know?
popular. Yeah,
Well, people
I mean,
would
he would
love
annoy people. The
Jesus.
hat.
Too tall. Yeah,
and
too
the
tall.
hat, the tall.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
would be like, take your freaking hat off, dude. I don't know.
Be something.
All right, one more. Jersey Joe. This one's for you, John. He says, last year was dubbed the Summer of John.
That's not accurate.
Yeah.
Year before, wasn't it?
It was 2 years
Oh,
ago.
2 years. Well, he wrote
Yeah.
last year. You're right. It was 2 years ago. Either way, 2 years ago is Summer of John. When in actuality, it's this summer. Sometimes the best things in life find you. How did John and Alicia meet?
We met at training camp last summer. I mean, I think it was the first day that we went to training camp. I'm not sure how sliding into DMs works, and I'm not even sure how that colloquial usage worked for me. If I sounded like I knew what I was saying, probably didn't. Totally messed up the DM thing.
Well,
but
hold on,
then
who-
saw her.
Yeah,
You to
you
her?
did not slide into hers,
I
right?
tried to figure out how to get in contact with her.
Wait, she to you first or you to her first? That's what we're trying to figure out here. Who
I think
slid into
ultimate-
a DM?
I don't know. I don't.
Oh.
Ultimately,
Devin, what the hell?
I tapped her on the shoulder at training camp.
No, but-
Ultimately, it was
No,
hi.
I don't want to speak. I remember, I think you said she messaged you, I think. But I don't want to, if you don't remember, you don't remember.
There's Devin starting trouble.
Wow.
I'm just
You
saying.
are starting trouble.
No, I love it. I think it's great. But
yeah.
when you say sliding into DMs, I thought you said
I thought that I was trying to slide into DMs without really knowing what a DM was, or what a meme was, or if I even is
or
meme
what the
part
internet
of this.
is.
No, meme has nothing to do
Meme
with
is
this
not
discussion.
part of
No.
this.
Totally separate thing.
Okay.
Very,
Wow.
very
No,
different.
the part that I felt the most solid about with Alicia was walking up to her, seeing her at camp. She
Okay.
was there. She ditched me that day because she had to go interview Jalen Carter, and I thought that was so cool.
Yeah.
Because I certainly would have ditched me to go interview
All right.
Jalen Carter too.
Well, here's the fascinating part of this answer that I think we just don't know the answer to. And Devin may be the only one here that knows it, but I don't know. Who contacted who first? Sounds like John doesn't know.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm the only one that remembers
I
this.
don't remember.
Yeah.
The question is, why doesn't John remember
Yeah.
who
Well,
contacted who first?
I had been trying to contact her for a long time.
Oh, well,
I
that's-
had been, I used to do Sunday nights over at CBS
Okay,
before we did the morning show.
New information.
And I'd been asking, hey, can someone introduce me to Alicia Roberts?
Okay.
And everyone said, no, she's, actually, they checked into it. They
Okay.
said, well, she's taken.
Oh.
She's with someone, and so that was that.
And then she
a
wasn't.
year later, I
Ah,
asked again, hey, what about that Alicia?
Yep.
And I think maybe that was when it was like, hey, we're not sure, but maybe you could talk to her.
I
don't know.
gotcha. Makes sense. All
So
right.
it took a long time.
Hey,
The
listen.
sliding, it was not.
The perseverance,
Lots of
John.
sliding.
Yeah, I'm impressed. All right,
a
with
slow
that,
slide.
AMA, we shut it down.
Ask me anything with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
John Ritchie had dog mentality. He was going to keep, if not succeed, try again. I'm
It
impressed.
did take a while. Ruben met Alicia, and we had talked about Alicia previously.
That I do remember.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. All right, up ahead, all the calls. Eagles offense, do they have to dial Saquon back? Do you think they will? If they do you trust Jalen and the defense to, lead the way if need be? Also, the Phils, they've really been a mess. I think it's 9 of 11 now. It's not good. Rob Thompson with an update yesterday on the status of Aaron Nola and Bryce Harper. It's also not good, especially Nola. We'll get to that. Holy mackerel. Jalen,
first time I've ever felt like, wait, Aaron Nola's banged up?
No, he's got an issue.
When has he ever not been able to
Never.
go?
This is it. First time.
Yeah. And the problem is it's
completely
17 different things at the same time, apparently. It's an ankle, it's this, it's that, it's the ribs. So, the whole thing's a mess. All right, we'll get to Jalen Hurts, what he said about the offense countering defensive adjustments, more of Sirianni and Saquon's audio, plus Elliott with a good report yesterday after the practice. What he said, we'll boil it down in a nutshell because he featured 2 players primarily in his report. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all of this. And remember, you can join us at the Phil's game today. You got a call to win the tickets. Hit us up, 215-592-9494. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals, which, of course, continue tonight with Game 3. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player and whether that player's playing with consistency during the playoffs or maybe been flirting with potential triple-doubles, well, get the latest stats right inside the app. And obviously, when the game gets rocking, before or during the game, lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. And you can get started. This is awesome. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Do it all at FanDuel.com/hammer. Once again, that's FanDuel.com/hammer to make every moment more with America's #1 sportsbook, whether it's the baseball game this afternoon, the basketball game tonight, obviously the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. It's all there at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep.
Who's my man? Me!
Takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete, my ass.
Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun. With music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids' activities. Plus, appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself. Plus, Philadelphia football legends. And of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. On a day the Phillies announced Aaron Nola will be shut down for at least 2 weeks with a different injury than the ankle. Mick Eagle struggled with his command, giving up 3 home runs in the Phillies' 8-4 loss to the Cubs. Able 3 walks after giving up none in his first 2 starts. He did get out of a bases-loaded jam in the 4th with a strikeout of Kyle Tucker. Meantime, Aaron Nola said to be dealing with a rib cage problem. Eagles wrapped up their final practice till training camp. Jihad Campbell Limited did do position drills, but he is not expected on the practice field till August sometime.
I think we're probably the only sport that practices more than they play.
he's going to be getting a lot of those opportunities to watch walkthrough, to watch practice, and get those mental reps. As a guy is not in, obviously you're not working the fundamentals of block destruction or tackling or how to take the football away, but what you're trying to make sure that they have the mental part of the game down.
That's Nick Sirianni says there won't be a timetable on when Campbell will be ready. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th, plus pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. Sunny, high 86, currently 70. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow. Weird Al. Funny when so that's great.
I haven't heard this version because, I guess he did this after I thought Weird Al was cool.
This is like mid-90s.
Yeah.
So, James, when you first started playing this, I was really looking forward to hearing the real one.
Yeah, I know.
And then this one.
It's a bit of a tease.
But that's great. Now, listen, Weird Al is certainly weird but good, to say the least. We're looking for the best weird but good ever. Who would be better, Weird Al or Dennis Rodman? Now, we said them ourselves. I mean, Dennis Rodman's a Hall of Famer. I mean, he helped the U.S. versus North Korea.
I mean, Weird Al literally has weird in his name.
Right, that is hard. That makes him extra difficult to beat. An extra layer
but
of
Rodman
solidification of
He was one of my favorite
weirdness.
players.
He was incredible.
And then I got to meet him, and it's always a disappointment when you meet someone who's your favorite
Oh,
player.
he did Wing Bowl, right?
Did Wing
Yeah.
Bowl, and he was awful.
Yeah, that stinks.
Yeah.
And you
It's
know
a
what
bummer.
It is a bummer. And one of the things I thought was a dichotomy with Rodman was because obviously he could be like selfish and all that stuff off the court, but he was the most team oriented, do the dirty work
Oh, to get rebounds
of our lifetime.
of all time.
Like that
I
I've
respected
ever
it.
seen, and maybe in all sports combined.
Like I don't know that one play was ever run for him. The guy played for like 20 years. I don't know if anyone ran to play for him.
Probably
Like not one time. Like, hey, let's get the ball to Rodman this time down the court.
I just love
I don't know that
watching
it
him
happened
play.
I'm
once.
not sure why you'd want to do
Is he
that.
the only Hall of Famer that's never had to play run for him?
I mean,
honestly,
Ben Wallace, maybe. I don't know if he
maybe.
made it.
I don't know if he made it. Yeah.
But, just
Ben Wallace was so tough.
he was tough, man. He was really good too. All right, let's get to something Elliot said and then right to the phone calls because Eagles had a practice yesterday. It happened after our show. Elliot, after watching it, was able to call into Spike Ike and Boban show and talk about it. And he featured 2 players. By the way, I'll just say this on the Boban
Every time it works.
Thank you. I got a chuckle from Seltzer and Devin. I
You
appreciate
almost
that.
made me spit my water
Thank
out.
you.
I had just taken a sip.
Thank you. By the way, I'm totally good to go for the golf, ready to roll this month. Waiting for dates to be given back to me just so we can circle it on the calendar and say, this is it. Rock and roll. So I'm ready. Just putting that out there. All right. Elliot called into Spike Ike and the Oaf and featured 2 players in particular with the main thrust of his report.
There was a lot. They did a ton of team drills today. Jalen and the first team offense were probably out on the field for 26, 27 plays. Jalen had another really outstanding day. He was 20 of 21. I think he's 50 of 55 now in the 3 practices. I've seen him. His best throw of the day was a deep touchdown to Devontae Smith. It was 7-on-7. It was probably about 30 yards out. Devontae was open, but he hit him, and it was a touchdown. Outside of that, Jalen kind of looked how he has for the past 3 practices. In control, good decisions. The only incompletion he had today was a pass over the middle to A.J., which was broken up by a defender. So really good practice from him. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I thought Keely Ringo had an outstanding day today. He had a touchdown break up in the corner of the end zone. I think it was McKee to Terrace Marshall in the back corner of the end zone. But the throw was good. Terrace Marshall got up for it, and Keely met him at the high point, knocked the ball away. And then his best play of the day might have been a play where he didn't even get targeted. It was 7-on-7. He was matched up 1-on-1 with AJ. When the ball came to Jalen, you could see he was looking at AJ. He wanted to go that way. But Keeley was stride for stride with AJ down the sideline and was right with them, and the ball wasn't thrown that way. So on the final day where he gets to impress coaches, I thought Keeley had a really strong practice.
All right. Big marks for Jalen Hurts and Keeley Ringo.
That's a huge deal. Right
I agree
there.
with you, John.
Keeley Ringo putting that final signature on the offseason, especially when you're competing against a veteran like Adoree Jackson. That's hotly contested
he's also
right there.
competing.
Adoree Jackson.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, he's also competing a little bit against Zaire Alexander now. The concept of him. The concept of going and getting him and giving him money. Like, if you're Keeley Ringo, you want to convince Howie not to do that.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like he, made a strong push in that regard. I do think Jair Alexander, the longer he sits, if he wants to go somewhere and win, that feels so right for us. The only thing you'll worry about, the fact that the number of games over the last 2 seasons, it does feel like he's a disgruntled Packer. So the disgruntled player.
More than the money thing, like other things?
He was suspended once for conduct detrimental.
I don't
there have been
know.
a few things.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know everything that goes into everything.
He named himself a captain and went out onto the field for the coin toss.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, that's not good.
I mean,
There's
think about
some
it this way.
stuff-
He's one of the more talented corners
Very.
in the league, and he's 28, and he just got cut by the Packers.
Yeah.
Not kept by the Packers.
There's some stuff where it feels like he might still be available for a bit, and it might not be solved right away. The fact that he's out there and, meandering aimlessly in limbo.
From Philly.
It does feel like, it does feel like
it says from Philadelphia. I can find out.
a shot, even though it didn't happen right away. It does feel like we, because Howie is who Howie is and he has a way to work this stuff. I don't consider that out of the question. And I think an added layer of certainty, even though he is as uncertain as it gets in terms of cornerbacks, in terms of how many games he's put in these last 2 seasons, the talent level is worth taking a chance. perhaps.
Born here but moved early. But his birthday's February 9th. Same as Saquon and Cooper to G.
Oh, that's actually super weird.
Same as Super Bowl.
Bring 'em on.
I love,
You're
how you
damn
say,
right, buddy.
I love how you say February 9th is Saquon and Cooper.
That's why I said it as a joke, obviously.
That's Super Bowl 59. All right, to the phones. We're going to get to some Phil stuff shortly as well because there was there was an update from Rob Thompson yesterday on Nola and Harper. It's not great on Nola. It's not. We'll get to that in a moment. Jermaine right now. Jermaine, good morning.
Good morning, team. How's everyone?
Great, Jermaine.
So I haven't called in some time because, I just wanted to take a little break and just listen to you all. But I find myself calling in again because here we are again having an inauthentic conversation about Jalen Hurts and where he ranks as a quarterback. So my question is for the group, who would you deem the best quarterback in the NFL right now?
Mahomes.
Right. So with that, and it's all about sustainable excellence, right, Joe?
I don't know if it's all about that, but I mean, that's a huge part of it, yeah.
That's a huge part of it. Okay,
Yeah.
we agree on that.
Sure.
So what I want to do is I want to give some numbers over the past 3 years since the benchmark is Mahomes, and he is the benchmark for which football excellence gets measured.
I
So
like
over the
where
past-
this is heading right now, Jermaine.
Me too.
I have a
Keep
feeling
cooking,
I
Jermaine.
really dig this.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Tell me about this
So-
inauthenticity. Go ahead.
So for the past 3 years, I want to give you some numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Passer rating, Mahomes 97.3, Hurts 97.2. Completion percentage, Mahomes 67.3, Hurts 66.7. Yards per attempt, Hurts 7.7, Mahomes 7.3. Yards per completion, Hurts 11.5, Mahomes 10.9. Interceptions per 100 attempts, Hurts 1.9, Mahomes 2. Touchdown passes per 100 attempts, Mahomes 5.1, Hurts 4.6. Wins-loss record, Mahomes 39-10, Hurts 37-10. Postseason passer rating, Mahomes 104.9, Hurts 102.5. In Super Bowl passer rating, Hurts 109.4, Mahomes 86.9. Super Bowl completion, Hurts 73.3, Mahomes 65.3. And Super Bowl record, as we all know, Mahomes 2-1, Hurts 1-1. So when we have these foolish conversations like talking heads like Sims and some of these other clowns
And
that are putting...
And DeCamera?
Yeah,
said clowns. We took that to mean you.
I'm just trying to get figured out. I keep going.
Well, DeCameron, I want to give you your respect because it's your show, but
I appreciate
it's foolish to rate him underneath 5, and I push back strongly against 5.
Jermaine, I put him 5 just to be clear. I mean, I had him 5.
I know you did, but I wanted you to tell on yourself. But when you're talking about the quarterbacks that he gets compared against,
yep.
He's a more accomplished quarterback than any of them. Outside of Mahomes, none of them have reached more Super Bowls than him, and none of them have won.
Well, okay, hold on. Jermaine, let me jump in here on a few points. So, look, the stats are fantastic, and I totally acknowledge it's a compelling case. There's no question. There's no question about that. I think the biggest thing that I consistently come back to, and it's probably something someone like Chris Sims comes back to, and to be clear, Chris Sims and I are not aligned. There's similarities of our thoughts, but we're not aligned. Chris Sims has them out of the top 10. I've got him 5. Big difference. I think the thing that has consistently been one of my main points is I just think Jalen has more around him than these other quarterbacks. Now, you brought up something at the end there. You said accomplished. I think you used that word. So correct. Phil Sims won a Super Bowl and won a lot of games in the 1980s. Won a lot. He was very accomplished. Now, I would not say he was better, for instance, than John Elway. Like, Phil Sims beat John Elway in a Super Bowl, but you wouldn't say Phil Sims was better than John Elway in the 1980s, right?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I'm just, again...
And you know what, and real quick, you know what I'm getting at? That Phil Sims had more around him, like Lawrence Taylor, and by the way, Bill Parcells, and Carl Banks, and great offensive lines, and so... It's what Jalen has had around him.
He did have the best defense in football, Phil Sims.
No, I know. That's my point. Yeah. So for a period of the 80s. So my point, Jermaine, is people like Chris Sims and me. I think we both try to bring to the table. There are advantages Jalen has had that have made him look more accomplished than quarterbacks that may be better than him but have less around them.
So let me ask you this real quick.
Sure.
So isn't that what football is all about? So if you have a team like the Eagles have, then that means that the GM is doing his job, right?
Absolutely.
So why would that be dinged against Hurts when you have a GM having an organization that is doing what they're supposed to do in terms of their organization, and the pudding, the proof is in the pudding.
Hold on, Jermaine. Let me answer that. So absolutely, look, I don't hold it against the Eagles. It's phenomenal for the Eagles, 100%. It's not that I ding Jalen. I mean, it's just when we drill down on this player or that player, like take Barry Bonds or Bernie Williams. Who's a better player? Barry Bonds. Who won more? Bernie Williams. Bernie Williams had more around him. Like, doesn't mean... So, if we're going to do a ranking...
Quarterback in the NFL is you can't compare it to... It's the most important position with the most on their plate doing the most things.
I don't disagree. But, Jermaine, when we're just doing a ranking, and that's part of what we've stumbled into today, I try to separate what's around the guy from what the player himself is. That's the way I look at it.
Right, and I think we get off kilter a little bit with the conversation. And while I was listening, waiting to get called on, you mentioned something about Chris Sims is more. He's leaving out the part as far as Jalen's leg.
Absolutely.
Well, but here's my thing. Just push back slightly, Joe. I think you're not taking into account what a complete passer he is, because of all the numbers I gave you, what were they? They were all centered around passing. There was nothing that I gave you in terms of Jalen Hurts running or rushing touchdowns or any of that.
Yeah, but he's throwing. But hold on, Jermaine, he's throwing to great players.
Well, the key is that neither of you guys are mentioning the thing that you always don't mention in these discussions. Right. It's yes, how you pass, how you throw, but what goes on above the shoulders, the type of leader you are, the type of work, all that stuff matters.
And James, I give him credit for that
stuff.
Right,
but I don't think you rate it enough when you're rating this stuff. Like Jalen Hurts is going to get better. Phil Sims was 31 when he won the Super Bowl. 31.
Jalen's
26.
I get it, but Jermaine, just to bring it back to the passing for a second. So, look, obviously Mahomes in the last 3 years has had one major advantage, although less than he used to, which is Kelsey, who's probably the best catching tight end of all time, but clearly not
And Andy.
And Andy, you're right, and Andy. But he's not as good as he used to be, Kelsey. That's obvious. But he hasn't had Tyreek Hill the last 3 years. He used to have him. I mean, Jalen's had this, incredible offensive line and two great wide receivers. Anyway, Jermaine, I appreciate the call. It's very interesting. I hope you don't find the conversation inauthentic. I find that word disappointing because, if anything, I would hope after all these years, if you listen to me, I think I'm very authentic in giving you, matter of fact, I know, I'm very authentic in giving you my honest opinion. Whether you like it or not, it's my authentic opinion.
Yeah, so just for clarity, there was no disrespect to you or wasn't pointed at you.
Thanks.
I'm saying like Chris Sims and the people who rate him, 11,
I agree.
12. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, buddy. All right, Jermaine, give me an answer. You can join us at the Phillies game today if you're one of three people with the three best answers today on the show. Who or what is weird but good?
I would say sprinkling salt on your fruit.
Well, that is weird. I've never done it.
I like that.
Let me tell you.
It is pretty good.
So on watermelon,
cantaloupe.
So good.
Really?
Oh, another good one.
Cantaloupe. Salt
Any
on
melon.
The watermelon is probably the best, though.
The sweet and the salty.
Yeah.
Oh, it's outstanding.
So you know what I'm intrigued by?
It's really bad for us to do that,
I
though.
know.
It's not healthy. Not as healthy.
We didn't ask about health.
I need to. I have high blood pressure. I got to watch the sodium intake. So I need to steer
tiny
clear.
little bit.
But it is.
I do think it's a little weird, though. And if they say it's good, then I think it counts.
It is weird and good.
And you know what I'm very, very, very intrigued by? Jermaine winning and me and him continue this conversation for not battling. It's just 9 innings of just
9 innings of that.
Jalen talk today. That'd be wonderful.
That would be cool. And you know that
that'd be great.
We could put salt on a strawberry for Joe, and he could have his second strawberry of all time.
Yeah,
Not tried it on a strawberry, but
not
melon
happening.
has been very good.
All right, let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question for the majority of last season. How would you describe Jalen Hurts' performance in the passing game? We got three choices here: great, good, and mediocre. The second question. So let's get to this here for a second, and then we're going to get to this Rob Thompson audio. Which is more important for the Phils to make a trade for? An outfielder or a relief pitcher? Man, I go back and forth on this one because for a while I thought they'd have all these starting pitchers that they could put into the bullpen. And now, okay, so before we even drill down on it, let's get to what Rob Thompson said yesterday about Aaron Nola. Like, who knows when he's going to pitch? Here's a little bit on Bryce Harper and an awful lot on Aaron Nola from Rob Thompson yesterday.
Status quo for Bryce, treatments only. Feels a little bit better. Knowles had an MRI last night. He's got stress reaction in his right rib. So he's no throw for 2 weeks.
So do you no longer think it's from him being sick that he had that?
I have no idea, because he doesn't really remember the moment that it happened. So it just, I think he just woke up one day and it was sore. So the MRI confirmed it.
So you're looking at at least a month, probably more than that for his return.
Yeah, I don't know the date of return, but I know he's not going to throw, not even going to play catch for 2 weeks.
All right, let me just start with two comments. One, this is bad, except if it's good.
Not even going to play catch for 2 weeks.
Well, hold on. So here's the thing. This could explain why he was struggling so much. Like when he went on the disabled list and it was like he's got an ankle. And I was like, what? He's got an ankle?
Wow.
Well, but the I was about to call it lung, the rib cage thing, I believe happened like that happened after he was
'cause he's
already
sick.
on IL because he was sick.
The coughing.
He's saying the rib happened while he was injured.
Have you ever coughed so bad when you've got an awful cold and it literally
Right.
feels like your rib cage is going to come apart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
guess.
that's what they're saying basically happened. Like,
So yeah,
Okay.
apparently
So
a
it's
few
unrelated
guys
to
were
his pitching.
sick last week when they were on the road trip, and that's when it and it's apparently like a stress fracture to your ribs.
Holy cow! I've seen crazy stuff go on with the illness thing that branches into actual physical harm for a guy. I've seen like what we're talking about here, where guys get sick and cough and cough and cough and have like rib involvement. I've seen guys who get they get ill, they get a little bit dehydrated, and then of course before a game they want to get the IV to get rehydrated as quickly as possible. But if you get too hydrated, it actually makes you cough more. So you've got guys who are coughing to begin with, who then, because they've overhydrated, it's almost like you're osmotically drowning. Like you have put so much fluid in your system. You're now like your lungs are starting to fill up. Or at least that was the impression that I got at the time of what was happening. It was very
Yeah,
massive.
Devin, didn't they say that sickness went through like the whole clubhouse? Like a lot of guys were sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Aaron Nola was one of them.
Well, it's not. Then it's not good. I mean, look, I just hope they can solve whatever's going on with like his arm.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I care most about. I mean, I want his health to be healthy, but
Well, the
I mean,
rest of this
The
stuff
5 years
certainly-
after this year are important too. You know what I mean? They are.
So to bring it back to which part of the team is more important to address. So my first answer is I don't know. Outfielder, relief pitcher, because I see them both as really, really not good. And so on one hand, Justin Crawford could be up here any day. On the other hand, he can only play one position, not two. We don't even know if he'll be good as a rookie, right? A rookie, like a rookie.
A super young rookie.
Super young rookie. And then you look at the relief pitching, and like at some point you'll get a couple games from Alvarado, but it's not many. He's going to have like 20 games or something.
And ultimately, as we know, all that matters is the playoffs and what the bullpen looks like then.
And, the idea of bringing all these starting pitchers into the bullpen, like Taiwan, enough of that. I mean, not enough of that, but it's not a solution to anything.
He didn't know what the score was.
It's not, it's not good.
But he's not used to
All right, something Jalen Hurts said yesterday about the Eagles' offense looking to counter the adjustments by opposing defenses. We'll get to that in 1 minute. Jalen, on what's going on with the Eagles' offense as they look to drill down on how to adjust things for this upcoming year. We'll get to that in 1 minute.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, and white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with a simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers, so if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful, handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
All right, show the camera and John Ritchie. I just got a text from a buddy. I'm just going to put this out there. He says, listening to callers about Jalen. Joe, make sure you use Paul Skeens as an example. Not a bad point.
As an example
of someone who doesn't have stuff around them but plays well.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that's a different sport.
Again, yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, it's what it is.
But again, you overrate this. You put way too much. There are a lot of
Plays once every
quarterbacks
5
who have
days.
stuff around them. Joe Burrow has arguably the best receiving duo in the sport
100%.
around him.
Yeah,
Patrick
but-
Mahomes has the best head coach, offensive coach we've ever seen in our lives, including a great offensive line every year. Like, I get your point, but I think you overrate it. There are so many great quarterbacks.
And I think here's my retort. You ready?
I know you don't.
And
I
I think you underrate it.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, let's listen to Jalen talking yesterday about how the Eagles offense could counter the adjustments by defenses. Here's what he said.
Teams will obviously adapt to what he did last year. So I guess how can you guys as an offense kind of adjust to their adjustments?
Well, they have to pick their poison. And so it's just a matter of going out there and executing. We got to make sure we're in a good position to go do what we're going to do. And then, when someone gets an opportunity to make something happen, make it happen.
And that's certainly what he did in the Super Bowl because it was very obvious. KC loaded the box to stop Saquon. They did. They were one of the very few teams that limited Saquon to the point where he was incredibly limited. And Jalen feasted. And that was a tremendous credit to him that he was able to do that. Let's go to the phone.
So why do we start this season as that's like we're resetting and saying that you're concerned he's not able to do that?
Well, I don't think he'll do it to that extent that often.
Why?
Because I've seen him play enough that I think what happened in the Super Bowl is more of an aberration than the norm. But we'll see.
What about the game before that?
He
Was
was
an aberration? So we had two aberrations in a row?
Well, what about the four months before that?
I understand that. That's
How would
when
you?
they-
It was a
here we
new
go.
offense with the new coordinator.
Jalen in the passing game regular season. Passing game, great, good, mediocre.
I would go good.
Okay.
Because you
With
know that
a
I had
new
problems.
offensive
Let's get everyone on the
and
record.
play caller.
Great, good, or mediocre?
I would say good in the passing game.
Devin?
Good.
John?
Good.
Okay.
With a new
mediocre
offensive
play
caller and coordinator.
What's
a
that?
new offensive play caller and coordinator every year. The only year he's had the same guy 2 years in a row was Shane Steichen, and we went to the Super Bowl and lost.
Yep.
And you remember how much better he looked in year
That was
two.
his best year. 2022 was his best year.
Imagine if he has multiple years with Kevin Patullo.
We shall see. Let's get to David in Wilmington. David, good morning, buddy.
What's going on, guys? So I called early on Monday flipping out that Kevin Long needs to be fired, and I still feel that way today. Bryson Stott can't hit his way out of a paper bag. Like, he shouldn't even be in the line.
Look, it's brutal. He's down to a 300. I saw it after the game last night. A 300 on-base percentage, and I think it was like a 330-something slugging percentage. It's brutal. And I don't think they're going to take him out of the lineup because I think they're going to take other guys out of the lineup first. So, David, I'll tell you this. I put a lot less on Kevin Long than you do. I can't tell you he's doing a good job, but I can't tell you he's doing a bad job. The players just might not be good.
Like, I just don't get it. I don't see improvement from anybody.
Well, that's a good question. Who do we see improve? I mean, Bowman's played better
Kyle
lately.
Schwarber got better from
if we were to do
previous
year to year.
Schwarber's the only one.
He's the only one year to year.
Only one.
Changed his approach with things.
Yeah, he's
And it
the
worked.
only one year to year. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just crazy, guys. It's just irritating to watch. But
Horrible.
My answer today is going to have to be Cam Newton for you guys, though, because he's an absolute weirdo. But he was a pretty good quarterback.
Well, he's certainly dressed weird. Cam Newton. All right.
I don't know if he's that. Like, he dresses unique.
I agree.
Unique sense
Weird.
of style.
that style.
I don't know
is
him
weird.
personally. It's like, I don't know if he's weird, but.
Yeah, I didn't
You're-
sense
you're
he
a
was
Cam
weird.
fan.
Huh?
Sounds like you're defending Cam. Like you're a
Well, I
a
just
Cam
think that,
fan.
like, weird. I
Cam
don't know if I would
style
say he's,
fan?
like, weird.
I agree with you.
Like, he's not, like, Weird Al. You know?
Who would be the
He's not
weirdest
like
Philadelphia
Weird Al.
athlete? Weird.
Of all time?
Whether he's good or not.
Brizgalov's
Yeah.
up there.
Brizgalov.
The magician guy?
John
He's
Dorman.
not
Dornbus?
weird. He was super
No.
charismatic.
He's
and
not
no.
weird.
But,
John
like,
is one
weird
of the
that
most-
he does
magician
magic
guy.
is
Just
what
an
I
activity.
mean.
Yeah,
No, that's just it's a hobby.
He's got the most amazing personality.
Brizgalov had
so
to be
cool.
pretty high up
He's
there.
up there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so weird, dude.
Bear. It's a bear. Remember that thing in the
John
documentary?
Landetta is
He's
pretty weird.
humongous big.
Sean's a great guy, man. Sean's got a different kind of personality, though, man. He's a good dude. Let's go to Joe in Mayfair. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning. Nothing's going to help this Phillies team before I get into the Jalen Hurts stuff. They have they don't have an it factor. They don't play with urgency. There's, again, something missing on this team. And it's not just talent. It's the lack of want, the lack of drive. Like, they're playing pathetic baseball.
See, I don't think it is, Joe. People
is.
say that. I'll tell you why I disagree with that. There's not one player on this team that I question whether they're trying their hardest. I think they're just not that good at hitting the ball.
Or maybe just the managers lost the locker room.
Maybe.
Like, there's nothing wrong.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but they're lethargic. They're going through the motions. They're playing good defensively in certain places, but when you go to the plate and you don't have a game plan, and again, they're starting to fish again, overtry again, and this manager's answers in the clubhouse, it's baffling to me that everything's fine and the Titanic's sinking. They are a half a game out of not making a playoff spot in a 2.5-week period, but everything's okay.
But
Like,
listen, with an enormous payroll. I'd tell you this, Joe. I think Rob Thompson the next month and a half, very important. Teams don't normally, change managers in July when they're trying to make the playoffs, but it does happen sometimes. And I think it could happen unless they come out of this malaise. Because forget Dombrowski, if I'm the owner, I'm like, I'm putting hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. I don't want to waste one of these shots. And I think they better get their act together or Rob Thompson could be in trouble in the next couple of weeks. I really believe that.
Yeah, well, you're going to be in trouble with this now. So this is my favorite topic on the show for the last 3 years is Jalen Hurts. I am his number one supporter, Joe, and when it comes to your definition of him, I don't understand it. Like, to me, he is Mr. Fundamental. He is Mr. I want to get better. I just want to give you a little bit of stats in 2024 that you cannot ignore.
Okay.
Fourth quarter, when the Philadelphia Eagles went 10-0, his completion percentage in the fourth quarter 79.4%, yards per attempt 11.6, passer rating 144.5, 7 incompletions. Is
that true? He only had 7 incompletions in the fourth quarter last year?
Correct. On their 10-0 winning streak, correct.
Wait, hold on. You're saying it during a certain stretch of the season?
That 10-0 winning streak, that were his stats for those 10 straight weeks.
I got
where
you.
they won.
Okay.
Correct. So when you rank a quarterback, I also look at the career that he's had where the first 15 plays are scripted and the Eagles' starts were pathetic. That's not him calling the game plan the first 15 plays, the first quarter and the beginning of the second quarter where the Eagles had nothing. They had no life. They have life when Jalen Hurts is able to change the play at the line of scrimmage. They have life when he's able to change the pass protection or the run protection or switch things out. He is dynamic at that. And the more control that he had, especially, by the way, his passer completion percentage at the end of the first half is in the mid-75s. In the fourth quarter, his completion percentage last year was over 78. So
just real quick, key clarification for the whole season.
Yes,
That's great.
Whole season, yes, 2024. When the game is on the line, when you need to have a big play, he's dynamic. I don't want to hear this. He wins with the talent around him. He also makes dynamic plays when you have to make it.
Sure
when
does.
It's clutch, the third downs, throwing the ball in an area to where it's not going to be intercepted, not trying to be hero ball. There's a lot that goes into playing quarterback.
I agree with that last point especially. I think he's very, very good at not trying to play hero ball.
So I am going to ask you.
You know how hard it is to split that difference. Let me add, Joe. I mean that difference is what made seasons for Eli Manning. Seasons. This is why Eli Manning took
Carson.
those risks that he needed to take. He actually had the chutzpah to put that ball up there. That decision making. That do I give my receiver a chance? Do I take the lower risk option? That's the biggest choice that these guys have. That makes them or breaks them. And Jalen is masterful in that regard.
Yeah.
I mean, masterful.
I agree with that.
Above anything I've seen.
So I also agree. If you flip-flop Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff, Detroit Lions will win the Super Bowl last year. That's a huge difference maker when it comes to having talent around you, but playing hero ball where you make mistakes. We're not letting the players around you who are great to make plays. Jalen does that, and Jared Goff did not do that, and that's why
Goff struggled at the end, but there was 2 different Lions teams. There was the Lions before they got injured, and then there was the Lions after they got injured.
He doesn't make the turnovers in the playoffs, Joe.
Listen, Goff was a disaster in that playoff game. There's no question. Joe, give me a great answer, bud.
I got one quick question.
Yes, sir.
2 minutes left in the game. You're down by 4.
Uh-huh.
With the top 5 quarterbacks, you can't tell me you're putting Jalen Hurts behind Lamar Jackson. You can't tell me you're putting Jalen Hurts behind Josh Allen, who do play hero ball.
I put Jalen Hurts 5th.
What?
I put Jalen Hurts 5th. Yeah.
You'd rather have Lamar Jackson in a fourth quarter drive down by 4 than Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
You're saying that on live radio?
You know what? We're actually on about a 15-second delay in case you curse. So I don't know if that counts as live or not, but essentially, yes.
Joe, you're nuts.
Joe,
I will give you someone who's completely weird and good. He's been good for over 45 years on radio.
Yeah.
He is weird to look at, but he gives you the best radio interview in the history of radio. That's Howard Stern.
All right, Stern. Weird but good.
He is weird, yeah.
Have
you ever seen Private Parts? He's definitely weird.
Yeah, I guess he's weird.
Very quirky.
I guess he's weird. All right, let's listen to let's get a Jihad Campbell update from Nick Sirianni. I got to tell you, before we play this, I will just say that I continue to be concerned this guy's not going to play for a while. It's just what it sounds like. Just listen to the very beginning of how Sirianni answers the question. Very, 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 very beginning. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about Jihad Campbell.
The Campbell won't be ready until sometime in August to practice. What are the expectations for him?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I never want to put a timetable on anybody. Some guys get through things quicker than others, and vice versa. So no timetable on that as far as when he'll be ready. I know he's doing everything he can to get himself ready. And the second part of that question was?
Just the expectations for him based upon that. We saw Cooper, how it affected him.
Yeah, making sure that he gets all the mental reps that he possibly can get at this particular time. We're like, I think we're probably the only sport that practices more than they play, and then also that has more walkthrough even than you have practice reps. So, he's going to be getting a lot of those opportunities to watch walkthrough, to watch practice, and get those mental reps, because as a guy is not in, obviously you're not working the fundamentals of block destruction or tackling or how to take the football away, but where you're trying to make sure that they have the mental part of the game down. And those are things that he can do in the film room. Those are things that he can do out in the field when he's watching practice. So that's that's kind of his mission right now and our goal for him right now.
It's a great point by Sirianni, what they can do with him while he can't practice. But James, did you notice the way he answered that in the very beginning?
We'll see. Yeah, that was not, a positive if you're hoping to see him soon. I just, even the way he started with the we'll see was bad. And then he just goes into all the stuff he's going to do when he's not practicing. He didn't talk at all about him on the field. It's just what he can do off the field.
He sounds completely unworried. He sounds like a guy who last season had Cooper DeJean waiting in the wings, at the start of the regular season. And they were able to incorporate him when he got healthy.
I agree. He sounds unworried. It's not about worry. I agree with you. He sounds unworried. I think he knows that.
I think the
it's going to be a while
here. Well, I don't know that. I think the distinction here, you got to remember, this is a college kid who had all sorts of stuff coming out of college. They had doctors picking at every part of his body at the combine, and then the workouts, and then every little thing.
And then they dropped him 15 spots.
Okay, and so I'm telling you right now, the worry about this guy that Nick has been asked about a ton was, hey, when's the edge stuff going to happen? We see he's lined up as an inside linebacker, and Vic Fangio is saying, hey, all in due time. I think right now they're just excited to get this guy back and playing, and it's on the inside first. This is going to, I hate to say it, it feels like we're all going to get really impatient because we want to see edge success with this player in particular, because we were told he's that unique mix that Zach Bond presents you with, where he was a guy who was an edge rusher who could also do off-the-ball inside linebacker stuff. That's so strange. We're talking for our side today. That is weird. That whole concept is weird. Yeah. Yet we're now counting on the same thing to happen 2 years in a row with an edge guy becoming an inside linebacker or vice versa. It really is just strange.
Well,
I think what they're worried about first and foremost is getting him completely healthy and inside linebacker ready, because as Nick has told us, or maybe it was Vic who told us, there's a lot more that goes into learning that spot. There's a lot more that learns into being the guy with the green dot on your helmet and calling all the plays and making sure everyone's lined up in the right place.
Let's get a lot of calls. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. Remember, 3 best answers today to our question, who or what is weird but good. 3 best callers' answers. Each person will get a pair of tickets for today's Phillies game. And that game is in 5 hours and 6 minutes. So, we hope, obviously, if you win, you're able to come. But we'll give you the tickets. But bottom line is just know if you can't come to today's game, then you can't come to the game, which is coming up in a couple hours. So, all right, let's get to Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning, team. That caller you had a couple calls back that compared Mahomes to Hurst, that was a very good, thought-provocative call, and it's what WIP is all about. That was a very knowledgeable call.
It was.
Both parts. It really was.
Thank you. I thought he left out one big thing. See, I can't have a retort every time because I don't want to cut people off constantly.
No,
but the big thing is the Chiefs lean into Mahomes passing so much more. And if Jalen had to throw the ball so much more, no, he doesn't have to because he's got a running game and he runs himself. But if he didn't have the running game and didn't have some elements, including a defense that he knows he could punt the ball to, then he might have to strategize different. And then
Mahomes wasn't very good in the first Super Bowl in 2022, and they used that. I wasn't Isaac.
He was incredible.
He was amazing.
and
he was a rookie.
No, I'm saying Mahomes was amazing. He won the game.
Not in 20. He wasn't great in most of that game. Jalen outplayed him
in the second half. Mahomes was like God. I mean, they literally didn't stop him, not one time. The only time the Chiefs did not score a touchdown in the Super Bowl in the second half.
Didn't he run like 140 yards?
I don't know. The only time the Chiefs didn't score a touchdown in the second half was when they kneeled the ball to kick a field goal to win the game. And he was unbelievable. Now in the first half, Eagles played pretty good against him. Second half, he cranked it up. Anyway, go ahead, Rick.
I think you responded very well to a very good call.
It was a fascinating call. It was.
So real quick, and I like hypothetical situations sometimes, but if for some reason Ertz would win his third or his fourth ring, where would you then put him up against Montana and Bradshaw, who, don't forget, both those good quarterbacks had a lot around them. Look at all the Hall of Famers they had around them. So what you have around you is very important. So real quick before I go to the Birds, if we get back to them, I don't know. I specifically went, because I live in Easton, to the game last night because Painter was pitching. And I know it's only one outing, but it's one outing against a minor league lineup. I sat behind home plate to watch his fastball. He starts everybody off with a 97, 98-hour fastball. 2 home runs, 3 1/3 innings. He gave up 6 runs. It looked like the approach of that minor league team was swing at the first pitch, like you know how Suarez is always around the plate, and they crushed him. I mean, his ball had no movement, and this is not really a good report based on what's happening with our starting pitching all of a sudden, but just something to be aware of. It didn't look like he was ready yet, and I just hoped it was one bad outing. But you can't have bad outings if we're talking about bringing him up at the end of June or early July against a AAA lineup. And that was just a thought I wanted to let you and the listeners know. Painter looked very, very mortal yesterday in that game. Just an FYI.
Well, it's good to hear. I mean, it's good to know. It's not good to hear, but it's good to know.
It's around 5, isn't it?
But going to the Phillies, it's not what they can get. It's what they have now. Like if I told you, again, a hypothetical, if they would trade, if they could get Ohtani and Judge and Mason Miller right now for all those studs in the minor leagues, you would go for that. But you know what? It's not adding an Ohtani or a Judge to this lineup. It's what this lineup has right now. They have so many. It looks like automatic out.
Yeah.
And the body language right now, I'm not saying run down to first base like Pete Rose, but they need some kind of spark, even when things are.
I know. I agree with that. I agree.
And I just think they have too much in that roster that's going to hold this team back. And I hope I'm wrong.
Look, Rick, I'll take it back to the last Phillies team that won the World Series in 08. Think of it this way. You had the 3 true star hitters in Jimmy, Ryan Howard, and Chase Utley. True star hitters. You had 2 outstanding complementary offensive players in Worth and Victorino.
And Worth became great in the playoffs.
Oh,
like
listen,
he just did.
He was awesome. And then, I'm not going to, go too far on the praises of guys like Ruiz and Pedro Feliz, but they weren't
competent.
Yeah, they weren't hitting 210. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, they were both great defensively. Great. Pedro Feliz.
Elite.
Pedro Feliz might have been, other than Jimmy Rollins, the best defensive player on that team.
I think he was the best defensive third baseman in baseball at the time. One of 2 or 3.
He was a vacuum cleaner.
He was whatever.
Yeah, he was incredible. Just cleaning up stuff over there. So,
remember in that lineup back in 2008.
Yeah.
Every month, 2 players picked each other up. They picked each other up. Rollins and Utley were hot. When they got cold, Victorino and Worth picked it up. And then Howard picked people up when everybody else was getting cold. That team picked each other up.
No, they did. All right, Rick, give me a great answer. Who or what is weird but good?
Well, weird but good. And before I do that real quick, I was going to say that Philadelphia has a lot of sports issues. Hurts and their D is not one of them. And Seltzer mentioned.
Well, the D might be. We'll see.
Don't forget that O line.
All right, I need an answer, Rick.
Okay, real quick. Yeah, he was a great comedic actor and weird Jim Carrey.
Has already been said.
That was my answer.
Although comedians open up a lot of possibilities.
Then we're going to go great comedian, and he was so weird, Red Skelton.
Wow. So, man, the one I started thinking about, who was the guy that died in the out on the road.
Sam
Kinnison.
Kinison?
Oh, Sam Kinnison's super weird. He's in back to school, too.
Sure
There's
is.
some really bizarre.
When you bring out comedians.
Comedians are pretty weird.
Yeah.
Pretty weird people.
Think about Andy Kaufman.
Oh, I mean, that would
buddy.
just flat out win.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't now, but I'm sure there's some other comedians that could be said. All right,
Full
let's
circle with Jim Carrey playing Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Saquon yesterday. He talked, his approach in the offseason and getting ready for the new season and the wear and tear and kind of what's going through his mind. Here's Saquon yesterday.
Was that hard for you to kind of like let your body rest? Probably, it seems like more so than you have in past years.
No. It wasn't hard because everyone that I trust told me basically sit down for a little bit. So in past years when I was younger, you think like, oh, someone's getting better than me, or like I'm relaxing and I see Derrick Henry running hills, or I see Christian McCaffrey posting something. Like the old me would be like, oh, I gotta go. I still have that competitive nature, but 2 completely different seasons. So just listen to everyone. And when it's time to go, I've been going. And when it's time to back off, I've been backing off.
All right, so a couple things here. If you're just tuning in, we've had a lot of discussion today about will the Eagles dial back Saquon? Should they? And if they do, what happens? Do you trust Jalen in that moment more in the passing game? Do you trust Will Shipley more in that moment in the running game? Do you trust the Eagles defense if the Eagles are less effective because they give the ball to Saquon less and now the defense has to do, hold it down if the Eagles offense isn't as good? And they wouldn't be as good if they don't give the ball to Saquon as much, I don't think. Interesting, and you can weigh in on all this, but an interesting thing from Ike Reese. So when Ike heard that yesterday, because he put out a tweet yesterday that specifically responded to that quote. And here's what Ike tweeted. He said, pay attention. I'm expecting a slower start to the season for Saquon. No worries. The smart play should be to ease him into his typical workload. Now, John, do you agree with Ike or do you disagree with Ike? Slower start
to ease him into his typical workload.
Because it kind of goes to what we're talking about today. What will their strategy be and what should it be?
I think, that should be if the back himself feels like he needs eased in, and I can't imagine why in the world he would ever feel that way. I think he wants as many touches as he can get whenever he can get them.
But they may need to make the decision for him. He may feel, look, he could be completely fine early. But the thing is, I'm trying to play that game in February 2 years in a row.
I think that their sports science department, man, they are on top of all that. They've got the pedometer readings for everything that these guys do. They got they know the number of steps they've taken every day of every practice, every moment. They will have him right. And they're honing this whole process. Like, we are not just at the top of the NFL in, Howie Roseman, incredible job in terms of just personnel, identifying the coaches that we have here. Incredible job of identifying the talent, piecing it together, using the proper techniques and the plans for those skill sets. But now you're talking about something different types of skills, different types of sets.
All right, let's go to Patrick in Tabernacle. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Great, Patrick.
That's cool. Hey, listen, real quick, a couple things, man. How about Sly Stone passing away?
Yeah.
And we missed Jaws' 50th anniversary, man.
Well,
not Jaworski, the movie Jaws.
The movie Jaws. Yeah, no, I knew it wasn't Ron Jaworski because he's over 50. Yeah.
But anyhow.
And it was Iverson's 50th birthday the other day.
And it was too. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, everyone's tripping over that still. But listen, to Eagles talk, it's interesting how, first of all, this guy Chris Sims, everyone should just stop saying his name because he's the biggest idiot. And man, did Ike Reese went on a rant yesterday that was of epic proportions, talking about Jalen Hurts and Chris Sims, and man, I don't know if any of you caught that, but he was on fire with it. And as far as this whole thing with Saquon and let these boys eat. I got the utmost confidence in what's going on, what they got going on right now. If each game's going to dictate different things. If we need to give Saquon the extra carries, you're going to give him the extra carries.
Patrick, let me ask you. I'm curious. Let me ask you this question: if Saquon gets less carries, and he probably will, less touches, he probably will. Who do you trust more to fill the void? Jalen in the passing game or the defense?
That's a good question. I'm going to go Jalen. The defense, I mean, we don't have the defense we had last year.
It's a tough one because we just don't know yet on the D.
But I will say we have something growing. We got something growing with this defense, even with the guys that we lost, I think. You know what I mean? I think we're taking a little step back defensively, but there's that culture thing going on.
The young guys.
Like,
how about the young guys? The young guys who played last year, who didn't necessarily start and get the time that the stars got. Like Cooper.
Yeah, like Jalix Hunt and Jomo and those type of guys.
Guys
Ringo.
like that.
Look,
guys
Trotter Jr. is going to have to contribute
massive
probably early.
step in the right direction. Just having that familiarity under their belts, they feel a lot more settled in this year than they did last year. I guarantee that.
But I think Jalen, listen, if Jalen needs to throw the ball down the field, I'm cool with that. If Jalen needs to tuck it and run it, I'm cool. If he needs to hand it off,
Patrick, we got better receivers. We always talk about AJ and Devontae. Our third receiver this year, even in that mandatory workout yesterday, the third receiver's out there making plays. Jahan Dotson, do you say Therese?
Contract year.
Marshall? How do we say his name? Therese Marshall?
Who knows? This is where
out there making plays.
This is where he starts talking about.
You went too deep. I'm with you on John
Dotson.
Third
Not going to make the team.
Third wide out.
John specializes in talking about guys that will have zero impact.
Think about the last few years where we were like going back to the guy who, quote, stretched the field, right? That third wide out.
John Ross.
We've gotten
John Ross
little from that guy. And now this year, I think we finally could see something.
Because Jalen's not going to get to the fourth and fifth receiver. He can't even get to Saquon. I mean, Saquon doesn't even catch the ball out of the backfield. Certainly Dotson's not going to.
And you attribute that to Jalen.
Yes.
You attribute that to Jalen.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Saquon's not a great receiver.
Oh, he can do fine.
He's not great.
All right, Patrick, I need an answer. Who or what is weird but good?
First of all, super bummed I can't hang out with you guys. I wanted to introduce my drum teacher, Mr. Brian, to you guys. He would have loved to have met you. But anyhow,
wow, like Whiplash. You got a drum teacher. That's awesome.
He's a young Greg Allman when you look at him. Super cool guy, man. But anyhow, there's a Canadian disc jockey. For all you hip-hop lovers out there, Nardwuar, the Human Serviette, is the disc jockey's name.
All right, my man. We got you. Patrick, appreciate it. All right, up ahead, more of Saquon, what he said yesterday, more from Hurts and Sirianni, all of whom talked yesterday. Also, maybe we get some comments from YouTube. We'll see. And a lot more. And the Aaron Nola thing, we'll drill back in on that because that's concerning. It's just not good. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Is your home ready for summer? This season can mean everything. When it's the summer, it's storms, you got heat waves. That can lead to increased energy demand in your home. So get ahead of potential electrical problems before it's too late and just call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services, they have same-day service, so you won't be waiting around worrying in the sweltering heat. If it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, Horizon is giving you $500 off installation. As always, thanks to Horizon's expert teams, the job's going to be done right the first time. So keep your family cool and comfortable, your electric bills down, and get ready for summer with Horizon. Click or call, day or night, Horizon is available 24/7 to help with all your home needs. Schedule a visit right now at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 105. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at delltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people
People just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In conjunction with the landmark House versus NCAA settlement, the College Sports Commission was created, and Brian Seeley will be its inaugural CEO. The new commission will be a clearinghouse for NIL deals over $600. It will also have enforcement and investigative powers over the salary cap and roster sizes. Sounds like another bureaucracy to me. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Phillies wrap up their series with the Cubs this afternoon. Cubs homered 4 times, 3 off starter Mick Abel, en route to an 8-4 win over the Phils. They'll start Jesus Luzardo today. He's given up an insane 20 runs in his last 2 starts. Eagles will not convene again till late July for training camp. They'll again go into another season with a new offense coordinator, this time Kevin Patullo. Nick Sirianni says the players' familiarity with Patullo is a huge plus.
He's got a relationship with these players, so, whereas Kellen came in and had to build relationships, Kevin's been around these players for going on 5 years now. I see Kevin pushing those guys, out there being able to get those guys going, whether, it's a high five to them or hey, get your butt going, because he has that relationship with the guys that he's been building.
Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, and condiments are the perfect addition to your barbecue online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Dietz, sunny, high of 86. It's currently 72. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Ah, the real one.
There's no way Devin knows this movie.
Yeah, I'm like, it didn't really last culturally.
No, and it was so good.
It's a good movie, yeah.
I mean, you never see it on TV.
You never
or
hear
anything.
about it.
Never.
It's never on the Netflix.
All right,
the
Devin,
sites.
mid '90s, very famous actress. She's a teacher in a high school.
She's a teacher in a high school.
Mhm.
That's all I get.
Michelle Pfeiffer. Just give her that. Why
You
not?
got no shot. It's okay.
I don't know.
Really?
Nah, of course not.
Michelle
Really?
Pfeiffer, a
Surprised
teacher in
either.
a movie mid-90s. I have no idea.
Dangerous Minds is the name of the movie.
This was
Yeah,
a
no.
huge
Zero
movie
chance.
at
And no
the
one ever
time.
brings it up anymore.
I mean, I was also
That's
like
what I
3
mean,
years
right?
old.
No, I get it. I get it.
90s.
It just didn't last culturally. It disappeared. It's
It
so
did
strange.
disappear. I don't know why, but a great song, great movie. Cool.
Was she
That was
not
awesome.
believable in that role?
No, I mean, like I don't know the answer, man. It's just there were so
Honestly,
many great
the
movies
answer
back
probably
then.
has to do. It's crazy, but it probably has to do with licensing and rights to the movie and it not being on streaming sites and stuff like that, and people don't watch it.
Maybe.
It doesn't stay
Oh.
relevant. I think that's probably the most likely answer.
I
You're
don't
probably
know.
right.
I don't know.
Because it was a pretty good movie.
It was very good. All right, James, we're almost at this point of the year. It's about a month away, maybe 4 weeks. Are you smarter than a
Oh, I forgot all about it. I got to start prepping.
like 12th grader, maybe?
I thought we were going to start over. Didn't we talk about starting
Well,
over?
we shouldn't because I've never lost. We got to keep getting people that are older that could know more than me. Anyway, point is, every year All-Star
12th
break.
grade, the questions could get a
12th grade.
Every
Every year All-Star break, we have some fun where we bring a kid in. I think we started with, like, are you smarter than a 6th grader? And then I beat a 6th grader, then I beat a 7th grader, and I beat an 8th grader, and I just kept going up the line. And I think we're somewhere deep in high school now. We may be up to 12th grade. I think I'm 6
I
and
think
0.
we did 11th last year. So
I
it
think
is a
I'm 6 and
12th
0.
Man,
I think.
It really does fly by, all these competitions.
And we do it in studio. The pandemic year was the only time we did it over
You're
the phone.
growing up so fast with the way that
All right, here's the point.
I enjoyed the contentious one.
Oh, yeah, that was some.
That was some.
Here's the point. Parents, if you've got a kid, and we're probably looking for a late high school kid, that you think could take down the hammer in an eclectic grouping of questions, none of which are about sports, but will be geared to what kids learn in that year that they are like 12th graders. It could be like trigonometry. I mean, I don't know how you do that on the radio. AP European history.
Great.
I don't know. I mean,
Can't wait to do some research for the questions.
Yeah,
Should be fun.
Seltzer's the one that has to come up with the questions. But we're let me put it this way. 5th grade, it might have been like, which country is right north of America? Oh, Canada. I don't think we're at that level of question anymore. So, point is if you are, as a high school student listening to us right now, out on summer break, good for you. Have the kids gotten out yet?
That's weird.
Yeah, Zoe's done. I think some are. I don't know if others are.
Clark was basically done finals last week, was off Monday and Tuesday, had to go in today for a half day, which is totally ridiculous.
That is odd.
They're doing nothing. I think Publix get done this week.
Okay. Well, bottom line is if you are a kid or know a kid that could compete and wants to be in studio and face the hammer and deal with the pressure, remember, there's going to be pressure. And I'm a little nicer to the kids than I are a typical hammer contestant, but I still bring, some heat because I'm the hammer.
Really? I remember one where
Who I am.
it got a little ugly.
Well, that was not good, and that was not my fault. Let's go to the phones.
It actually wasn't. I'll give you props on that one.
I'm well aware. David in Drexel Hill. David, good morning.
Hey, Hammer, listen, using your scenario about the team being so good it makes the player, Tom Brady could never be in the top 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't agree with you on that.
You don't think his teams was great? He had a great coach, probably of all time?
Wait, do you mean top 5 quarterback of all time or top 5 quarterback of any specific year?
Top 5 quarterback, period.
Well, listen, I mean, I'll tell you,
he played on a great team.
Well, hold on. Obviously, if he had so little around him that he never won a Super Bowl, people would question whether he's a top 5 quarterback, and people would probably think he's not. We all know that. But there's a guy like John Elway who, until the very end, had never won a Super Bowl, but everyone knew he was historically great, right? I mean, you know it.
No, you like that. I just like him as a good quarterback. He's not one of my all-time greats.
Well, let me ask you a question. Is Barry Bonds one of the great baseball players of all time? He never won a World Series. Is he one of the greats of all time? Yes or no?
Yeah, but those 2 different scenarios. You're talking about winning a championship when you brought up the other.
Well, but it does matter what you have around you, right?
Hammer, let me ask you this.
What?
You brag about Barkley. You say he's a great running back.
Charles or Saquon?
Saquon.
Okay.
You say he's a great running back. Was he a great running back before he came to the Eagles?
Yes, but this is a classic example. The Eagles make him look better.
Oh, I thought he had better stats than he came to our.
That's what looks better.
So let me ask.
Now, he was healthier. There's one distinction there. But Saquon is a perfect example.
Production is
Production
is what keeps you in a job.
Production is different than what you are.
Was he on the team when Jalen went to the first Super Bowl, when Jalen played pretty good?
We're talking about Saquon?
Yeah.
He was not. And Jalen played absolutely great in that game and that season.
You even brought up Goddard one time to say something about they wasn't passing the ball a lot to Goddard. You know, when Goddard went out for 7 games, I don't think the Eagles missed a step with the backup in his spot.
Well, yeah, I don't think they were as sharp, but they hung. Look, I think people rag on Calcaterra a little too much. They did win a lot of games when he played, but I don't think they looked as good.
And then when you talk about Jalen, he's the same one again. Every time I call you, I say the same thing. You said he wouldn't even be the starting quarterback for the Eagles next season, right?
Well, I did make that prediction. That's not next season. Well, the next one, 2026. Yeah, and listen, and it certainly looks like I was wrong with that prediction. That happens from time to time. It's happened with me, I think, 3 or 4 times in my life.
Hey, Hammer, 2 questions.
What?
My weirdo
You're killing me, David. What?
My weirdo is my boy that I love, MJ.
Well,
Michael
hold on.
Jackson,
We're talking
not
about
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jackson. That could win.
Yeah.
That could win.
Really big answer there.
And the second thing is, Hammer, let me ask you this.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes.
Because my grandson asked me this. How many of each animal was Moses allowed to take on the ark?
Oh, I know what you did, David. I know what you did.
Oh, I see. I already ruined it.
Yeah, but you didn't.
My bad, David.
You
My
didn't
bad.
trick me.
Because I know I did you before, Hammer, so I just wanted to see if you remembered. Hey, but listen,
Yes, sir.
I love the show, Hammer, and I'm so glad you do. One other thing I want to say, Dennis Rodman. What made me like Dennis Rodman, and people going to laugh because I'm a Democrat, but him and President Trump are good friends.
And get to that North Korea thing, man. That was one of the strangest elements in human history.
He reaches across the aisle in ways no one has ever seen.
Well, apparently, and David, thanks for the call, buddy. Apparently, the North Korea guy's a huge NBA fan. So I think that's where it stems from, being a big NBA fan, which is wild. All right, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Check out Armin's selection of one-owner pre-owned pickup trucks and SUVs at arminchevy.com. That's arminchevy.com. Together, let's drive. First poll question for the majority of last season. How would you describe Jalen Hurts' performance in the passing game? 3 choices, great, good, and mediocre. Second poll question. Let's all weigh in on which we would vote for. And this does get complicated by 2 things. We don't know if Crawford will come up. We don't know how good he'll be. We don't know if Painter, how good he'll be. We don't know if Aaron Nola returns. We don't know how good he'll be. There's all sorts of weird unknowns here with this. But here's the question. Which is more important for the Phillies to make a trade for? An outfielder or a relief pitcher? John, what do your instincts point you to? Because they're both highly, I would say, desperate for both.
I think with, this really is tough. It's really tough. They both look so ugly, but yesterday with Brandon Marsh going down potentially, and I guess do we know anything else?
He's day to day.
After he actually got 2 hits last night, right?
Yeah. I know, after he was starting to heat up finally.
Such a shame. Maybe
and he had that mid on too. Which is
maybe, the mitt that's supposed to protect
so you're leaning out, you lean outfield?
Extending your... I guess so. I guess so.
I still lean
it's
outfield.
An everyday thing.
So here's my deal. I lean outfield because I still think there's a decent chance they'll throw starting pitchers in the bullpen for the playoffs, but I will say you can make a case either way. To have an outfielder or relief pitcher?
I mean, anytime before these last 2 weeks or even less than 2 weeks, I would have said at a reliever 100%. But the bats are a problem. So now I'm leaning towards outfield bat.
James, you've been big on relief pitching. You still as big?
Oh, I think they need a bat more. But here's the thing. I wouldn't do one without the other. I'd rather trade guys away than just trade for one of those two. I think they need both. I think they have to have both.
Yeah. But if you had to say
I would
one,
say outfielder if I had to choose.
4-0. This shocks me.
But I would not just trade for an outfielder. Okay. Or just trade for a bullpen guy. I wouldn't do it.
Really?
They must be right-handed.
Hitter or pitcher?
I need a right-handed. I agree with
that.
it. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, that's 5 for 5, which I got to tell you.
But I'm with James. They need both. But
the thing is, I think, Joe, I agree with you with the bullpen when it comes to the postseason, even though they may need help in that department before the postseason in order to get there at this rate.
Well,
but
also they might.
They can bring in the start, they have other guys that they could move to the pen if they needed, where the bats, I don't think that bringing up Justin Crawford's going to magically solve all of your offensive issues. I think you need to go outside the organization for that.
I'll just say the Nola thing is worrying me more and more because this whole time, the whole concept of Ranger to the bullpen has been predicated on either Nola or Painter is a starting pitcher in the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's going to happen at all.
And Andrew Painter's had 2 rough outings in Lehigh.
And they're not going to just bring them up
and with
soon
Painter
thereafter.
and Abel, they're super young. It's you can't expect them to go out and deal. Paul Skeens is an anomaly.
Right.
Nothing like that doesn't happen. You're going to get inconsistency from young guys.
I agree. All right, you can check out our show on YouTube. Obviously, please do if you get a chance. It's cool to have the show on YouTube. You can also comment on YouTube. So get those comments in or questions, whatever they may be, and maybe we'll get to some of them later today. We enjoy the interactive reality of YouTube, kind of giving us a whole nother element to the show. Let's get to Sean right now, calling from King of Prussia. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, Joseph. How are you?
Good, buddy.
Hi, everybody. How are we?
Super, Sean.
Excellent. Joe, you've been ripping Jalen Hurts, I'm sure.
I'm not. I got him as the 5th best quarterback in pro football.
I don't.
Not
know
my
what
fault. He's
Chris
mediocre
Sims
in the
said.
passing game. But go ahead.
I don't know what Chris Sims said, but I hear you guys are talking about him. But I don't need to know what Chris Sims said because I listen to Chris Sims 2.0 every morning.
Okay.
And that's you, Joe.
No, I knew what that comment was. It's ill-advised comment because you could win these tickets to the Phillies game, Sean, and then I'll have to prove to you for 9 innings why I'm right and you're wrong. But go ahead.
So you say that you don't, Jalen, what does he have to do? So he won a Super Bowl. He got to a Super Bowl. He's done all this. You've seen him play great, but you've also seen him play bad. So I need to know what he has to do, because you also said that you have to get Tanner McKee. You have to get to a second-round pick before you even think about trading Tanner McKee.
Yeah.
You think that guy's got it. What has Tanner McKee done that seals the deal for you?
Well, there's
game and a half against backups?
Well, it's not seals the deal, but I think Tanner McKee is a really good backup quarterback who I'm not sure, but I think will be a starter in this league at some point. And I'm also intrigued by having a quality backup if Jalen gets hurt with a Super Bowl ready roster to try to go win another Super Bowl. I mean, that's a huge part of the equation.
So my question is then, what does
I'll answer it.
Jalen have to
Now that
do?
you're going to answer it this time and stop so I can jump in, I'm going to answer it. For Jalen to move up my rankings, I'd like to see him be better in the passing game more consistently, period.
And all Tanner McKee has to do is go into a fourth.
I don't have Tanner McKee in the top 5 of pro
game
football. I don't have him in the top 10. I mean,
and complete a couple passes against the third stringers.
I think there's a pretty good chance Tanner
future starter.
I think there's a pretty good chance Tanner McKee would be one of the top 20 to 25 quarterbacks in pro football. I do think that. And I think
Why was he drafted in the 6th round or 5th round?
Why was Tom Brady drafted in the 6th round?
Because they made a mistake.
happen. Yeah, misevaluations happen. I mean, Sean, you don't think Tanner McKee's better than some of the starting quarterbacks?
Maybe.
Probably. I mean, honestly, I don't really know because I've seen him for
probably never know.
I'm not saying I
never
really know either, but I tend to think so. I mean, I thought he was pretty impressive last year.
Yeah, you know,
in the
I thought was really
preseason.
impressive for like a part of a year. Travis Fulgham. He looked
Sure was.
outstanding.
Yeah.
Listen, Sean. Listen, maybe Tanner McKee stinks. I mean, you have to see him play more to know. I thought he did a nice job. I mean,
Evaluations. Remember Billy McMullen? Andy Reese.
well, dude, that was 03.
Great length.
Yeah, he was like Johnny
Exactly.
Wilson. Couldn't catch the ball.
Big hands.
Mm-hmm.
Can't catch it though.
Could not catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think after that, he didn't catch that back shoulder versus, I think it was the Cowboys in 03. And it was like, all right, enough. Sean, give me an answer. Who or what is weird but good?
All right, weird but good. I'm actually going to go see this guy tonight. And I mean, he's like amazing and super, super weird. Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise, pretty good answer.
That's a great answer.
It really is.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal
I've
answer.
side-eyed him ever since the couch episode.
He's super weird, but you know what? He's awesome.
But he's always really good. Always.
Yeah.
Like consistent.
I agree,
you
man.
know his stuff is going to be entertaining.
I agree. All right, let's get to Saquon. More of what he said yesterday. So he was asked about the 2,000-yard thing. Did it last year. Looking ahead to the future. Here's Saquon.
Saquon, nobody's ever had 2,000 back-to-back. Does that become a goal for you?
Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. But I didn't go into last year with the mindset of rushing for 2,000 yards. Kind of just happened. I know I was able to watch a Football Life on Emmitt Smith, and he was big on like writing goals. And I'm a big believer in setting goals too. But for me, I kind of just take care of the little things first, and everything else that I want to accomplish, all the things you have to accomplish to become great. To create your legacy and to become a Hall of Fame player. I just try to focus on that, and the rest will take care of itself.
You know, John, one of the things I'm thinking hearing him talk, it is a shame he didn't get the chance to break the record in the regular season.
Wow.
Because he probably would have broken it.
I believe that. Yeah, it is a shame.
Because, he's not going to get any
Deep
votes
down,
for like...
he wanted that pretty badly.
Like
You
Sportsman
could
of the
see
Year.
it.
Who was Sportsman of the Year? Who the heck was it?
Was it Caitlin Clark?
Probably
I would say
Caitlin
a year
Clark.
ago. I don't remember if it was last year or not.
I think that was last year.
Yeah.
And she deserved it. I think she deserved it. But, I mean, we've talked about this before. For a football player, it's like you have to have 2 great years to win something like that. You have to win a Super Bowl, basically, and then like do it again for a whole nother regular season because of the way those votings. It's a little annoying. He did break the overall, though, Terrell Davis record, if you remember, in that Super Bowl for most rushing yards in a full season, regular season and postseason combined. Here he was yesterday and asked about his dad and then that record and their reaction. And here's what Saquon said.
How did your dad feel about the combined with the playoffs rushing record, having that instead?
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think, we really never got to focus on that because when it happened, I won a Super Bowl, or we won the Super Bowl. So we kind of just focused on celebrating the Super Bowl win and accomplishing that and really moving on right away from it.
So, he's right, obviously, because they won the Super Bowl, an hour and a half later. But here's the part that made it even more, it didn't get enough attention. It literally happened in the last play of the first half. It happened in a 2-yard run, and then the announcers are all right, Eagles are kicking the Chiefs' ass. We're going to break. We'll be back with the halftime show.
Nothing.
There was no. It's a shame. If it was like any other moment of the game, it probably would have had a graphic up on the screen. Like Saquon Barkley just passed Terrell Davis for the most rushing yards ever.
Were trying to recover from the ass kicking the Eagles were giving the Chiefs, and all of their storylines had gone out the window.
That's right. It was fast and furious, to say the least. All right, look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on the Saquon thing. Also up ahead, Ken Rosenthal, an interesting comment. We'll get to this in 1 minute about the Phillies and trades and something Rosenthal said. I thought important perspective. We'll get to in 1 minute.
If you're looking for the perfect gift for Dad this year for Father's Day, I highly recommend a Wild Fork gift card. I promise you, Dad will love it. A Wild Fork gift card won't disappoint. Whether Dad's a grill master or never cooks at all, Wild Fork's Forkies will help Dad select and prepare a steakhouse quality meal at home. Dad will be amazed by Wild Fork's huge selection of quality meats and seafood at unmatched prices, like USDA Choice Black Angus bone-in beef cowboy steak, only $13.98 a pound. Or how about a USDA Prime brisket? This prime beef brisket, mouth-watering, and it has generous marbling, and that fat makes it perfect for smoking on the grill. Dad will savor its tenderness and rich, beefy flavor when grilling or smoking this steakhouse quality cut of meat. But let's stay focused here. Father's Day is this Sunday. Head to one of Wild Fork's Greater Philadelphia retail locations today and grab a gift card for Dad. And while you're there, you can do a little shopping for yourself. Dad can shop in-store or online at Wild Fork Online for same-day delivery to his door. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
All right, Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. We got Devin, Seltzer, and Rhea. Wonderful to be with you. We're going to all be together at the Phillies game later today. You can win tickets. We're giving away 3 different pairs of tickets today, looking for the best answer for who or what is weird but good. Weird but good. 3 best answers. Whoever provides them will win a pair of tickets, and you can join us today. By the way, afternoon game, 105. So it's coming up in a few hours. We're going to get right back to the calls in a second. I know we're hopping topic to topic, but let's bring it back to baseball because Ken Rosenthal said something interesting yesterday on his podcast about the Phils and potential trade. You know, we were just talking about outfield and bullpen. He had already in this podcast referenced they could trade for a left fielder. He said they could trade for a center fielder. He said they could trade for a piece in the bullpen. And then he said this.
If you remember going back to the offseason, we talked about, or they talked about, maybe changing up the mix a little bit, doing something different just to jolt the team. And that's where the trade talks involving Alec Bohm came from. They never got that done for whatever reason. And it still seems that maybe this team, which is largely set, could use something from the outside that would elevate it. I don't know who that player is, but sometimes a deadline edition can have that galvanizing kind of force. And if they could go out and get the right left fielder, the right center fielder, that seems to me to be the kind of play that they should make.
You know, he's getting to a point to me that resonates. It's not just about the position and the player, but it might even be about the personality of the player and just changing. Like Jazz, I always have to be careful when I say this guy's name, Jazz Chisholm.
Why?
Last year. It's like when he went to the Yankees last year, it felt like it, you know, they got to the World Series.
They charged him up.
It charged him up.
Yeah.
When Dutch got to the Marlins in 97, like he wasn't Darren Dalton prime player, but he was Darren Dalton leader player. Sometimes you
Pudge
need
with the Marlins in 03 or whatever it was, yeah.
Yeah. It you know, it does feel like this. Devin, when you're down there, so I know they were on the road some recently, so these games all haven't been home lately, but do you sense off kilter? Do you sense different than last year? Like, what do you feel in that clubhouse?
So it's hard to say because it's so like baseball is just it's totally different from like being in the Eagles locker room, right? Because the Eagles also, I mean, Nick Sirianni also said it yesterday. Football is one of the only sports where they practice more than they actually play. Where baseball, they're playing a game every day. So when you're in the clubhouse, it's always, you know, pretty quiet, a little bit awkward. I did talk to Kyle Schwarber before Monday's game and kind of asked him, like, as a leader of this team, is this a moment where you are going to give these guys like a rallying cry? Like, are you the guy that's going to tell everyone to, you know, whatever the message is, step it up, whatever it may be.
Let me say the
homestand.
message real quick before you continue that story. The message should be,
Now you better get your head out of your ass.
I knew that.
Essentially,
I was going to predict it.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that we found the drop board now. 8:45 a.m. right on time there, Joe. But he basically was like, no, I mean, we have individual conversations. And I think that kind of sums up the overall feel of the clubhouse, where you don't really get this sense of urgency. I think that they're frustrated, and Rob Thompson admitted that, but they also know it's a long season. And I hate the saying, it's just baseball. Yeah. That's just baseball. But that's just baseball. Like, they're going through a lull right now. I certainly think they need at least one other player, whether it's a bat. You know, watching a guy like Kyle Tucker come in here from the Cubs, I think he's exactly the type of guy that the Phillies would need. I think they tried to get him, didn't land him. Like, they tried to trade Alec Boehm, so it's not like they're not trying to make moves. They certainly need some sort of spark, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think they need an outfielder desperately. And, you know, even when they had the best record in baseball, which I think was as recently as about 2 weeks ago, hard to believe. It wasn't long ago.
That's baseball.
Yeah, but they weren't doing it because of their bats. They were doing it because of their pitching.
Yeah. Starting pitching.
For
the most part.
They were doing it because of their... And the irony is the starting pitching really hasn't even been that bad the last 2 weeks. Now, it's not been as good. Luzardo was a disaster twice. Mick Abel last night was not good. I do think they're feeling the effects of no Nola, the classic no Nola, not the no Nola this year.
The calming presence.
Well, I mean, think of it
just every fifth day.
Put it this way, guys. The last 5 years, their three best players have been Zach Wheeler, Bryce Harper, and Aaron Nola. That's it. They've been their three best players for 5 years. I mean, the totality of those 5 years. And all three...
I don't think Aaron Nola has ever been on the IL the entire time we've done our show, Joe.
James, has he?
I don't think he's been on the IL his whole career.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time he's ever been on the IL ever.
Wow. The whole time I've been paying attention to baseball. I mean, like going back to 2016.
Yeah.
He's never...
He was incredibly durable
in this capacity ever. Not even a day. Not even a second.
And he never was this ineffective either. Because he had seasons where he'd be average, but he wasn't average this year. He was bad. First 2 months, he was bad. He had a couple times when he did okay, but for 2 months, he was bad.
And we didn't know if it was just like the beginning of the sunset.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
Does he need to be doing things differently because his body is now degrading?
Right.
Now he's hurting himself while sick. That's pretty degraded body-wise. Like, this is a guy who was a workhorse.
Yeah.
The ultimate workhorse, and now he's hurting himself while coughing, it sounds
Crazy.
like.
All right, let's get some calls in here. Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
No, we're good, buddy.
I don't know. Pretty good.
John, I had a chuckle when you were talking about your tiny little pee machine. I've just come through that myself.
Wow.
But it's important to remember that his bladder is about the size of a walnut.
Well, that's the thing. I've never had a dog this small before.
Well, maybe Ken wouldn't be able to answer your question. Richie asked me, do smaller dogs pee more than big dogs?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how old he is, but
he's 7 months.
Yeah, so
his bladder, and I don't know what kind of dog he is, but his bladder is probably about the size of a walnut.
He's a French bulldog.
And he's probably not strong enough to really hold it yet. So, rule of thumb is...
I think he doesn't want to hold it. I think he's trying to he's trying to show me who's boss by not holding it. He's trying to show his brother. No, I'm telling you.
He's a baby still.
Trust me, though. He is a baby, but he walks into his brother's crate on the bed part and decides to pee there.
Yeah, that's to
like while his brother's
his
watching him. Exactly. He's spitefully doing that to...
Well, that's him trying to show dominance to his brother. But, a dog is never going to deliberately do something it knows is wrong. So he just has to learn what's right from wrong.
Yeah.
And the rule of thumb is if he drinks water, within the next hour and a half to 2 hours, he's going to have
It's going to come out.
So,
yeah.
It's,
I just got to figure out how long I can hold off. And he really does. He really must have a tiny bladder and a tiny personality, because I think he should be a little bigger as a person, even though he's not a person, be a little bigger as a little more understanding. I feel like I'm at the end of my rope in terms of cleaning up after this dog. He peed on my bed 3 times. He
Well,
peed
brutal.
on the bed.
That's why I shouldn't have a dog. Ken, give me what you got on the sports scene.
Yeah, just one thing before I get to sports, John. 2 words: nature's miracle. I'm
Okay.
just going to.
Okay.
So on Jalen, very quickly before I get to the Phillies point. Listen, Joe, I think you're underestimating or you're disregarding the fact that whether it's throwing the ball, running, whatever, this guy makes 4 or 5 plays every single game.
He's very good at that. Yeah.
Even in games when they had 110 yards passing last year, like the Carolina game, there's still 3 or 4 critical plays that the guy makes to win the game.
He has third down conversions, often with his legs, sometimes obviously with his arm. He does churn the first down marker, and that makes a big and guys, the tush push is not an insignificant part of how they do what they do. And he's a big part of it, and he deserves credit for that.
Josh Allen couldn't convert it in the AFC Championship game.
And that's hard to categorize whether it's throwing or what category that fits into, but it's still important. On the Phillies, I have a Chuck from Cherry Hill stat for you. This team that we all believed and kind of accept as gospel is quote unquote built to slug. Has had 26 hits in the last 2 games, and 23 of them are singles. So we spent a lot of the offseason hearing people demanding more small ball, and they thought
maybe they should go back. Maybe they should go back.
Well,
I don't know that it's that simple, but maybe they should. They should.
If the team is supposedly built to slug. And they never slug, you can't win. I mean, it's as simple as that. So when you talk about what they need to do at the the trade deadline, there is not one move that this team can make to correct the issues that they have right now.
Yeah, but players can play better. That's what it's mostly going to come to. For all the talk about adding 1 or 2 players, let's be real. The main bulk of whether they're going to win the World Series or not is going to relate to about 10 players who haven't played that well playing better. That's the main thing.
Well, yeah, and it can't be. It can't all be on Schwarber and Harper.
Correct.
If he comes back. It's got to be on the guys that have never developed, like Alec Bowman, Bryson Stott, and Brandon.
I agree. Ken, I need an answer from you. Weird but good. Who do you got?
Well, I mean, he's not my favorite person, but he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and he is unequivocally the weirdest guy in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron?
Yeah. No, he is. He's weird but good.
So I don't know if weird's the right word.
Is he that good anymore?
Now? Not anymore, but he was good.
Has been.
That's what he said for a couple
He
of
did
months.
say he was married. Yeah.
He said it yesterday. I don't know that I'd call him weird, though.
Really?
He's pretty weird.
No, but I don't know.
So
He's a pain in the ass. I don't know that
he's weird too. The
You can be
ayahuasca
both.
retreats,
You
the
can be,
this
but-
and that. I think he's weird, dude. Hear him talk. I mean, the last thing he says is people shouldn't wear Bluetooth headphones because they wear
Right.
wired headphones because you're gonna get cancer or whatever. Like he's weird,
he's a weird dude.
He's a really
but
weird
Johnny
guy.
announced yesterday he got married.
Yeah.
A couple months ago.
I just don't know.
Him and Chip Kelly, the two, marriages under the radar.
You're right.
Oh, that's right.
But Chips was like years before that.
I've never seen anybody happier than Conklin than with the secret marriage. It was referenced in every bit, even when it didn't have anything to do with Chip Kelly.
Do you think Chip Kelly, Rhea, will ever be on WIP again?
Well, they're coming to town because he's the Raiders offense coordinator.
Boy, oh boy.
Let's try it.
Chip was...
Let's try and get him.
Seltzer, Chip or Gabe Kapler, more likely to do a WIP interview?
Oh, Gabe.
Gabe,
I
yeah.
mean, Chip,
Why would Gabe do it?
Because Chip's not a friendly human. Chip's not like a nice guy. You know what I mean? Like I told you, I worked for the team. Like I used to, so I've told this before, but I used to mic Chip up every Wednesday. He would do an interview with Spadero, and my job was to go up and literally run a mic up his shirt. I was like right in every Wednesday. Hey, coach, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. He would walk by the hallways and literally like look past me. Like I didn't exist. Like that was just the way he was,
Yeah.
So I think Gabe Kapler far more likely to say, sure, I'll hop on.
Yeah, I think that's probably
If
true.
I remember correctly, Merrill once told us that Bill Belichick is friendlier.
Wow.
Bill Belichick loves Merrill Reese. Like chats with him all the time.
That's something. All right, more of what Hurt said yesterday and Rob Thompson yesterday. We'll get to all of this and the calls. Reminder, 1 more hour for you to win tickets for today's Phillies game. Today's Phillies game, it's at 1 o'clock, and that is coming up in 5 hours. So you can win those tickets, but you can only win them if you call in the final hour or have a better answer from the first 3 hours on who is weird but good. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
John and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation for a little while now. It is beyond keeping my home comfortable. The thing that really strikes me, they've got amazing quality. They feel so secure and solid.
I know exactly what you mean. That's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers are true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap. They are extremely silent, but so considerate and talented at installation.
And it's no wonder they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 five-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They're not just a company. They are experts you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now and not worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, and no money down. Hurry sale ends June 30th. Do not overpay for windows. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Earlier, I mentioned the recent creation of the College Sports Commission that is charged with monitoring the new revenue sharing and NIL rules that kick in July 1st. So, where does that actually leave the NCAA? It will still have limited oversight on academics and organized non-football championships, but it won't be nearly as powerful and dreaded as it once was. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This Father's Day, give Dad something timeless, a luxury watch from Cozy Jewelers. Whether he's into classic styles or bold designs, Cozy has the perfect timepiece to match his vibe. And when you're shopping for something special, step up to the 5th C. That's Cozy. You already know cut, color, clarity, and carat, but Cozy brings it all together with unbeatable service and selection. So stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square and make this Father's Day unforgettable.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Jesus Luzardo looking for a bounce-back outing after 2 straight dreadful starts. Let's hope the tipping pitches theory gets corrected. Phil's looking to win the rubber match with the Cubs after falling to Chicago last night, 8-4. Phil's Cubs this afternoon, 1:05 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Eagles won't be back at work till late July for training camp. They obviously will have the tush-push to use again this upcoming season, which Nick Sirianni knows they'll have to get better at.
We're ready for, to be able to continue to grow that play, excited about being able to continue to grow that play and to continue, we got a lot of work to do to continue that success. It just doesn't happen. So the same work that we needed to put into it last year, we'll even have to be better because we know teams are going to focus on it to try to stop it.
NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at NovaCare.com to get back to what you love. Sunny, high 86, currently 75. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Yeah, Michael Jackson was said today as an answer. That could win. Big. Good stuff. All right. So let's go from MJ to MJ. From Michael Jackson to Michael Jordan and Jalen Hurts. And unfortunately, we don't get an extensive answer here because, or for one thing, Jalen's in the midst of answering a question and a reporter jumps in and kind of like cut off where he's headed. But anyway. Jalen Hurts was asked yesterday about, of course, part of this whole thing is going to be sustaining. He obviously finished incredible at the end of last season. So sustaining it, both him individually and the team. Here's Jalen yesterday talking about trying to sustain things.
Teams will obviously adapt to what he did last year. So I guess how can you guys as an offense kind of adjust to their adjustments?
James, I'm sorry. I told you the wrong one.
Poison, and so it's just a matter of going out there and execute.
My fault, James. I'm sorry. I told you. I guess I told you the wrong one. Looking for the first one. My fault.
Anybody, quarterbacks in particular, but anybody about the challenge of repeating, winning again, and if so, could you say who and what you've learned and what you want to try to learn about it?
Yeah, I answered that last time. I talked about my conversation with MJ a little bit, and just
it really
Derek Jeter.
So Jeter and Jordan. Now I wanted to hear a little bit more about the MJ thing. Yes, he did talk about it a few weeks ago, but I wanted more on that. And
you don't get a lot from Jalen.
No, but we got a follow-up question in the midst of an answer about Michael Jordan. I'm like, but anyway, he obviously could have then thereafter elaborated and chose not to and just went with, Jordan and Jeter. And it's a good group, though. Jordan and Jeter. Not bad.
MJ,
I like it.
MJ.
Yeah.
Just MJ.
MJ. That's first. That's not even first.
That level of familiarity is mind-boggling to me.
Incredible. Jordan's probably the number one athlete that you'd like to meet. Right? The guy's like a living god.
A consideration.
Pretty impressive for a mediocre quarterback, huh, Joe?
I didn't call him a mediocre quarterback. I called him a mediocre passing quarterback.
Quarterback is included in that, Joe.
Yeah,
your semantics is not
implied.
working.
All right.
Do you think Jordan's going to make somebody his brand, one of his brand people, if he's mediocre?
Jordan hadn't really done much in the last 25 years.
Okay.
He's made a lot of money, but
business-wise, I think he knows what he's doing when it comes to the shoe.
This Jordan guy. Now, who is he again?
This Jordan guy.
Yeah, this Jordan guy. No, it's pretty cool that it's beyond cool that Jalen obviously has that distinction. And yes, it does say something that Jordan shows him. Let's get to Ryan in Limerick. Ryan, good morning. Ryan, not ready. Let's get to Rob. He's calling from South Jersey. Hi, Rob.
Joe, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I called in yesterday, and I'm not trying to judge the Phils game by game, but I think we don't really have a choice at this point. Last night, I was ripping Bohm yesterday. Nice to see him get the 2-out single to take the lead. And then at the end of the game, when I turned it off in the 8th inning, I'm looking at the box score, and I see Taijuan Walker, Joe Ross, Carlos Hernandez, and I'm like, what are we doing?
Well, and it was close until it wasn't.
Of course.
And
I just look at this team, and I know we've been talking about it for a couple weeks now, but do we just overrate the talent and the roster on this team? I think we have. And to answer the question, it's a very tough question about would you prefer an outfielder or a bullpen piece, but I would lean bullpen only because, obviously we take both. I would lean bullpen because you have 5 guys, when healthy, in this lineup that make over $20 million a year, but they don't play like JT makes $20 million, Castellanos makes $20 million. I would say Trey, Kyle, and Bryce are the top 3 hitters on the team right now, and these other guys need to contribute, but it's just, man, in addition to the bullpen guys, you look at 7, 8, 9, and Kepler,
it's awful.
It's Whit Merrifield 2.0, and
I agree.
The other guys that they just can't play. And getting to the deadline, Philadelphia, we are. I think a lot of people admit we are a knee-jerk reaction city.
Mm-hmm.
I listen to you guys all the time after an Eagles loss. Oh, fire Nick, do this, do that. And most of the time I laugh. These people are it's just the way it is, and they got to calm down. It is not knee-jerk to say that the Phillies need to make a trade pronto. They can't. If you look at their schedule, Joe, they may not be in this thing on July 31st. They have a very, very tough schedule coming up.
Well, here's what I'll say, Rob. If the World Series were played this month, I would probably agree with you. Make a trade pronto, so to speak. But there is something to be said for they can play better. They will have good, outstanding starting pitching. Will probably keep them in a playoff position. They may not. Don't get me wrong. They may not. But it's not inconceivable that they starting pitch their way to greatness.
It's not, but I look at a game like last night where I really thought they were going to win, and 2 innings later, the game was out of reach against a good team, which they're going to face.
I know. And listen, last night was a classic example of not having enough good relief pitchers, and they just They didn't have any good relief pitchers
And
that
it wasn't
they used.
just the bullpen last night, Joe, because listen.
It was Mick Abel also.
The Cubs are his, he struggled with his command, getting out of but they are on a historic pace offensively, the Cubs. So you know that you got to keep up with them, which they were doing. After Bohm drove in the 2 runs, they went for 2 for 16 against the Cubs bullpen.
Yep.
That's just not good enough.
Look, the hitters are letting them down than the relief pitchers because the relief pitchers aren't supposed to be that good. Joe Ross isn't supposed to be better than Nick Castellanos. I mean, I need more from like 6 or 7 different hitters. And I agree with you. And you bring up Whit Merrifield because we don't bring him up much. It's like it's gone from Whit Merrifield to Austin Hayes. Yeah. Now, look, Kepler last night did hit a home run, so let's give him credit. But, let's be real. He has been horrendous. All right, Rob, excellent call. Give me who or what is weird but good.
Has anybody said Lady Gaga yet?
No. It's another pretty good answer.
Really great one.
Yeah. I mean, she's certainly... So is it an act or is it real? I'm just asking because acts are acts and
I
then...
think she's...
I think she's
pretty authentic. She's very creative.
She's a theater kid.
Yeah.
I mean, she went to like a performing arts high school.
Oh, yeah. Very, very cutting edge in terms of she's going to push the envelope art-wise.
She does. No, she's impressive. There's no question. All right, let's listen to Rob Thompson. The hitting thing just came up, and obviously it really, especially lately, it's been a lack of home runs and a lack of extra base hits, and I'd also say a lack of timely hitting because they have gotten guys on base, but they just don't drive them in enough. Here's Rob Thompson yesterday.
Without Price and Schwarber going through a little bit of a slump, where do you think the power can come from this lineup? There's been a lot of singles last week or something.
Yeah, a lot of singles. I think it'll come. I think we're just going through a stretch where we're not getting the ball in the air. We're not hitting the gaps. It'll come. There's more power in this lineup than what we're showing right now.
Baseball's a tough thing because, Devin, you brought this up earlier. So it's an everyday thing where the manager has to answer questions after every game. So I don't expect him to give a different answer than, like, it'll come, like, we'll hit. Because he's not going to say they're not going to. He's not going to freak out. But I will say, after all these years now, it's fair to wonder whether it will happen enough.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, I've been in enough pre- and post games just even this season, for example, with Rob Thompson to know that he says that, it'll come. Yeah. And I feel like we really haven't seen it happen for the lineup as a whole this season in terms of power. Like, we haven't seen them.
We haven't.
Hit the long ball and I know that we complained about they need to play more small ball, but now it's almost swung in the complete opposite direction, like I think a caller mentioned a little bit earlier. Would like to see some more home runs. Be nice.
James, is there a strategic shift that could be made to abandon what they've tried and just go back to being the inconsistent power hitting team?
Yeah, of course. The question is, and what I worry about is that a lot of these guys are entering their early to mid 30s.
Well, that's why I don't even know if it is, of course. I don't know that they even have it in them anymore.
They might not be able to. They can try to hit more home runs. They can try and launch the ball more, but I don't know if it'll be effective. That's the concern.
Let's go around the room. I'm going to give you 4 or 5 players. Tell me who you guys have the most confidence picks it up. The choices are Bohm, Stott, JT. I'm putting Castellanos in there. I know, James, you say he's doing okay.
Yeah,
he never walks. Castellanos, JT, Bohm, Stott. Forget the Keplers and all that. I'm going for the guys that are either high-priced or supposed to be young and good. Those 4. Most confidence they actually pick it up. John, who do you got? Those 4.
Stott.
Man, he is really low on my list. Devin? I'm going Castellanos.
Well, no, I don't even think he should be included in this because he's been one of the most consistent guys this season.
But he never walks.
He's batting like 280 or whatever.
But James, he never
I get it. I get it.
And his home runs are lame, meaning don't happen much.
Oh my God! Now we're critiquing the type of home run.
No, not the type. I'm saying the numbers. I'll look it up. I mean, how many does he have? 7?
Yeah, I was going to say 6 or 7.
I don't know.
There's only one with double digit, right? That's Schwarber.
Schwarber.
Yeah.
When I see Liam, I'm not saying the actual home runs. I'm
just
saying
the amount.
The lack of home runs. Anyway, go ahead. Who would you say?
I'm going to say Alec Bohm.
Well, to his credit, he actually has.
He has been. Yeah.
What's he got on base? 21 out of 26 games or something like that?
Yeah, he just hasn't been hitting for power. And given how tall, how large he is, he should be. And that's the frustrating part. So hopefully it.
Seltzer, what's your answer?
Well, Castellanos, because I think that he's been better than those guys, and I expect him to continue to be better. But there has to be more from Bryson Stott than this. There has to be. I don't think he's this bad. He might not be as good a hitter as we hoped he was going to be, but he's not this. He is a better bat-to-ball guy than we're seeing. I expect him to get better.
Okay, and let me just say this on Cassidy before Ray we get to you. So he's hitting 287, which is a nice number, obviously. But with the limited walks, his on-base is only 327. I mean, that's not good. And his home runs are 6. And we're past the third of the way through the year. He's not good enough.
I think it's just because everyone else has been so bad, it seems. But I agree with you. He has not been close to good enough for what they expect from Nick
he's
Castellanos.
Probably on pace for about 16 homers. I mean, all right, Rhea, what's your answer?
Well, I've very little faith in Bohm or Stott. And I think Castellanos has been fine. I just don't need him to try to go for second because he has 0 speed. I'll go JT.
Man, I don't even consider JT. I don't even consider him.
I expect him to be average. That's how little faith I have in this.
No,
the
I
other
understand.
two, I have no faith. I don't have a problem with Castellanos. I think he's been fine.
It's going to be interesting if Stott's on the team next year. He probably will be because they still control him and all that and try to turn the corner. But and he is good defensively and he's decent base runner and all that. But man, I mean, the lack of development. God. Ryan in Limerick. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, Ryan.
I just had a little comparison I thought of with Nola, giving him some time off. He's been a workhorse the last multiple years with the Phillies. But do you think that there could be any comparison with Brett Myers in closing the same year he did that?
Look, I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think the issue is he's got to get his arm right. And I guess it's possible, but it's not my main concern. My main concern is whether he gets good again. If he gets good, I think he can be a good starter or a reliever. My concern is not whether he can be a reliever. My concern is whether he can be good.
You think that would be this year?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, we've seen players at times hit walls in their career. I mean, Dale Murphy was cruising. He was absolutely, I'm going back 35 years ago.
2 MVPs in the 80s.
Right, well, he was spectacular. And he got to 398 home runs. And, the Phillies were getting ready to have he's about to hit his 400th home run. It's a big deal. And then he just got stuck at 398.
For forever.
He never hit, literally forever. He never hit another home run. And then they had to cut him. They actually traded him to the Rockies in the 93 spring training. And no one ever heard from Dale Murphy again. Some guys just hit a wall. And I'm not saying Aaron Nola has, but let's be real. It's going through all of our minds that there might be significant diminished returns moving forward. That this might just be the new norm, which would really be a shame.
And that's where if he were to go to the bullpen, he could use all that velocity just for one inning compared to 6 or 7.
I mean, maybe, but again, I
just can't imagine what that would look like. A different
I'm not
pitcher, a different version of Aaron Nola in that capacity.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
know.
My other thing is we're not winning the World Series with this outfield. It's just that simple.
Well, probably correct because I do think they will make a change. I don't think it's going to be this for the next 4 to 5 months. I mean, you just can't do the Rojas Marsh Kepler thing. You can't do it.
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving Harper back. He said he would go back out there.
I'll take frickin' Matt Vierling back. And by the way, I'll put Schwarber out there. People laugh at me. Use him in left field. Have a different DH. You could acquire any position if you wanted to. You could acquire any position you want. Guy could be the DH. You can do anything you want.
Do you think it's possible Schwarber got better at fielding?
No,
but he got better at batting?
No, but John, I have said, and I've said this for 2 years now, I'll take bad defense from Schwarber and better hitting from someone else as the DH instead of frickin' Kepler, Marsh, Rojas nonsense.
Phillies went the farthest in the postseason. version of the Phillies. When they had
Reese at first and,
when
Schwartz
they
and
had the
left.
bad defense and focus on the
Devin,
offense.
people act like I got 10 heads when I say put Schwarber in left field.
My bigger issue is him
Matt
getting
Beerling.
hurt out there than the defense. The
Right.
one time he played there last year got hurt.
You ready
That's
for
my
this?
bigger
You
issue.
ready for this, James? I'm ready to try.
No, you know what? I am
To
too.
get him hurt?
Not if
Joe,
it
I'm
gets him
fine.
hurt.
If it
Thank
gets
you.
a better bat in the lineup, I would do it. I'm with you now. Like they got to hit.
Because you could acquire someone else who can't play defense. Could be a DH.
It's not the ideal move I would make, but I would absolutely make it.
I mean, you certainly could. All right, Ryan, give me an answer. Who or what is weird but good?
Gary Busey.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a great answer.
Yeah, Busey was. So he died, right?
No.
No,
He's alive.
stop trying to kill him off.
No, Gary
You sure
Busey's
about that?
Yes.
Positive.
Yes, Gary
He's
Busey's
still
alive.
getting into trouble.
Would you
from
like to
now
bet
on.
before anyone looks it up?
No, because now I can tell you're too confident. All right, Salsa, what are people saying on YouTube? We get those comments and questions on YouTube. Talk to me. What are people saying
Okay.
today?
Let's start out with Rick, who's talking about the Jalen Hurts thing. He says, I think it'll go game to game. If we need him to run, they'll run him. I think each game will dictate what they do as far as Saquon and Hurts.
Look at that analysis.
Nailed it.
You know,
Good chance that does happen.
Who would have thought that there'd be strategy in football based on what's in front of you? But okay, fair enough.
All right. How about...
See how I just dismissed that guy's
Oh,
comment?
you crushed it. Great
It's
job.
just dismissiveness.
That jives with Bully-Proof Boxing, who says, Joe, Amy from Villanova has clearly not told you to shut up enough.
Well, she certainly finds the... No, it's my sister that finds the Jalen stuff. It just drives her nuts.
And she is correct. Shout out to Nancy. Kashif Miller says Herbert had the number 2 defense and all these yards and TDs in the regular season, but all of a sudden the playoffs, he doesn't have weapons, and he has 6 interceptions to 2 touchdowns in 2 playoff games in his career.
Look, he's had lame-o playoff performances. There's no question. And I don't think even in the regular season he's that good. I've never been that
I think
impressed.
he's so overhyped.
He is. He's overhyped. I mean, he's decent,
Well, people are getting out in front of this thinking that Jim Harbaugh is going to have a huge influence in the second year, and they're probably right. They probably are going to be a much improved team, and he will look like a much improved quarterback because he's got a better run game to support him, a better offensive line to block for him. All that stuff does help.
We'll see. I'm not a big believer. I mean, he's not that Jags guy. What's that guy's name? He's
Trevor Lawrence.
That guy stinks. I mean,
Do you have Jalen in front of him?
Let me tell you. I think Tanner McKee might be better than Trevor Lawrence.
Wow.
He might. James, he might be. I think Trevor Lawrence stinks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not very impressed.
Keep going.
KUC Express says, I need everyone today to be calling Joe out on his BS.
Nah, come on, man.
People don't like your Hurts takes.
Well, I don't like it. Think I enjoy this?
Yes.
I'm a human pinata for 4 hours. I know it irritates the audience. I'm not trying to irritate you. All I can do is tell you my honest opinion. It's my honest opinion.
I appreciate the
And
honesty.
by the way, people act like I say the guy stinks.
Yeah.
I got him as the 5th best quarterback in pro football. I mean, it's absurd.
But the problem is, it's like you don't see the other guys committing these errors, and so you think they're error-free.
I do see it. I mean, I just told you, I got Herbert below him. I got whoever below. Although Jaden Daniels, I'll say maybe better. I got to see the guy play more. I mean, he's
Jaden Daniels better than Jalen Hurts?
Absolutely might be. Might currently
I hate
be.
that. I hate that take.
And will become better.
I hate that people are calling Jaden Daniels elite already when he's played 1 season of football.
Well, it happens sometimes. It's rare, but it does
I will
happen.
say this with Jaden. I think the problem with him is he could get hurt more. He was hurt, last year because of his body type.
Yeah.
He's not as strong.
He's slight.
Skinny.
He's
slight.
slight.
Yeah, he's slight.
Yeah.
And the way he plays the game.
I'm amazed Lamar Jackson's lasted as long as he has, and he's had his injuries. But I
He's
was
more sturdy than Jaden.
You know what? I was next to him though when he was coming out of
Really?
college. I mean, I don't know how the guy's lasted. I really don't. All right, James, you got any more comments?
One more for John. Joe C. says, hey, John, Goliath had 4 brothers. That is why David chose 5 stones to go into battle with.
Wow.
I don't know how true that is, but according to Joe C. on the YouTube.
I don't know what any of that means.
So was his mother like...
we're back to
I don't know. I just said I don't know. I've not, Joe C. says that. Do you want me to ask Joe C.? Joe C. was
So
his
there
mother.
were 5 giants?
Wasn't Joe C. the name of Kid Rock's buddy?
I think so. I think so.
the little
I think
fella.
so.
Joe C.
I think so.
Yeah.
Rest his soul.
Yeah, he died
Rest in peace.
not long after that whole thing, and then he was dead because he wasn't a healthy guy.
Right. Right, yeah.
All right, time's yours and more calls up ahead next on 94 WIP.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, in white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with a simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers. So if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. They're true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful, handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Show the camera needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with a BetMGM network. Game 3 is tonight in the NBA Finals, and we have value on the board. After Game 1, Chet Holmgren stepped up with big 15 points in Game 2. Chet averaged over 18 points in the Western Conference Final, and he is only getting better against the Pacers. Holmgren over 14.5 points is my bet for Game 3. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
Small fixes to big upgrades. eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta?
Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge with Galaxy AI. Plus, we'll help pay off your old phones. Up to 4 lines for $800 each. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days. Visit T-Mobile.com/switch.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus, appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Toyota and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Toyota. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Del Toyota. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Del Toyota. Plus, with a Del Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Toyota with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Del Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale, or visit them online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Jack, sell them for less.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority. With 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. We are in the middle of a nail-biting series between Oklahoma City and Indiana for the right to become the world champions of basketball. It all comes down to these last few games of the season to see who will ultimately be crowned. 2 of the best young guards have been going head-to-head each game to bring their team to the podium to finally lift the coveted trophy. Who will be able to finish the job? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. But you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
It's time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Eagles will report to training camp on July 22nd. First practice July 23rd. Bird's also announcing that single-game Eagles tickets will go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. That is also when you can get tickets for the Eagles' only open training camp practice at the Link. That will be Sunday, August 10th at 6:30 p.m. Phillies Cubs close out their series with Chicago this afternoon, 1 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. And the Knicks have been denied permission for the Mavericks to speak to Jason Kidd about their head coaching job. They've now been denied by 3 different teams. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Sunny today, high 86. It's currently 75. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Gaga?
Yep, Gaga, yep.
Yeah. No, she's great. She never passed Madonna, though, right?
I don't think so.
No.
Maybe.
Maybe, but I don't think so.
I think quite possibly. I mean,
Very similar.
Madonna was so singular in her talent and appeal, and man, she was everywhere with the MTV, with videos, with all that. But Gaga has branched out even farther.
Well, more into movies.
Yeah. With the acting, her talent is so undeniable.
I mean, Madonna had some movies. I mean, she had the
League of Their Own, Evita.
Her ability,
Oh,
you're right.
she had at
her,
least 4 or 5
Her
big
ability
ones.
to stay afloat and pertinent was really amazing.
Oh, it was incredible.
But Gaga, she just keeps turning out. I mean,
Yeah, she's something. There's no doubt.
virtuoso performances, both musically and acting-wise.
All right, time's yours soon. Joe and Hugh, top of the hour. Reminder, Phillies afternoon baseball today. We're going to be down there as a show. You can still win tickets for today's game. You got to give us the best answer for who or what is weird but good. Best 3 answers today. Those people will all win a pair of tickets for today's game. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, what's going on, man? Eddie. Ed not ready. Let's go to Doug. He's calling from North Wales. Hi, Doug.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you? And ladies, how you doing today?
Doing well, Doug.
Yeah, all good, buddy.
Good, good. Seltzer, met you at the Goose concert. You were a lot of fun. I met you in the right before the
Goose.
concert.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yes,
they were
sir.
great, man.
Yes,
I had a
sir.
lot of fun with that.
Goose?
Yeah, it's a new jam band called Goose. They played The Man last summer. It was really fun. It was cool. They
That was
covered
fun.
No Rain by Blind Melon.
That was the best.
They
way.
covered In Your Eyes by
It's a
Peter
really
Gabriel.
cool
It was a lot
song.
of fun.
Yeah.
In
So
your
sweet.
eyes.
If you like
No
30-minute
rain.
jams, it's
Yeah.
got a little out of hand at some points. But
Okay.
hey, real quick on the Birds, I feel like they're going to start slow. There's going to be some getting used to the new system and a little bit maybe of a hangover. But I feel like once that happens, they're going to steamroll, and I think they're going to be fine. You know, I have confidence in Vic to put the new pieces together, and I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, Doug, I said
the Phil-
earlier, and I'll say this again, so fine's an interesting way to put it. My guess is they won't have home field advantage and will have to win in the playoffs on the road.
Yeah,
because
I
of their
would agree with
because
that.
of their schedule.
Well, they did
I
that
would
last
agree.
year.
Yes, but they never had to play a game on the road because Washington helped them out. I mean, I'm just
All right.
saying, that's my, I'll use the word concern, that, and Jaws brought this point up the other day, they could go 12-5, and that'd be a terrific accomplishment, outstanding, great, whatever you want to call it, against that schedule, but that's probably not a 1 seed, and now it's tricky.
Who's really good besides the Lions in the NFC right
Yeah,
now?
but you just someone will pop up. I mean,
They
we don't
always
know
do.
that for sure, but someone almost always does, especially in the
And by the way,
NFC.
the Lions lost both their coordinators.
Minnesota,
Right.
Yeah.
There's always someone, but don't forget the Lions also lost both their coordinators. So on the Phillies, I don't have a lot of hope. Even going into the season, I mean, sometimes the fans are right. And we said coming in, like, what did they do? Max Kepler, and a couple of, and Romano. And losing Alvarado really, I think, everybody kind of
huge
tried
problem.
to shrug it off, but it's clearly become a huge problem.
No, and listen,
so I'm
there's
not
no
feeling
doubt.
real great. Here's my only solution. Leading off, Kyle Schwarber batting second, Bryce Harper batting third, Mike Trout. If we can somehow make that happen, is that still possible, or is that really just not going to happen?
I would think
should
it's
stop
more
thinking.
possible now than it was a year ago because even though he's a year older, the Phillies outfield has gotten exposed.
Yeah, I mean,
to
they
the
need
point of
an
absurdity.
arm and a bat. They need an arm too. I mean, if they can get an arm and a bat and get Nola back to Nola, that's 3 additions.
Well, we'll
So-
say, Doug, give me who or what is weird but good.
I'm gonna say this guy's not he's not a put on. He's really weird and he's always good, and that's Jeff Goldblum.
You got it, man.
I love Jeff Goldblum.
All right, so Seltzer, the Trout thing. How good is he still? And how much money would the Phillies have to pay, and how much money would the Angels have to pay?
That's the big question. I have no idea.
How much money is
in
left?
terms of? So I don't know exactly, but he signed the contract right after Harper, if you remember. So about 6 or 7 years,
So like
somewhere in that-
$200 million?
somewhere in that range. Yeah, about 200 million. So it was over 400 million. So I would, it's all dependent about what you want to give up for him, what you're willing to take on contract for that type of thing. If they want to give up a better prospect, Angels take on money, all that. He's good when he plays. He just, he missed all of last season practically.
Well, he hasn't played much for like 2 or 3
and
years.
he's been
right?
hurt this year. He just came back. Like he just when he plays, he's very good. but he just never ever plays.
Will he do the Chris Long thing?
I don't think it has anything to do with that. Like, well, I mean, in terms of like contract wise,
The answer
Angels
is no.
and either give him like here's money back, take my money back.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be helpful.
So it's intriguing, though. I hadn't thought of it in a while because
I mean, he makes sense as a right-handed outfield power bat. Like it does. It's exactly the type of guy they're looking for.
What if the Phils would pay
Especially if he wants to give his
125
salary
million?
back.
Phils pay one. Well, yeah. Phils pay 125. Angels. I don't even know what the total is, but Angels.
Owed like
But it's also not just
million.
it's not just the paying it. It's the soft cat. The luxury tax thing, and them not wanting to go above in certain levels and all that.
He does check boxes though,
big time.
He sure does.
And
He
do
wants
they
to
stink
be
again?
here.
I haven't followed the
they're
Angels
bad
lately.
again.
They're
Yep,
bad.
Yep.
Well, does he want to be here?
Is he
he wants to go watch
Just because he
10 and
is
5?
an Eagles fan.
Oh, that's a good question.
Can he be traded without his
probably
consent?
is a 10. I don't know if he probably is.
Probably is.
Yeah, I would think he is. I'll check.
Yeah, he's I think been in the big leagues for 10 years. So he'd have to
Oh,
okay it.
yeah.
He'd have
For
to
sure.
okay the deal. Okay.
And
All
you
right.
know he would, don't you think?
Well, we don't know that he would.
We
he's
don't
well
know
over
that.
10. So
Yeah, we don't know that he would. All right, let's talk to Neil in Northeast Philadelphia. Neil, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Morning, team.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I think he's definitely in the prop time. Jaden Hurts, and with his running, it adds another element. Whether it's a push scoring touchdown.
Yeah. By the way, Neil,
And I don't
before
think
hold
he
on,
would
no,
have-
but Neil, before we keep going, next time you call, love your calls. You got to get whatever's in the background off. Is that a radio or a TV or humans? What is going on?
Here, I'll shut it off.
I don't even hear anything.
I hear it every call.
You are.
Okay.
It's
Joe,
so
who
funny.
hears nothing.
It's so funny. It can't hear anything, and yet he hears these little things. Like you'll hear, like we'll have a guest on. You'll be like, someone's typing in the background.
Yeah.
I'll be like, what? What are you talking?
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah, knock it off.
Sorry, I lowered it.
Thank you. No, not
Anyway.
lowered. Off.
Okay, off.
Off. Yeah.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay, it's off.
You hear it?
Thank you,
yeah,
Neil.
just didn't hear it.
All right, go ahead,
Okay,
buddy.
it's off.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, about the Phillies, I think bring up I think because I think Crawford got a quad injury right now. I would send down Wilson and bring up Raconis and ultimately bring up Crawford when he's healthy. So I would do that. And I wondered what your opinion of who already heard us earlier, Andrew McCutcheon, maybe for a deal.
Yeah, that's
the
another
outfield.
interesting name. He's 7,000 years
He
old. but
always gets hits when we play the Pirates. He always gets hits that
Wow,
seem to
McCutcheon.
help them beat us.
It's
I
another.
love that
it's a
idea.
reasonable name.
He's exactly what the doctor ordered.
He'd play left field.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
he would do. He'd play left field.
I like him a ton. I love his attitude a ton. I think that's the kind of guy who keeps it a little bit lighter, and that's what this team needs, man. They get too. It all gets
interesting.
too
You
wanna guess how
overbearing
old
at
Andrew?
times.
Not that I'm just
37.
38.
Yeah.
38 years old.
I don't
that's-
care
that's
how old he is.
old.
I love the fact that he's got a little something special for each
I love
guy as
Andrew
he rounds
McCutcheon.
the bases. Each
Huge fan.
coach,
Oh,
he's
he was
got a
awesome,
special
yeah.
handshake for each guy. He's the kind of guy we need.
And there was a point where he was the best player in the National League.
He won MVP.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he had a thing
He
there.
still has something nifty. He can always get something done. He's not going to make the dumb play.
He got the Pirates to the playoffs. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unheard of in modern baseball.
I'd
Neil,
love to go get him.
Neil, who or what is weird but
If
good?
it's available, because you mentioned her, but I think with her relationships and the videos, and like you said with the movies, Madonna, is she eligible?
She's eligible. Yeah. So here's my
I think
argument
she's
against.
less weird.
Well, yes, correct.
She's pretty weird, though.
She was kind,
but I think it was an act.
Yeah, it was more just a like a
Shock and
now
awe.
it's
Yeah.
not. But now it's not. She's officially weird.
I don't
Guys,
not
she's
as weird as some of the other answers. I don't know.
Wow. I agree with
She's
James.
weird. Really out there.
I don't think so. I think she was.
I
I think
promise.
she was. I think she was calculated.
All right. Well,
100%.
she's lost
You agree,
her mind
Rhea?
then.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then,
I mean, the
then
stuff
maybe
she
it's
did
all
on
the
MTV.
success. She's completely out
Well,
of it.
I mean, she's been hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions, for a long time. I mean, she was famous 40 freaking years ago, 45 years ago. All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours. All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, of course, is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Okay, saying Jalen Hurts is fifth in terms of quarterbacks after going to the Super Bowl twice, winning once, and MVP is saying that he thinks jackhammer.
Ooh. Man, people get so... It's like they get offended. It's okay.
It's pretty pathetic that in the last 12 Philly games, the most exciting thing that happened was the appearance of Sammy the Squirrel.
Well, yeah, there hasn't been much good.
Or bunts. I mean,
Yeah, I was going to say the bunts. That
couple
was the most
of exciting bunts.
Spectacular bunts.
Yeah, they were.
Joe, if you live to be 1,000 years old, you will not accomplish anywhere close to what Jalen has in his life as of right now. Super Bowl MVP, baby. Time's yours.
Yeah, and I don't rank myself in the top 5 of quarterbacks in pro football. So you're not wrong.
I'm batting 40 points less than boom. I'm not A-O-A-OK. I should be in triple A. Dot stink.
Yeah, he's not good right now. By the way, I could accomplish more than I think about it because I got that president thing.
Here we go.
What am I going to do? I mean, if I get president?
You're not going to be president.
If you get president.
If I had 1,000 years, John, if I had 1,000 years at it?
What are you talking
The
about?
guy said if I lived to
1,000 years.
The guy said if you live to be 1,000 years old.
Jalen Hurts has a lot better chance to be president than you do.
He does. He does. I agree with that. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and
But James,
complaints.
that's
got
as of now.
It's almost like you think it just accidentally happens.
What's
like the president.
No, it doesn't actually happen.
You said if I got president.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
I've told you guys the
If
path.
I just
I'm going to the
accidentally
House.
slipped into
Going to the House.
president.
I'm going to the House.
The amount.
Then I'm going to the governor's chair.
Time and effort.
Then the cabinet.
And money.
Then the president.
That is required
Yeah, well,
for what you're talking
Well,
about.
get ready to donate.
I don't have that.
Well, you got more than anyone else here. You play pro football,
I
bud.
don't have that.
Okay. Let's go to the phones. Actually, let's round out the Twitter poll questions of the day. We got 2 of them, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question for the majority of the season. How would you describe Jalen Hurts' performance in the passing game? Great, good, or mediocre? John, how do you think people voted?
Oh, good.
It does.
Yeah.
Which gets more, great or mediocre?
Great.
It does. So good gets 66%, great, which is ridiculous, gets 19%, and mediocre gets 15%. All right, second poll question. Which is more important for the Phillies to trade for, outfielder or relief pitcher? John, how'd they vote?
This is really, this is so rough.
That is a tough question, man.
I'm going to say outfielder wins just because we've been complaining for so long at that spot.
Relief pitcher won, 60%. Which is really saying something considering, I mean, we were 5 for 5 on outfield, but maybe relief pitching won because it was probably the primary reason why they lost last night. Is that a fair statement? And they had, a 1-run lead when the relievers went in, and then they lost by, 4 runs?
4 runs, 8-4, yeah.
And it was just a succession of, guy after guy just giving up runs. It was horrendous.
And it's just the nondescript nature. I mean, look, Carlos Hernandez.
Well, Rob Thompson.
I just don't have any confidence anytime he's in.
Neither does Rob.
Period.
Neither does Rob Thompson. But he knows there's another game the next day and the next day.
Yeah.
You can't. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. You can't, and they are really feeling the effect of No Alvarado. You can't use the same 3 guys every game.
Well, that's the
and
thing.
they're not even that good right now.
We're now to the point where we know when we're trying to win and when we're not, based on the relievers in the game.
And I would recall. I agree with that. And last night I would say it wasn't they weren't trying to win. Last night was I'm trying to hold on.
Yes. And it's
I'm
just
trying to hold
disheartening.
on.
It's disheartening that we're now delineating these things in such a way.
Tanner Banks feels like he pitches every day.
Well, and he's
been good.
He's the one
he's
guy.
one of the few guys. I don't know how he gets out. I watch
Yeah.
him pitch, and I'm like, I don't understand how this is not getting hit, but
It just
he's
feels
doing
like
a decent
luck.
job. Yeah.
It just really does. Like it's gonna come to an end in a bad way.
I'm getting ready to call up Lidge and Matson. Let's go, guys. You're like 55 years old. Come on back. Mike in Clifton Heights. Mike, good morning.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, best show. I love y'all's show.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I don't know how to feel about the Phillies, man. 1 week you're the greatest team in the world, and the next week, man, you're barely making the playoffs.
Yeah, this is pretty extreme. I mean, to go from the top of the entire league.
Yeah.
All of Major League Baseball.
Look, Mike, I'm going to give you the good news. All right. I still feel pretty darn confident. Not overwhelming, but pretty darn confident that they will make the playoffs. They have better starting pitching than I still think everyone in the National League. I think it will get even stronger as the season goes on. They are still in a playoff spot right now. A team like the Cardinals that are trailing them, not considered a great team. I think they're still going to make the playoffs. And I actually think, as irritating as the hitters have been, I really don't think they can be worse. I think they will, either stay the same or be better. I tend to think they'll probably be a little better. So I do think they will still make the playoffs.
And you know why you're so confident in that? It's because the potential. We know how good they can be. And if they just play like that, you will have no problems at all.
Yeah, I'd even use a different word. To me, it's not about potential. It's about pitching. It's about starting pitching. Look, if they didn't have this starting pitching, they would be screwed.
Exactly.
I'm serious. I mean, for real.
It's more about the bullpen, because the bullpen is that's the main reason why they're losing the game, in my opinion.
Well, it's that in the hitting.
It's cool, but
Yeah.
it's the bullpen.
Bullpen and hitting is really hurting them. All right, Mike, we got to start turning to real fast, my man. You can win a pair of tickets to the Phillies game today. Who or what is weird but good?
Blue cheese.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Blue cheese. Really great answer.
I don't like blue cheese, but it's a good. I get the
I love
answer.
it.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's a little weird.
Love that answer.
Okay, all right. We're turning too fast here. We're looking for a great answer. Gary, give me who or what is weird but good.
Real quick, he ranked Hurts ninth last year, and I had Gallagher.
All right, Gary, we got to move fast, my man.
Gallagher, he said. His answer's Gallagher.
Who the hell's
comedian
Gallagher?
with the
Guy who used to
watermelons, the
smash
hammer.
stuff. Yeah.
You don't know Gallagher?
Ain't famous enough. I
Yeah.
know,
He's pretty famous.
Andres Galarraga.
He did exhibition
Is that his-
art.
He's pretty famous, Joe.
Gallagher?
Yes.
Yeah.
Get a first name or a last name.
The one name guy.
All right, he's not good enough. He's not good enough to be a one name guy. Paul in Havertown. Paul, who or what's good but weird?
Pee Wee Herman.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
good.
for sure.
Yeah,
He was really funny.
yeah. Now again, I ding
I
guys
thought
a
he was
little bit
really
on
funny,
Axe.
but I was also in 5th grade.
Well,
So-
I don't worry about that, but Axe, I don't put as much stock in Axe.
Yeah, you want the real person.
Yeah,
I get it.
because you could say like
I think he seeed a tad strange.
a tad strange,
Paul
but not
Rubens
as
himself,
strange
yeah.
as Pee Wee himself.
Yeah.
All right. Look, a lot of big answers. Busey was good. The salt on fruit was interesting. To me, I come back to 3 megastars: Michael Jackson, Tom Cruise, Lady Gaga. I
Yeah.
think they're all super weird.
I love those answers.
I am certain that they are all greater at what they're great at than like Gary Busey.
Blue cheese
I love
is
Gary
pretty
Busey, but I agree with
great
you.
at being great.
Blue cheese is interesting, but not. I mean, salt on fruit. I really wanted to get Jermaine. I wanted to get you to this Phillies game today, bud, but I think your answer is just a little short.
Yeah, I think those 3 are the correct answers.
Because how great would it be, me and Jermaine for 9 innings on Jalen Hurts?
For you
Yeah.
guys, everyone else
sounds
it would be is great.
Incredible.
Be
Can't wait.
more entertaining than watching Luzardo give up 17 runs in the first inning.
He's not tipping his pitches any
no,
longer.
he bounces
We'll
back today.
find out. Couple hours.
All right, we go with that.
Yes.
Michael Jackson,
The
Tom
megastars.
Cruise, Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Congratulations to David, Sean, and Rob. All 3 of you have won tickets, a pair of tickets to today's Phillies game. Get ready to get down there soon because it's happening in a couple hours. Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, abbreviated show into the Phillies game. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Del Toyota. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our Summer of Shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The Reading Fightin' Phils are the AA affiliate of your Philadelphia Phillies and play at America's classic ballpark in Reading. An Our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. The Our Phils are home tonight through June 22nd. Celebrate Father's Day at the Reading Fightin' Phils this Sunday, when men receive an Our Phils Hawaiian shirt and all fans play catch on the field with Dad after the game. Enjoy the perfect Father's Day at the Reading Fightin' Phils this Sunday. For Our Phils tickets, order online at ourphils.com.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans or CVS and make the most of every moment. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight, the NBA Finals moved to Indianapolis after the first two games were split in Oklahoma City. The Thunder outplayed the Pacers for all but 0.03 seconds when the Pacers' Tyrese Halliburton uncorked his patented last shot magic to steal Game 1. It's probably a bit too early to say this is a must-win for Indiana. But I'll tell you what, it sure does feel that way. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Gilio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Broadcasting live today from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth at Citizens Bank Park. The finale today, the Cubs and the Phillies, as the Phils will try to bounce back after a loss last night. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. You know what? I'm still optimistic. I just want to say that because I know I'm probably get ridiculed and killed today. But it's
well, you thought we would be the I told you so people today? I mean, you did tell us yesterday the season was to turn around and saved and all that, and then last night was a dud.
I hear the sarcasm.
Okay,
in your voice.
I'm just saying. I went into last night expecting an easy victory because the season was saved.
I didn't ever say it was going to be easy.
And then we get rocked last night by the Cubs.
It happened late. You know, I guess if you look at a silver, you got to always kind of look at the positives.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, they were fighting. They fought last night. It's just, some of the problems that we have, they reared their ugly head.
Well, they did. All right, not a great night last night for Mick Abel. I think he was terrible, but he left pitches over the plate. The Cubs bashed him because the Cubs have a really good offensive team. And then the bullpen we know is a huge issue. I'm done. I'm tired of watching Carlos Hernandez pitch. I can't believe we haven't turned over that spot in the bullpen. We'll get to a lot of Phillies today. You can react to the game last night, an 8-4 loss. The Phillies have got a lot of hits, Hugh, the last couple of days, but they're all singles. They only have 3 extra base hits in 2 games. Meanwhile, the Cubs are slugging home run after home run. So finale today. We'll have leading off coming up in a little bit. Luzardo on the mound. It's a big start for him. But Hugh, yesterday we had Eagles mandatory minicamp, a one-day mandatory minicamp, but it was the first time the whole team was together. And let's start with this: perfect attendance yesterday, which is great news. Everyone there, and it's the last.
That's the first start to a good start of a season.
Absolutely, everyone was there practicing yesterday, and this is their last time together before obviously training camp starts in a little over a month here. And here, it's interesting because when a team is as good as the Eagles, coming off a Super Bowl, there is that natural question and natural thought of, can they do it again, and can they have the same both mental ability and physical ability to do it again. Mm-hmm. And Hugh, every time we've discussed the offseason, I have voiced some of the concerns I have of their ability to be as good again. But all those concerns I have are about the roster, right? Did they lose too much? Milton and Josh and CJ, GJ and Darius Slay. There one aspect of this team I'm not concerned about at all is a mental hangover after winning the Super Bowl. I think the Eagles are built, and yesterday's perfect attendance kind of added a little bit even more for me. I think they're built to sustain success. I think the Eagles are built to defend a championship mentally. I think they have the right people here, from the coach to the front office to the players, to come back and almost act like they didn't win the Super Bowl. Just go out there and try to do it again. All these players drafted from all these big schools, used to winning, whether it be Jalen Hurts at Alabama or all the Georgia kids. Like, they're used to having a season, going for a championship, winning a lot, and then bouncing back the next year and starting to climb that mountain again. Hugh, I am not at all concerned about a Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down? Is it inevitable that there is some sort of hangover after the Eagles won the Super Bowl?
I think so. Never won the Super Bowl. Let me throw that out there first for all those that you want to point that out on you people want to point that out. They want to remind me that. I mean, I've never won one, but I had a chance to talk to some people that did. Talked to Nate Newton this weekend, and we were talking about Philadelphia and Dallas and the differences of the two teams and everything. And one of the things that I asked him, because he did win a Super Bowl, is there potential for a hangover? And he said yes. He said, and when we started getting into specific players, and he told me to a man, he was like, I'm not really too much worried about Saquon because his work, he was talking about his work ethic. But everybody's not going to be on the same page. You're going to have some guys, and they might be the fringe players, it might be the peripheral players, that somebody's not going to be locked in. It might be a special teams player that, enjoyed the offseason a little bit too much, partied a little bit hard, didn't work out as much as he needed to work out last year. So there's the potential there to get off to a slow start. Now, when I say hangover, that doesn't mean that you have to stay hungover the whole season. It's potential there to get off to a pretty slow start or a significantly slow start. And, you have to fight to get to where you want to be. There's so many examples of things like this happening. The year that the Kansas City Chiefs won it the first year, they got off to a slow start the next year. Because the reasoning why that Nate told me is because the time to train is shorter because your last season was longer. So the time off you have isn't the same. Now, you get back to training, the rest isn't the same. All of these intangibles aren't the same. So there is potential there to get off to a slow start.
215-592-9494. Live at Citizens Bank Park today. The Phillies and the Cubs have their finale of the three-game set coming up later on this afternoon. We're starting with the Eagles off of minicamp, and yesterday, perfect attendance for the team. And then I heard this from Nick Sirianni. And, Nick Sirianni has gone through different waves of the way we feel about him, the way I feel about him, the way he's perceived across the NFL. Here's what he is now, though. He's a Super Bowl champion coach, and he's a guy that's been here now long enough to understand how the off seasons work, how everything works with his team, a veteran group, but a lot of young guys coming up, especially on the defensive side. I think Sirianni's thought process now, after coaching in his second Super Bowl, on how to sustain success was interesting. Here's Sirianni yesterday on trying to sustain what they've built here.
Really, I focused on sustained success, right? What were the common denominators of different coaches that I talked to, or players that I talked to, or Michael Johnson, other sports that that we talked to. That what were the common denominators of sustained success? And I think, without getting into everything, I think there's two sides of it. You want to always, the main thing is it takes what it takes, right? You're going to have to be able to work extremely hard, and you're going to have to be able to overcome adversity. And you always have to be right in the moment of where you are. I think, as I've done research and talked to these guys, and we've had an element of sustained success here as well. But you can have two ends of it, right? You rest on your laurels, you rest on your past accomplishments, and you're not here working, or you're looking too far ahead of how do we do this again? Like, we're focused on our process and how we get better every single day. And, if your process is right, then it gives you the best chance to win. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win, but it gives you the best chance to win.
Well, and I love what I heard there from Sirianni, like kind of what his focus was in the offseason. How do we sustain this now? And I just think they have the right people. Hugh, I understand your point about the schedule and the offseason, and it's shorter. It's shorter for every Super Bowl champion, right? Every team, both teams that make the Super Bowl, the winner and the loser.
And to that, with that being said, there are examples of teams that have repeated
and sustained.
Sustained it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look back the last 20 or so years at what teams did the year after they won the Super Bowl, right? We usually talk about the other side, like the Super Bowl loser thing, and that's been a thing over the years. It is difficult to get back to the Super Bowl after you lose it the year before. But winning it, what do you do then? You're the best team. Can you do it again? I mean, most teams that win the Super Bowl last 20 or so years, I mean, double-digit wins, 12, 13 wins, back to the playoffs. It's hard to repeat. We know that. I mean, there's very few Chiefs. There's very few Patriots. It's hard to repeat in the NFL. The Eagles are trying to do that now. I just think they're built for this. I especially like the mentality of some of their players. I watched Devontae Smith. I listened to him talk. I don't even know he's accomplished anything in the NFL by the way he carries himself. Right? Devontae Smith he's a worker. I think
quiet guy.
I think Jalen Hurts has some of that too. Where it's about the grind. Even A.J. Brown. We talked a lot about his Instagram post after the Super Bowl about he loves the grind. He loves the battle more than the results. I think they are built with a lot of guys that just want to play football and dominate, and I don't know how much winning the Super Bowl satisfied them. It makes me feel good about this summer. I feel like they're going to attack this, and they're going to be ready. Now, are they good enough to win 14, 15 games again? I don't know, right? We're going to see that in the fall. But if they fall short or they're not a dominant team again, I think it's more because they just lost a lot of good players. The schedule's tougher. I don't feel like they're going to have a hangover. I'd be surprised week one if we watched the game against the Cowboys and we're like, oh man, they were their heads weren't in the game, or they weren't all there, or they looked a step slow. That would surprise me. I'm not expecting any hangover from the Eagles.
No, I mean I hear what you're saying, but I think that there's potential there, and I always look at it like, like the year Jalen got his money, and I go back to that and I say, well, there's an opportunity there, or potential there, I should say, that he could get off to a slow start, and for the most part he did. It's just the way that. It could be the way that you practice. It could be the way that you install. There's a lot of intangibles that go into this. I think that the guys will be physically prepared. It's the mental aspect that might take a little bit of time to lock in. Because like I said, these guys' time is different now. They're doing things that they didn't do last year. Like, say, I don't want to mess up the name because if I do, y'all going to exciting white, casual whites.
They're not the casual
whites. Two mics and a white.
I think there's only two mics. Who's the white? They're both white. Exciting mics, Cooper and Reed.
See, and I was trying to make a point.
You have to apologize when we see the training camp.
I try to make a point.
At this point, you're going to have to apologize.
But
that was so bad.
Point is,
two mics and a white.
The point is that their time is still different. You're like it's just different,
sure.
and the mentality is different. That's the biggest thing that I focus on when I think about this. Okay. Because going into last year, we know Saquon Barkley works his butt off. But last year, mostly Saquon Barkley's why was to prove to people that he was that dude, that he was him.
And he did it.
And he did that.
Right.
So now his focus is to sustain being him. It's almost like, have you ever seen the cartoon Afro Samurai?
I haven't.
Well, Afro Samurai was going around and he was trying to find the number one headband, right?
Okay.
So he was fighting all these other guys. He had to fight him in order to get to the right to be the number one guy, to get the number one headband.
He needed to reach the mountaintop?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah. So when he reached the number one guy, he got complacent a little bit, and he lost the headband for a little while. So he had to get back on his grind.
So he lost the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, so he had to get back on his grind to get the number one headband back. It's kind of the same thing.
I understand it. I never.
Yeah, you never seen Afro Samurai?
I'm gonna search it right now.
Yeah, because it's really good. It has Samuel L. Jackson in it, so yeah, it's really good.
When did it come out? Like
about 10 years ago?
Oh, it's not that old.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll check it out. 215-592-9494. Is a Super Bowl hangover for the Eagles inevitable? Hugh thinks it is. I don't. It's like the one thing I don't worry about is their mentality and where their focus is. If this was a young team, and they are young on defense, but if they were a team kind of that came out of nowhere, right? That happens. A team wins a Super Bowl kind of out of nowhere. Let's say Cam Newton's Panthers team, which they were all right, and then they just went 15-1 and got to the Super Bowl. They lost their Super Bowl, but they got there. Then I'd say, are they really built to sustain success? And that particular group I mentioned wasn't. The Eagles are built for this. They're built. They've been very successful since Sirianni got here. Hurts obviously is a winner and has won every step of the way. I'm not worried about a hangover. 215-592-9494 to hop in. Kyle, what are you feeling here as the Eagles have perfect attendance day one of minicamp? You got our guy, Nick Sirianni, talking about studying sustained success. Do you believe that a hangover is inevitable?
Well, I don't believe really in the Super Bowl hangover in general. I think it's kind of a myth. I believe in regression statistically. I just think if you're at the top, it's probably more than likely that you're going to fall back toward the pack a little bit. And I get the Eagles came off of this a couple seasons ago, 2022, going to the Super Bowl, losing, and then coming back. And I mean, I know the team started hot the next year, but ultimately they collapsed and they fell apart. I think that kind of thing is just likely when you have as many changes as you do. And, the fact that they did win the Super Bowl means that some of their players get more highly valued and it becomes harder for you to retain them. But I don't know if that's that's not a mental thing, right? I just think you end up losing pieces on defense. There's a lot of new young faces for Vic Fangio to have to integrate into the team. And they have a new offensive coordinator, and we've seen, what the quarterback and what the offense, specifically the passing offense, looks like when Jalen Hurts has a new coordinator. So I don't think it's a mentality thing. I don't worry as much about the mentality as you do. It's just I think some of the symptoms are there, the signs are there for them to, maybe start the season a little bit slow and maybe take a little bit of a step back. Look, they could still end up one of the best teams in the NFC, if not the best. But I don't think it'd be crazy with how tough the schedule is for them to start the season 3-2 or 2-3. I just think that's a likelihood in general, just because the nature of everything that happened.
215-592-9494 is a Super Bowl hangover inevitable for the Eagles. Minicamp, one-day minicamp in the books. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middletown starts us off, fresh off his trip yesterday to the Chesapeake Inn to see the afternoon show. What's up, Chris?
Happy hump day!
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Another beautiful day at the Chesapeake Inn. I got dressed up especially for the occasion. So
you see Chris's shirt he was wearing yesterday?
I did see it.
Yeah, it was Fritz, over the camera for the contest.
Yeah, I did see because it was like the Dallas,
yes.
you see it on the
Uh-huh. Yeah, good time had by all. Guys, let's jump right into this Eagles debate, and then Mr. Douglas, I'll finish with you today. The Eagles will absolutely not have a hangover this season. Listen, Jalen, we know his personality. He's not a guy that's going to rest on his laurels. We know he's going to go back to the lab. His personality is totally fueled by the naysayers like Spike and the aforementioned Fritz. Saquon, there's nothing about that man that says he ever relaxes in his life. He's going to just continue to do what he does in his career. He's going to put the work in. Our offensive line, Joe, our offensive line has been year over year one of the best offensive lines under Coach Stoutland, and I have no reason to believe that's not going to happen again. Our D, is what maybe we worry about a little bit, is clearly led by a great defensive mind in Coach Fangio. And he's going to have these players, again, take the next step to his scheme, in particular the young Thundercats. Sirianni's message has still not gone stale with this team. I think one day it will, so I still expect them to play with a chip on their shoulders and be what he wants them to be. And remember, guys, this is the thing that I think we sometimes lose sight of. We think, hey, they're going to rest because they think they've reached the peak of the hill. Well, they have in terms of winning a championship, but not in terms of history. So if they win and go, what, guys, back.
And it's not easy to go back-to-back.
It's hard to go back-to-back, man.
It's not. But if they do it, it's NFL history. They will be the first Eagles team to go back-to-back Lombardis. So I think that that's a little extra fuel. With this character base that they have here and group of players. Now, men, on my way out, I do need to address something. Hugh?
Yes.
Get him,
I need
Chris.
you to not look at your phone right now, all right? So, Joe and Kyle, we told you so yesterday about the Phillies.
We tried.
And we, Mr. Douglas, we just gave our analysis, and the only thing you heard is what you wanted to hear. And I don't know what more we could have told you, but, guys, the only hangover we're experiencing in the city right now is from watching the Phillies. because these games are brutal. And you know what, though? I saw something positive on this show, and I saw a person, a character emerge that I haven't seen in a while, and I think it's because of these here Phillies, and it was absolutely enjoying to hear him back on the air. When he had a call yesterday with Mr. O.G. Wade, welcome back to WIP, Joe E.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. Chris was all over the place there, trying to spell Joel. Struggling there.
Talk about inevitabilities.
Looking at your phone.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen Joel in a while.
He emerged.
You caught it right away. You're like,
oh,
Joel's back.
I was like, no, because you was bouncing around.
You know why?
Oh, heck.
I think Chris is right. It wasn't OG that got. It was the Phillies. That was my frustration of the Phillies at their slap hitting style, their crappy bullpen. By the way, they DFA'd Carlos Hernandez this morning. Thank goodness. When I watched last night and I saw it was his 25th appearance, I wanted to vomit. 25 times we've had to watch that guy pitch this season. He stinks. He's out of here. DFA'd Mercado up. Anyway.
Was anything more inevitable than Chris butchering one of those chants one of these days?
It was so inevitable.
It was coming.
And we did try to tell you about
that. Was a disaster.
You were on your high horse yesterday saying you had our Phillies reporter Devin Caney saying that you're one of the Phillies authorities around here, saying the team was back after a slipshotty win on Monday, and they go out there last night and they get blasted.
But it took a while for it to happen. They fought.
What does that mean?
I'm just trying
to
find
a silver lining in
all of this. I'm still optimistic. I think today,
it's great.
Even though, I went to some baseball higher ups and I asked them how they felt about today, and they were like, they got to get out of this. I'm still optimistic. I'm still taking the Phillies to win today, and it just felt like. And you know what's funny? As soon as that came out of my mouth, because I believe that, but as soon as it came out of my mouth, it felt like I might as well just give them my $2. Just might as well.
Well, you've been doing that every day.
Doing my $2. I'm still betting on the Phillies, though.
Well, you can.
I'm betting on them to take this series.
Okay. We'll put together a.
I hear you, Kyle. I can hear you. Yeah.
Well, you heard big fans here. That was fake news.
Fake news.
Well, I mean, you told everyone yesterday you're the trusted authority on baseball, and then
I don't recall saying it like that.
You alluded to it.
Well,
you alluded to that being the truth.
I admit that I was peacocking a little bit.
Thank you.
I admit that.
Yeah.
But I don't recall saying that I was the trusted baseball authority. I don't remember saying that.
Well, you put yourself over some real baseball people. You dismissed Seltzer's baseball knowledge. You put yourself above him.
I was exuding positivity. Okay. That's a big difference. And I will still do that. I will still carry that banter, even though it is heavy than a mofo right now. It's real heavy to carry that banter. And I know I'm going to probably get a whole lot of beer cans or whatever thrown at me if I was out there walking with that banter.
You better be careful.
Yes, but I'm going to do it because it has to be done. It has to be done. As bad as this looks, and it looks bad, I still will remain positive that this team will figure out a way to get out of this.
I hope you're right. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I hope you're right about where this thing is headed and that we will look back on a couple nights ago as a turning point. Last night, not so great. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop over. We're live today at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies Cubs coming up in a little bit. All right, coming up, you're going to hear from Nick Sirianni and Saquon Barkley what they said yesterday about trying to do it again, replicating success, sustaining success. I don't think a hangover for this team is inevitable at all. I think the Eagles are built mentally to sustain success. It's what the organization is. I think they're built way better for it now than they were the last time they won the Super Bowl. That year from 2017 going into 18 with the Wentz Foles thing, Doug writing a book. I mean, they were an older team. I mean, that really wasn't built to sustain. This
Doug
one
was
is.
On his way out, though. Doug, I mean, no excuses, but Doug.
Listen, you got to strike while the iron's hot to write a book.
I mean, he was like, hey, man, you got to do what you got to do.
I get it. All right, 215-592-9494. Hugh thinks a Super Bowl hangover is inevitable. Where do you come down on the Eagles? We'll get to some Philly stuff as well. We got a call in here who's got beef with me. I'm saying there's.
Oh, he got beef with you?
I don't know why. All I'm saying today is they are built to sustain success. Hangover.
I might survive this date, and if the first call that we get has beef with you.
Well, he might have thought it was Joe saying that they were going to have a hangover.
I might dodge a few bullets today.
That's because everyone knows you're a lost cause when the Phillies. You're peacocking around thinking they saved the season, and they got blasted last night.
I just find it fascinating.
It's your fault.
I sat up here, and I exuded all this positivity, and they get their butts kicked yesterday.
It's your fault.
But you get the heat.
It's your fault.
This is a great
This is
place.
useful. All right.
This is a great place to be.
215-592-9494. Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Breaking news.
Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack, that, of course, but more time with your significant other, more private time. That's right, more time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers. Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage, while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
With Target, this Father's Day will be epic. Get up to 30% off gifts for dad. Plus, buy one and get the second one at half price on games, books, music, and more with Target Circle. From stylish apparel and top fitness gear to amazing games and Lego sets, you'll find the perfect gift for him, no matter how he dads. Now through Father's Day, save up to 30% on select gifts for him. Plus, buy one, get the second at half price on games, books, music, and more with Target Circle. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is. Beautiful day for a bounce back.
Well, yeah.
Beautiful day.
Tell me, is it happening today?
I'm being optimistic.
All things are fine.
I never said it was fine.
Turned around on
I never
Monday
said
night.
it was fine. But you do, at some point, you get tired of the status quo. You get tired of, turning on the radio and hearing folks talk about how bad you are. I mean, this is a good baseball team. I don't think anybody denies that. They have their flaws, but they're still a good team, and they just need to figure out how to fight their way through.
Well, they're struggling right now, and we'll get leading off coming up in a little bit. There's a lot of issues, right? The bullpen's an issue. They DFA'd Hernandez.
It reared its ugly head last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that the underbelly of that bullpen is not good. We've known that for the entire season. And the offense right now, Hugh, is becoming its own issue. Because although they've put some hits together the last 2 nights, but there's no pop. I mean, they had the home run. Yeah, they had the home run to Kepler last night that hung up there and got out. But for the most part, there's no extra base hits here. And the Cubs, you see the difference. The Cubs are slugging the first 2 games of the series. The Phillies are not. We'll get to more Phillies, including the latest on Aaron Nola coming up. 215-592-9494. The Philadelphia Eagles. That's a team that has far less issues than the Eagles. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. Minicamp yesterday, perfect attendance. And one thing I don't worry about at all with this team is some sort of hangover. I think that's one thing. I check that box. They're going to be fine there mentally between Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Saquon. I think they're in the right spot to sustain and try to do this again. Hugh is worried, though, about a Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Let's hear from Sirianni yesterday at minicamp before practice, talking about his team and his star players and the idea of trying to do this again.
As long as I'm the head coach here, I'd always want Saquon Barkley on this football team. Obviously he means a lot to this football team and as a player and as a teammate.
What have you noticed about, the way Saquon has kind of attacked the offseason, the condition he's in and everything after having such a huge load last
The way I visioned or saw him attack last offseason. That's what's great about this football team is, you see the same humbleness and the hunger that I saw going into the last season, and that's, Saquon, that's all the players on this football team. They're working, and we've had a good offseason.
So Sirianni there speaking specifically about Saquon Barkley, and from his perspective, Saquon attacking this offseason just like what he saw last year. Like that is refreshing to hear that he sees that in the building, because one thing we've noticed, Saquon is a lot busier, right? He's a lot more visible this offseason, and I get it, right? He won the Super Bowl. He was maybe the best player in the NFL last year, certainly one of the few best players in the NFL. This is his moment, Saquon. So we've seen him everywhere, doing everything, and that's cool, but I like to hear that, hey, that work ethic, it's still there.
And you know what? It's funny because we have boots on the ground, so a lot of times because we're so close to everything, we don't get to see everything. So it was refreshing to hear somebody who's not in town that had a different vision of Saquon. Like I said, I was talking to some guys this weekend, and they talked about they weren't worried about him because of his work ethic. So, yeah, that's the one guy you don't worry about, but it takes 53. To get to where they got to, because you talk about the contributions of Jalix Hunt. We talk about the Cooper DeJean and those guys. So everybody has to get on the same page. It's no doubt in my mind that they will eventually get on the same page and get this thing on track for we can be in position to repeat. But there might be some room there for a little bit of error early on in the season.
Let's hear from Saquon yesterday. He took the podium talking about where he's at in the offseason he had.
Was that hard for you to kind of let your body rest? Probably, it seems like more so than you have in past years.
No. It wasn't hard because everyone that I trust told me basically sit down for a little bit. So in past years when I was younger, you think like, oh, someone's getting better than me, or like I'm relaxing and I see Derrick Henry running hills, or I see Christian McCaffrey posting something. Like the old me would be like, oh, I gotta go. I still have that competitive nature, but 2 completely different seasons. So just listen to everyone, and when it's time to go, I've been going, and when it's time to back off, I've been backing off.
That's an interesting perspective. Like he basically said, the way I read that was, he changed his workouts this offseason because people told him, hey, after all the work you had last year, maybe you got to be smarter about how you work out, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily he's obviously going to be in good shape, but seemed like he changed a little bit to try to keep himself fresh after last year for a whole new season.
Yeah, and that's important. I think that's important. And the one thing that has changed from the time that I played, you have more resources to be more in tune with your body.
Right.
And it feels like, him in particular, he's in tune with his body. Probably the healthiest season that he's had in a long time. And not only that, the most successful season that he's had in a long time. And I would not doubt, like we talked about it, how all of a sudden you're in Hall of Fame consideration. And that's probably a dream that he's had his whole life. So he's approaching this differently because he's looking 2 or 3 years ahead and knowing that if he can string together a couple more good seasons, that conversation is being had about Saquon.
Well, there's no question. Yeah, he does it a couple more times. I think he's going to go to the Hall of Fame. 215-592-9494. I also think it helps Sirianni. It helps Hurts. They already did the Super Bowl thing, and you could say had a hangover in 2023. They know how to – they've done this, right? Like sometimes the team goes to Super Bowl. They don't know how to handle that long playoffs, short off season. We just did this 2 years ago. Like they just were in the Super Bowl and experienced life after Super Bowl. This time they get to experience as a champion. I'm just not concerned about it. Tyler in Delaware's got beef with Hugh Douglas. What's up, Tyler?
Yo, good morning, Joe. Good morning, my dog, Hugh.
Good morning, Tyler. Get him.
And good morning, Kyle. First of all, Hugh.
Yes.
With the amount of cachet that you have, all right, being the Eagles great and being a former player, why can't you talk to somebody in upper management with Buc-ee's and bring a Buc-ee's closer to this area.
The closest one just opened in Virginia.
Come on, Hugh, get one closer.
It's one in Virginia.
No, I agree with him. This is your fault.
Why can't you bring one in either Maryland or Delaware or PA with your kind of cachet? You could be sponsored by them.
You know what the funny thing about Buc-ee's is? For whatever reason, most Buc-ee's that I've been to have always been on the outskirts of a major city. Like there's one in Canton, Georgia, that's like, 30 or 40 miles outside of Atlanta.
So they're not really up against the city.
They're not up against the city for whatever reason. I don't know if that's because that the competition with the local gas stations or whatever. But I've never seen one that's right up. It's always on like long treks.
But there's enough rural spots in Pennsylvania and Delaware and Maryland. They could find a spot.
Well, I think the closest one it's in Virginia, and I don't know where it's at. And I think it just opened because remember, when I was planning my trip, it didn't line up because it wasn't going to be open when I took my trip. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, the one in Virginia should be open. But it's the 30th of this month.
Yeah, but I think Tyler wants one even closer. And this is on. I don't know. I agree, Tyler. This is on Hugh Douglas.
I would love to have a Buc-ee's somewhere close.
Excuse me?
A Buc-ee's. Because technically, I got to show you the TikTok, Kyle. Or the guy that
I don't know if I don't want to see that.
He calls it Buc-ee's with a lisp.
That's.
You say I be drinking. I love my Buc-ee's.
What about? Dude,
stop.
Stop. Please stop.
What? Buc-ee's.
What? Eagles.
All right,
What about the
that's
Eagles?
more than enough. Go ahead, Tyler. Cut Hugh's mic off.
So I'm never going to view Buc-ee's the same after you called it Buc-ee's.
I know.
Look,
I know. This guy is unbelievable.
Hugh, I got points for you and Joe on both the Phils and the Eagles. With the Phillies, Hugh, why should I, as a fan and as somebody who enjoys being a part of and listening to y'all's show each and every day, what gives you the confidence that this Phillies team, after we just watched them for the past 10 games, go out there and not have any pop, not have any swagger? What gives you the confidence that we're going to see something different out of this team today or in the next series? When just seems like this team needs a jolt.
What gives me confidence? Because I feel like, like if Bryce Harper was in the lineup, I think that they actually care. Like, it's a love-hate relationship with the fan base. I get that. But at the end of the day, man, there's nothing like being here and feeling the love and the adulation from this crowd. And I'm going to use a point that Joe made yesterday because he said something about they won the game in the 11th inning yesterday.
Yeah.
And that crowd in that small window of them winning that game, this place was different. Now, early on in that game, and I think was it Mike Angelini or somebody at the game yesterday? They were talking about the crowd, and they said it was bad up until that point. That's the beautiful part about being here in Philadelphia, man, is that even though this fan base can be very, very rough, if you put forth the effort, man, and you turn this thing around, they turn around quickly. But the flip side is if you playing bad, they turn around quickly on that side too.
Of course.
But that to me, that's the beautiful part about being here, man, and that's the part that you want to keep going. You want to kind of keep that going. So that's why I feel the way that I do. Because today, as nice as today is, if they come out here and win today and play well, while Joe's laughing at me, things will change.
I'm laughing not because there was a wonderful set. It was a filibuster, though. I mean,
I knew he was laughing. No.
It was a wonderful sentiment. You got the whole town feeling like, yeah, but we forget is they can't hit for any power, and the bullpen stinks right now.
The bullpen, like last night, reared its ugly head.
Yeah,
that was
I really think there's a lot of issues right now, Tyler. The biggest one for me is there's no pop coming out of the lineup. It's just so hard to score consistently when it's just singles. It's hard. It's almost like a football team that has no explosive plays, or NBA team that only makes twos and no threes. Tyler, it's just hard. Like the Cubs are bashing the ball over the wall, and we're trying to single our way to wins here.
And that is where I could not agree more with you, Joe. This is what was so troubling in the offseason is that even guys who are supposed to be boppers of the ball, aren't hitting for power. They're not getting on base. I mean, if you just get a whole bunch of singles, but then you don't move runners, you're not putting runs on the board. And it's so frustrating to see that it's just the same carryover of just being stuck in a rut. You need to have some sort of shakeup where guys got to understand, like, yes, to your point, Hugh, we are a supportive fan base as a whole, but you get paid to perform. You know that from playing in the league for as long as you did, that your performance matters. So when the performance suffers and it's just running the same lineup out there day in and day out, I get there's no Bryce, but other cats, since there's no daycare anymore, other cats have to step up and fill that role. And that's where my frustration and why I try not to get too over the top, because until something changes, it's just like the status quo. You start getting into the same purgatory of not performing, where you can't just wait for Bryce to come back to expect results. You need to put guys in a position to be successful. And when you got a young guy like they just brought up in Kemp, you want some of that life and some of that youth to inject some of these older guys like a Bohm, like a Stott, like a Marsh, where your 6, 7, 8, 9 hole guys aren't hitting worth a lick right now. And
no, they're not. And they're not getting enough out of the top to go with it. I mean, Schwarber right now, Tyler, is in a slump. I mean, we all expect June Schwarber, but Schwarber, it's not been what we expect. And the whole, speaking of the home run thing, just for a second, so the Phillies have now fallen to the middle of the pack in home runs, like across baseball. Mm-hmm. But I think when you factor in they have Schwarber, it stands out even more. Like, they have one of the top home run hitters. Schwarber's got 20 all by himself. They only have 60-something as a team, which means you add everybody else up. There's just not pop. And obviously the guy that's second on the team is Bryce. He's not here right now. They just don't have enough pop. So, Hugh, it just feels like it's going to be hard for them to sustain winning. Like, they're going to win games here and there, right? They're not terrible. You said it. They're still a pretty good team. And they have really good starting pitching. But if they don't hit home runs and the bullpen's not good, feels like there's like a limited way they could win the game, right? Like, it feels like it's got to be low scoring and their starting pitcher has to dominate, and they got to hope the bullpen is good that day. It's hard. Like, it's just hard for me to imagine the way they look right now, they turn this around and win 10 out of 12. Like, maybe they win 7 out of 12, 6 out of 12, and we're not panicking. But, like, when is the next win streak coming, considering the way they look? That's what concerns me.
You know what? And to your point, that's kind of how I looked at the game last night, because it was a little back and forth affair until we got to that 6th inning.
When the Cubs started hitting home runs.
They started hitting home runs because they were trying to play small ball, and they were trying to fight and stay into it. But unfortunately for us, our power outage really didn't help us out when the Cubs started hitting the ball out of the park.
Yeah, it's like the other teams in baseball, right? The good ones are playing they're playing a different game, and like
they have the ability to switch to do what they need to do to win.
Like, the other night was fun, right? The way they won the 11th inning, but it felt that's not sustainable. You're not going to bunch your way to wins over teams like the Cubs. So, look, the Phillies have, and hopefully today Luzardo bounces back. They have the starting pitching to keep themselves hopefully afloat while they wait for reinforcements, or their guys get hot, or they get Bryce back. But it doesn't feel easy right now to get any wins over good teams. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to Aaron, who's up on WIP. Hey, Aaron.
Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Good morning, Aaron. What's going on?
So, guys, I think it's time that you guys gave the young Padawan, Kyle Quinn, his shot.
In terms of what?
I'm proposing a Kyle Quinn, Jalen Hurts minute where when Kyle loses his mind, it is pure radio gold. I think you guys got to give him a shot.
Well, I think that happens daily on the show.
Kyle takes his shot every time he cracks that mic. I mean, what are you talking about?
So, Aaron, we have discussed some sort of Jalen Hurts buzzer. When Kyle hits the buzzer, we just get into an impromptu Jalen Hurts discussion for no reason and a debate about him. That's on the table for things we might start doing here. So when that happens, it's probably inevitable Kyle yells at somebody. So I like the idea.
I might have more fun calling into the show and going through his pre, getting on radio. I mean,
when he badgers the witnesses?
To the point where he's screaming and yelling it's fun.
Well, I mean, some of our callers, I'm not naming names, like you need some direction a little bit. So he's got to get you in line.
Yeah,
Aaron.
you're a pain in the ass.
Get it.
All right, Hugh.
Yes.
We are brothers from another mother. We are Wonder Twin powers. But today, my friend, we disagree on both sides of the fence here.
I respect it. We can do that. We're at the stage now, Aaron, where we can have disagreements.
We're grown-ups.
Yeah, we can be grown up about
and you
this.
could tell Hugh why he's dead wrong about everything.
Yeah, you can do that.
The Phillies are that relationship that we've all had once in our life where, that first date is amazing. Super smoking hot. The connection is there. The fireworks are going off. And then the next couple dates, the red flags start coming out. And then after a while, you start questioning it. And then things get better for a short period of time. And then again, they go off the rails and all these red flags come up. And after 2 years, you're just like, man, I am absolutely, positively exhausted.
2 years is a long time to go through those red flags, Aaron.
Because he ran the red lights.
Yeah, you're putting in work, man. 2 years.
The Phillies are nothing but showing us red flags right now, where nothing's going to change. It's the same old stuff. And then the one thing that is good in our Philadelphia sport fan life, the one thing that is true, the Philadelphia Eagles, you're talking about they're going to have a Super Bowl hangover.
Can you believe this guy over here? They are built to not have a hangover, and Hugh's calling for a hangover.
Wait a minute. I'm taking a jab because I said there's potential there for a hangover?
Yes.
Seriously?
Because what you're failing to see is how they are built to sustain this. They've got all these winners from Georgia and Alabama. They did it 2 years ago, and they know how to sustain it now. He's missing it, Aaron.
We've been to the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years, okay?
Yep.
Our locker room consists of the mental outlook of Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, Lane Johnson, Devontae Smith, Jalen Carter, Zach Bond, Reed Blankenship. These guys are driving this locker room, preparing this team for what's going to be a repeat, another Super Bowl run. Let's go, E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles!
There we go, Aaron. See, I mean, people are trying to get you right on this, and you don't see it.
Did you notice that Kyle? That was a pretty good speech. Kyle didn't give him any.
Well,
music.
they have beef, those two. They have beef. Aaron and Kyle have had beef for a while.
Oh wow, that's crazy. No, but I believe that there's potential for that because there's a lot of things that happen probably in this offseason that I cannot share on the air for these young men. That has potentially changed.
So I understand that. I do think it helps that they just did this 2 years ago. And not all of them, right? Cooper wasn't here. He was in college, Quinyon.
Yeah.
But the bulk of this team went to a Super Bowl 2 years ago. And I thought they had a hangover in 23. I did feel that, right? Even though they started 10-1. The first month of the season, they played like garbage. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, it was a little rough.
Yeah, it was. They didn't play good football. I think the experience of that and understanding how to navigate it last time is going to help this team. And it means something to me that they have players here. Like, these guys didn't go to, like, some school in the middle of nowhere. They went to programs. Like, the Georgia...
Yeah, they went to big-time programs.
And especially the Georgia and Alabama kids,
because it took Georgia a while to break through.
Yep.
And
but those kids, like, one championship isn't enough. The expectation is you win, and then you come back the next year and you do it all over again. I like that.
There's a level of, back on the grind because of the fact that, you've done this. But everybody... Iowa wasn't a winning program. What else? Wisconsin hasn't won anything. That's where Zach Bond went to school at. So there's a few programs in there that, you're going to have to probably carry some guys along.
Sure.
Now, the majority of the guys, to your point, they're probably going to be focused. But, like I said, to me, this was a collective effort. When you talk about the contributions of all the other guys. And, like I mentioned, Jalix Hunt. So there's potential there for somebody not to be locked in like that. That's all.
Well, yeah, there might be. I just think they have the right leaders in place, and they're going to be fine. I don't worry at all about a Super Bowl hangover. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Hughes got some concern over a hangover after the Super Bowl. I don't feel that. I think the Eagles mentally are going to be just fine to try to repeat in 2025. Your calls to the Phillies as well. They lose last night. Carlos Hernandez DFA'd, so at least we're done with that nonsense in the bullpen. They play today. We'll get you set with leading off in a little bit. Elliot will join the show at 11:30. You'll hear from Jalen Hurts next, what he said yesterday as they prepare for the 2025 season. Are you concerned? Are you worried about a Super Bowl hangover for the Eagles? 215-592-9494, live from the DeBoer Hart and Longsider broadcast booth on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Swing and a drive, center field and deep. JT is home to score.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Rain, make it. Rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with a little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco Brut from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mixed with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle Chicken Panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, You'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Aaron Rodgers didn't land in Pittsburgh with fireworks or fanfare. Just a quiet arrival at mandatory minicamp and a surprise admission. He's been married for months. He says he's playing not for ego, but for his soul. It's a strikingly toned-down Rodgers, more grounded, more grown up, and maybe that's a good thing. But with Rodgers, restraint always comes with a clock. The question isn't if he'll make headlines again, it's when. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
2025 to 26 season.
Well, that we are. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We're live today from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies and Cubs coming up in a little bit. We'll have leading off for you. It's a big day for Dave Dombrowski, by the way. Luzardo on the mound. They need a bounce back out of him. And the starter for the Cubs is a guy the Phillies traded away a few years ago to Chicago to get a relief pitcher during 2022. You all right over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just laughing about or thinking about how just a year ago, how much the Super Bowl changes everything, because Jalen didn't really say a whole lot in that press conference, but we're clinging to that. We're talking about it because last year he was dry and didn't say a whole lot.
When we were upset.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole him not backing Sirianni thing a year ago.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's almost like when you go out and you're a wealthy man and you tell corny jokes and all the ladies laugh at them
because you're
rich.
Yeah. Well,
kind of same thing.
I mean, I brought this up yesterday when we brought up the Chris Sims list, right? Yesterday. Yeah. And he had him ranked 10th on the list. And I think that's too low. I'd rank him higher than that.
Yeah.
But I said, if you look at that list at just the end of the regular season, I don't think it's very controversial.
Totally agree.
You add in the playoffs, and especially the title game and Super Bowl, and it's like, how do you have him so low? It's like, how much does one big thing change the whole big picture? It does. I mean, again, I would rank him higher than 10. I have him in that 5 to 10 range, but higher than 10 certainly. But you win the Super Bowl, and it's like, how are you behind C.J. Stroud and Justin Herbert? Little things change a lot. And you're right. That just listen to Jalen. He's always dry.
But it's funny. Like now, it changes. Yes, it's just. I just found it like that's just how life works. His jokes are funny because he's the conquering hero.
Yep. Is a Super Bowl hangover inevitable for the Eagles this season? Yes or no? It is our Twitter poll question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Hugh believes it is inevitable. I don't. 67%. You're losing this one, Hugh. 67% believe this is not inevitable. They'll have a Super Bowl hangover. Let's hear one more from Jalen on their experience this time. Now they've been to 2 Super Bowls as a group with him here. Experience this one compared to last one and trying to go back and do it again.
What have you noticed about the team, in this short window here of these spring workouts? Any takeaway, that you see from the team?
Too soon. Too soon. I think there's a bit of a layer of experience from everyone here and there. Even certain people that are going to fill in roles, they got experience, and so I think that's something that's very valuable long term. That doesn't make you the most mature, but it's experience and it's valuable. So I think that'll help us.
It is interesting because you're totally right that it's the way he speaks, his tone. It's basically the same thing as last year, except he's speaking on something positive, our experience off a Super Bowl, rather than Sirianni. At that point, I think it was more about him not being part of the offense and being a CEO. That was more of like a, hey, this is a downgrade for him. How's he handling it? But his tone is always the same.
It's always the same, and not only that, he's still not saying anything. He's not saying a whole lot. It's just the tolerance level is a lot higher. Because I can remember sitting here last year and be like, what does that mean? Or what is he talking about? He was just – but I think that's a good thing. I'm not saying it as a negative.
Well,
I think
it shows
that's a
he's
good
not
thing.
changing off a Super Bowl. This is who he is.
He's trying to be as even-keeled as he possibly can. So, yeah, I think that's pretty significant.
I think – and look, the team takes its personality from the leaders, right? I think the way he is – and some people – he might not be everyone's cup of tea personality-wise. Right? Obviously, he's a good player. I think it helps them try to sustain success. He doesn't strike me as someone that when they're in the building is changing his work ethic. I think he's always the same.
Yeah, and I think that's important because, being a leader of men and the intangibles that I talk about that Jalen brings to the table, I think that's important for him to be seen as the same all the time. Never too hot, never too cold. And I think that's one of his calming presence is one of the reasons why the guys, gravitate towards him like that.
Yeah, and there's almost an inevitability that since he got here, they win a lot, right? They have not had a losing season. They're in the mix, all that kind of stuff. I'm worried about certain things in this team, losing a lot on defense, the schedule, all the new coordinator, but a hangover in terms of their mentality, I don't see it at all. I'm good with that. Will in the Northeast is up. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's going on?
Good morning, Will.
All right, man. I just want to ask one question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the best team in the league as of today?
In what we're talking about, the NFL or baseball?
NFL, everything.
The Eagles are the favorite.
Today.
Eagles.
Okay. And who's the best quarterback right now today?
Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, I was going to probably say the same thing. I was going to say the same.
These are easy questions.
No, I mean, like y'all keep saying Patrick Mahomes and everything, man.
Yes.
He has, listen.
Here we go.
He hasn't done anything real good this year. Like I told you,
they won 15 football games last year and got to the Super Bowl.
That's has been, man. He's a has been, man.
What did Jalen do?
He's done. He's cooked. Listen.
Did you say Mahomes is cooked? You're cooked.
Man, Patrick Mahomes, listen, I gave the blueprint how to beat him. He forced him left.
That's right.
And game over.
Wait, hold on a second. The Bucs gave the same blueprint how to beat him in 2020, and then he won 2 more Super Bowls after that. It's not easy to do what the Eagles did last year.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this, right? When them refs didn't blow that whistle, right, and I said, I would like the refs to swallow their whistle and let the best team win, right? Mm-hmm. What happened?
The Eagles won. They were the better team. They were better. The Eagles were better than the Chiefs last year. But what does that have to do with Mahomes?
Oh man! All right, so I'm gonna leave that alone.
Okay,
I mean,
Please do.
It just seemed like y'all don't want to get it. But listen, I'm gonna say this. Listen, I agree with you, Hugh. I think a couple of players is on a little high horse right now. They selling it. it is okay. You know what I'm saying? But when the season starts, make sure you stick to business. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to say, listen, what I said last season, it goes again for this season. It's smash mouth time, man. We taking it back in the day, man. We grounding everybody, right? But the thing is, this is what I want everybody to understand. Listen, Saquon is not going to be our savior this season. It's all on you, Jalen, and I hope you listen. And the reason why I say that, right, because I know every team is gunning to try and shut Saquon down this season, man. I mean, listen, they're going to play their defense, but the main thing is to take him out of the equation, right, and see what Jalen could do. So, Jalen, I just hope you doing your best, and I hope you up in your game this season, man, because a lot is going to depend on you, bro. A lot of people probably don't really see it, and they just saying it because of the type of season last season. But this season, Jalen, it's all on you. Listen, Saquon had his glory, and yes, he can have it again, but a lot of it is going to depend on Jalen this season.
So I agree with some of what you're saying, and I don't. Will, we appreciate the phone call. All right, so I do think in general teams are going to say, like the Super Bowl, for example, right? The Chiefs did the best job on Saquon anyone has. Mm-hmm. And if I'm the Cowboys week 1, if I'm the Chiefs week 2, if I'm the Rams week 3, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to almost say, Jalen,
beat us. Do beat us.
Can you do what you did in the Super Bowl
can you sustain it?
Every week? Yes. And if not, I think I have a better chance to beat you than if I let Saquon run all over me. That being said, I mean, it's not like teams weren't trying to stop Saquon during the season. This offensive line and Saquon and Jalen's running ability, it's not easy to shut this run game down. Like, even if teams try to do it, they're still going to run the ball well. That's what they've done for years. And now you add Saquon to the mix with the line and Jalen. It's hard to just stop him.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where you have to be real sound in stopping the running game.
Yeah.
You have to be real sound in stopping the running game. And Jalen's going to have to adapt his game at times. And he's probably got to throw the ball a little bit more. I can tell you, just thinking about it right now, and the way that he played in the Super Bowl, there'll probably be a few teams early on say, okay, do it again.
Yep.
Let me see if you do it again.
Can you do it consistently?
Yes. And that's going to be the thing, because Saquon's a catalyst. We know he going to run. We know what he can do. It's going to be on Jalen to put himself in a situation where, he's going to have to show teams on more than one occasion that he can cut you up in the air if need be.
And to be fair to him, last year he did it against the
Yes,
Bengals,
he
did it against the Steelers, he did it in the title game, he did it in the Super Bowl. It's like 4 huge games, 4 high-profile games. It was him. Like, he was the driving force.
Totally
the
agree.
Other ones, though, it was Saquon. Like, that's the way last year went.
Best quarterback in the league.
What's that?
It's the best quarterback in the league, Joe.
Well, well, how did we get here? I'm saying.
Well, no, hold on. You had to know this was an inevitability. Like,
no, actually, this is on me. I didn't think we'd be here. I didn't think that we would just now decide he's the best quarterback in pro football. Like, there's a guy in Kansas City. I understand we just kicked his ass in the Super Bowl. Before that game, the conversation was, is he going to surpass Brady as the greatest quarterback ever?
No.
And now, all of a sudden, Jalen Hurts is just
he's better. Yeah. Well, like, I saw this coming from a mile away, because we can never it can never be enough. I didn't realize it until we did we did Hurts' number 5 thing.
Yeah.
And people were like, no, that's not good enough. He's number 2. And I thought that was ridiculous. And I was like, why not at this point? He just beat Mahomes. Why not just say he's better than Mahomes at this point? Like, might as well just take it that next step. And I mean, not only did Will come on here and expect us to, because he asked us, he did a little call and response thing. He goes, who has the best quarterback in the league? And not only did he expect us to answer Jalen, he laughed when we said Mahomes.
As if I'm the crazy one.
I mean, it was preposterous.
Well, I also think the funny part to me is that NFL history is littered with these kind of moments in time where a good quarterback beats a great quarterback in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, I go through just a few off the top of my head. Russell Wilson's team crushed Peyton Manning's team.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning's a better quarterback than Russell Wilson. And Russell was good. Peyton Manning's better.
Yeah.
Right? Eli Manning beat Tom Brady twice.
Yeah, no.
He's not in his class.
We've lost our minds.
I mean, I heard DeCamera this morning when they were having their debates. He brought up Phil Simms over John Elway, right, in the middle of the 80s.
Yeah.
John Elway's a lot better than Phil Simms. Like,
Yeah.
this has happened we have to probably go through the 59 Super Bowls. I would say off the top of my head, maybe 15 of them, the clear second quarterback in the game wins, plays better, outplays the other guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's better than him.
Well, it's this. I think that a lot of people, when you look at the history of the NFL, and you look at back in the day, the teams that were winning Super Bowls, they had stellar quarterback play. Like, the quarterback was the catalyst for them most of the times winning the Super Bowl because of his ability to make plays, escapability, whatever you want to call it. But there's something that Scott Pioli told me years ago that I never forgot. He said something to the effect that, when he was in New England, everybody, there's not too many Tom Bradys. He was an anomaly for the most part. But you can win with lesser quarterbacks if you put talent around them.
I mean, the Eagles
because
I don't even think Jalen's lesser, but lesser of the two.
But lesser of the two, because when I think of lesser, I think of, with all due respect, Trent Dilfer. Because
that's
Trent
Dilfer, that's
as
least
less as you can get. That's as least as you can get.
Yeah, right.
And Brad Johnson, Brad Johnson falls in that category somewhere as well. So that's why it's hard for me to penalize Jalen because of the talent that he has around him.
So I think we have reached a point where I understand your point and others that it's not – maybe we shouldn't penalize Jalen. But now I also think the other side of it is we're boosting him up too much. Like, there's – again, to go back to that first list 3 weeks ago, number 5 is not disrespectful. In fact, if you told me with the day they drafted him that they would go to 2 Super Bowls with him and he'd be considered the 5th best quarterback in the NFL, Howie Roseman would have said, this is amazing. I'll take that outcome every
all
time.
Day.
But now we're at the point where I think we're going to – it's almost like we're trying to combat the hate, right, if you think Chris Sims or someone is hating, with, like, too much. Like, he's not better than Mahomes. It's okay.
That's exactly what it is, though, Joe, because a lot of times – that's why every time that we start these conversations in the meeting, I say, do y'all really want to have this conversation? Because it always becomes something that we don't want it to be. And it's never spoken directly, but that's how it always ends up.
Yeah.
Because we can't sit here and give Jalen his flowers and then be realistic about his individual skill set.
Yeah, we've reached illusion.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and it's like it's unfortunate because, like I told you, I think Jalen, because of his accomplishments from last year, is the number 2 quarterback in the NFL behind Patrick Mahomes, and I gave the reasons why.
And we yelled at you for that.
Yeah,
Right.
and you don't have to agree with me, but
you
that's well, we know, but that's the way I perceive it. Now you perceive it differently, but that's how I look at it.
Well, I think there's a couple things going on here. One, I don't think he's quite that high on the list, but I also believe that we have amnesia. I just think we have Jalen Hurts amnesia. So I saw this morning show. They put up this poll. Mm-hmm. For the majority of last season, and I think the wording of this question is important. For the majority of last season, how would you describe Jalen Hurts' performance in the passing game? They put 3 options up on their poll. Great, good, or mediocre. I would have voted mediocre. For the majority of the season, I thought the passing game performance was mediocre. By the end, he played great. Right, the two biggest games, he played great. But I thought in totality, it was a pretty mediocre passing game last year, and Jalen's performance in it.
That might be generous. They were 29th.
Agreed. 67% voted good. But that wasn't how we talked about it during the season. We have amnesia on what happened.
Yeah.
We're remembering the end as if it was the whole story. It was a great ending. It was an amazing ending. It's one that's going to put Jalen in the history books for the franchise forever.
Yes.
The season wasn't great.
And by the way, because
passing-wise,
I hear this a lot. And everyone's like, well, why do you penalize Jalen for having all this talent around him and a great team around him? It's not a penalty. It's just that is the retort you get to, well, Jalen beat this quarterback or Jalen won this game. Teams win games. And the quarterback that has more around him is probably more likely to win the game. So it's not a penalty.
I'm going to push back a little bit on that.
And we're off and running.
Mm-hmm.
Because it feels like when we talk about Jalen, that's the crutch that people use. Nobody says that about Joe Montana.
But I think
nobody says that about Peyton Manning.
The crutch is he wins these games head-to-head. Quarterbacks don't win head-to-head games. That's the crutch to me.
But here, this is how I look at it. That should never be a part of anybody's conversation.
But
when
it
you
is.
talk about quarterback play. Yeah. Because it becomes a thing because you're looking at Jalen as a lesser quarterback because of the accomplishments of those other guys. But those other guys had athletes around them as well. They've had players around them that are Hall of Fame players. Peyton Manning had Marvin Harrison. And he had a really good defense that they played with.
I agree.
Freeney and Mathis.
And they had a really good defense.
And that's why they win. But I think the winning is separate from their production or how they play on the field. Like the winning, we all agree, is the number one most important thing. But when we're comparing somebody versus another guy, the winning shouldn't be a part of it. Like they are one player on a roster of 53 guys, of 11 guys, 22. Like all of those things they contribute a lot more to whether or not somebody wins. And the quarterback, granted, could be one of the more important things. But when you put it in a vacuum, it's a little bit harder to analyze one guy versus the other.
I'm going to ask a question rhetorically, and you can respond if you want. I'm just going to throw it out there. Like, this is the way I think of it. Lamar, let's put Mahomes on the side for a second, right?
He's out. Okay.
He's the best quarterback in football.
Mm-hmm.
Allen, Burrow, Lamar. I'm comfortable putting them near the top of the league. You can rank them wherever you want, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm comfortable without a ring. Like, without a ring, just watching them play. They're great players. Would anyone be fighting that Jalen is 2 or 3 or 4 without the ring?
Would anybody be fighting to say if he would
like
they say?
It feels like the ring is the only reason Jalen is put in the conversation with them.
And I think that to me is important.
Yeah, well, it is important, but is it? It's almost. It feels like it's carrying too much weight in the conversation.
But to me, it carries all the weight because look at what Jalen has been able to accomplish with the if you want to use this argument with the talent that he's amassed.
He's maximized it.
He's taken full advantage of his situation.
The Eagles, I'll say it this way, with him, they have not underperformed. Right? They drafted him, they put a lot around him, and if you told me that when it started, 2 Super Bowl trips and a championship over the Chiefs, I would have said we achieved what we were supposed to achieve.
Because let me just sum it up in a nutshell. How I perceive it. You play the hand you're dealt, right?
Yeah.
Jalen he's been dealt a really damn good hand.
Like Troy Aikman back in the day.
And he's taking full advantage of that.
Absolutely.
And for whatever reason, and I'm glad you brought Troy Aikman up, because when we talk about Troy Aikman and his accolades, we never say, I never hear anybody say, well, he had Emmitt Smith or he had that offensive line. I always hear, oh, Troy Aikman was a hell of a quarterback, and that's it. But when we talk about Jalen, to validate whatever argument that you have, it's always, well, he's playing with a stacked roster. So in my mind, you're penalizing Jalen because Howie's a Hall of Fame GM.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So
I feel like we say that about Aikman all the time, though.
Huh?
Aikman always gets that he had Emmett, he had the O-line. Like Aikman, I think, is the lesser of the big three on that team.
You know what? When I hear them talk about the Dallas Cowboys, I hear triplets. I don't hear one triplet he was the redhead stepchild, anything like that. I always hear them talked about in the same breath.
I don't think anyone puts Aikman in the class of Emmett or Michael Irvin, and they should.
Aikman's in the Hall of Fame, though.
No, but that's wonderful. But Eli Manning's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, again, I mean, and look, if this continues, Jalen's going to go to the Hall of Fame. I mean, we can parse that.
Right, and awesome.
And he'll earn that.
That'll make him a Hall of Fame quarterback. That's great.
Yeah, Russell Wilson might. I mean, if you earn it, you earn it. Let's go to Big V in Mount Laurel. Big V, what's up?
Yo, what's happening?
Big V.
Oh my goodness.
Roller coaster?
I mean, he's a disaster.
Jitterbug.
I mean,
cricket.
Come on. Cricket. All right, you know what? Let's grab Jay in Philly. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
Jay, what's up?
Hey, man. So real quick, man. Like about the fans that defend Jalen so hard, man. You gotta give us a break, man. Like Philadelphia is an underdog city, and this dude is the best version of our city that we've ever had. His story matches our city. We're in between New York, which has money, and D.C., which has power and politicians. People overlook Philadelphia all the time, the same way they did Jalen. So that's one reason why we identify with him so freaking much. because of his story matches our city.
Well, I like that aspect. I mean, also you throw in his own draft class, right? He's the 5th quarterback taken, and he's winning more than all the rest of them. Yep.
Exactly. Part of his story. Rocky is a made-up character, and people love it. We have Joe Frazier, Bernard Hopkins. We have champions, and people look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So that's a whole other thing about Philly. We have Philly fighters that are great. People know Rocky. This is ridiculous. But anyway, so Jalen, you have John Elway was getting his head knocked off in Super Bowls before they went to defense and running with Terrell Davis. Yep. And they don't talk about him getting his head knocked off in Super Bowls before they changed everything. Peyton Manning was throwing ducks and won a Super Bowl with a great defense and a great offense. They don't talk about that. When my man gets brought up, everybody who doesn't like him wants to talk about that. There's a show that loves the Phillies that's on WIP. They throw shots at Jalen all the time. Snotty little marks, man. It's crazy. We even got to hear it on WIP. It's ridiculous. And to say that Troy Aikman, they always talk about the talent around him, that's not true. Very, very rarely do they talk about the talent around him. Very rarely. Maybe
so they should. Jay, they should, exactly. Right? All right, maybe we're all having different conversations with different people, but I think it's similar, which I find ironic that the Eagles now have become a version of what the Cowboys were 30 years ago, which it makes me laugh that's what they've become. But I do think it's similar to where Aikman was really good, and he was a winner, and he was a champion. But it is part of the story that Aikman's team was loaded, and now we got a loaded team with Jalen.
True, but Jalen went to but the difference is they played the same way, and they grew together. And Aikman was a number 1 pick.
Yes, he was. That's true. Yes. Yep.
So it's different. Jalen went to a Super Bowl with Miles Sanders running a whole different offense than he runs now. And if it wasn't for a horrible call, who knows how that Super Bowl would go? It changes everything completely. But you can't blame that on Jalen. Had a great run that Super Bowl. He just lost the Super Bowl. He had a great run the next Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. Okay? So now you got guys like Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, they love Aaron Rodgers. He throws the ball so pretty. He got 1 Super Bowl win, though. How many years he been in the NFL?
Josh Allen, he's been in the NFL about 20 years. And listen,
exactly.
20.
Yeah, he's been around forever, and I'm ready for him to go home. And Jay, we appreciate it. Rodgers did win 4 league MVPs. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, Rodgers, at this point, it's time to go home. He was a 4-time league. It is time to go home.
If you do yourself and you Google most overrated quarterbacks of all time, like any list, Troy Aikman's on it. Like he's talked about that way.
Are you foreshadowing the future that Jalen's
Well,
on overrated list?
I hope not. I'm just saying, like, because now for some reason Hugh and other people are saying nobody ever brings it up with Troy Aikman. It's brought up all the time.
I've never heard that argument about Troy Aikman.
I mean,
there's so many different like nobody. Okay, if that you want to do that one, how about Joe Montana? Joe Montana.
Hugh, he won multiple Super Bowls without Jerry Rice.
Let me finish though. Joe Montana came in an era where they was the run and shoot, the Air Coryell era where they were throwing the ball over the place. And they adapted the game to his game because he wasn't that strong-armed quarterback.
Bill Walsh changed the
offense. And
offense.
he became the standard, the West Coast offense standard.
Yeah, because he won multiple MVPs. He's a great quarterback.
He had listen to what I'm saying. He had great players around him. He had a good tight end. I can't remember the tight end's name. Had a good tight end and had Jerry Rice.
Sure.
And he had a running game.
He won without Jerry Rice, though.
But the point is this. He had talent around him, though, Kyle. He had talent around him.
But not like this. Like Joe Montana. Joe Montana was the talent.
Again, Jalen's being penalized.
He's not
because
nobody's penalizing him.
He's being penalized because Howie is a Hall of Fame.
It's not a penalty.
We'll keep this never goes away. So
it's never going to go away.
215-592-9494 to hop in. Hugh thinks Eagles going to have a hangover. Our daily Jalen Hurts debate broke out all of a sudden. The Phillies, of course, are struggling. Elliott Shore-Parks is going to join us on the other side. His takeaway from minicamp, what he heard from Sirianni and Saquon and Hurts, all coming up next. 215-592-9494. Leading off in a little bit before the Phillies and the Cubs, broadcasting live from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of grilling greatness. It's grilling season, everybody, and there's no better way to celebrate with Dad than grilling up some Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're packed with flavor, easy to cook, and guaranteed to make Dad feel like the king of the cookout. They have Tuscan herb. They have honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. There are flavors to match every dad's taste. Make this Father's Day one to remember. Visit simplyhatfield.com and put some Hatfield pork on Dad's fork.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep
Who's my man? Me!
takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. Yeah, I beat him in tennis.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? Joe Cameron needs to stick to doing radio.
Only the strongest will survive.
I feel like a dork. I might be an idiot.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Phillies baseball is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, no interest and no payments till 2026. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Warm with hazy sunshine through the rest of today. High 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94.
The game. You threw out the first pitch.
HBCU day.
Yes.
Yeah, so I saw a lot of the sororities and fraternities
saw
around.
the band walk by
some
us
of my
earlier?
sorors, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. So, yeah, Zetas are here. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice day.
Yeah, it's beautiful weather. It's going to be a fun day. Hopefully the Phillies win. We'll get to leading off coming up in a little bit. Luzardo on the mound today. They need a bounce back out of him, though. The Philadelphia Eagles not trying to bounce back. They're trying to sustain this thing. Minicamp, OTAs, that's all in the books. Yesterday had the mandatory minicamp. Perfect attendance. We know someone that was there. His name is Elliot Shore-Parks. He is brought to you by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the 50. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy. Elliot, how you doing today?
Hello.
Man, I'm excited to talk to you guys. A little bit sad that, it's now 6 long weeks until I get to watch the Eagles practice again, but it was an eventful day, so excited to talk to you guys about it.
So I'm curious, what were some of the things that stuck out to you? It was a one-day mini camp or whatever, but how was the aura around the building?
Yeah. It's great. You look around the league at all the drama with other teams. The Bengals can't sign their first-round pick. And really, I think if you want to look at it, like Terry McLaurin, not at camp. T.J. Watt, not at camp. Hendrickson, not at camp. Micah Parsons, not at camp. The Eagles had full participation. And, to go back to the Bengals thing, I think a great look at the difference between the culture in Philadelphia and the culture in Cincinnati is Jahad Campbell is currently injured, coming off of surgery, is unsigned, and was out there doing individual drills. Meanwhile, the Bengals' first-round pick is presumably healthy and not practicing because of a contract thing. So
he trying to get his bread.
Yeah, and look, I don't blame him. I think the Bengals are in the wrong, but the point I'm making is right now, coming off a Super Bowl, the Eagles are really clicking on all cylinders, and there's just not much drama at all, really, with the team going on.
Elliot, one thing I thought was notable was a couple things. One, perfect attendance, which is what you want to see, especially with just a one-day minicamp. But hopefully everyone could get there. They did. The second thing is just the way they're talking about approaching this season, because one thing, Elliot, that I'm not worried about, Hugh is a little bit, is the idea of a hangover off the Super Bowl. I think they are uniquely built to not have a hangover in terms of the people they have doing it to, going to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, all the kids they've drafted from all these huge programs that are used to this, Jalen Hurts' personality. They may not be as good just because of the schedule or they lost a lot of good players, but I don't worry about a hangover mentally. Do you?
Yeah, I don't see how you couldn't. I mean, in 2022, they kind of burst onto the scene. Jalen has his career year. They make the Super Bowl. Granted, they lose it, which is a difference. But in 2023, they have an epic collapse. Jalen's a bad year. So I'm not saying that's what I'm predicting, but I think for anybody to think they know what's going to happen, I think is tough because we have seen this team only once come off of a successful season, and they followed it up with one of the more disappointing seasons in franchise history. Obviously not in terms of wins, but just in terms of expectation versus what happened. So I think time will tell how this team deals with success. I agree. They are built with hard workers. AJ, Jalen, Saquon, Devontae, they all come from great programs. They're used to, working all the time. So I understand your point, but I think you're also ignoring a little bit what happened in 2023, which, Jalen gets voted the second best player in the NFL by his peers. And then I don't even think he was on the list the next year, if I'm not mistaken. So, I think time will tell how they handle it.
Elliot, what stood out to you from the actual on-the-field stuff yesterday? Who stood out and kind of who made a lasting impression on you as we go into this little time without the Eagles for about 6 weeks? Hiatus for 6 weeks.
Yeah, so I would say the player that impressed me the most yesterday, but also the player that needed to impress his coaches, and I think did yesterday, was Keely Ringo. I think Keely had an outstanding day of practice. There was 3 reps I can think of that really stood out. One was breaking up a touchdown in the corner of the end zone. It was a nice throw from Tanner McKee. He was covered. I believe it was Terrace Marshall that he was up against. He met the ball at the high point and knocked it away to prevent a touchdown. He prevented another touchdown in a similar tight play on the other corner of the end zone. But his best rep might have been 1-on-1, 7-on-7 drill versus A.J. Brown, single coverage on the left sideline. When the ball was snapped, I don't know where Jalen was trying to go with it, but I certainly saw him look AJ's way thinking that would be an attractive option. But Keely was right there with him, stride for stride, down the sideline. The ball wasn't even thrown. And what stands out about Keely when you look at him compared to all the defenders, even the ones we know are going to be starters, is he is just a level of athlete no one else in the secondary is. He's bigger, he's faster, and he's stronger than everybody else that they have. So we will see if he ends up winning the job, but on days like yesterday, it's hard not to picture him winning the job.
Elliot Shore-Parks with us here talking about minicamp as the Eagles have that yesterday and the OTAs now and everything in the books. All right, Elliot, where do you come down on the 3 potentially available defensive veterans that have been big-time players in the NFL? One is a free agent, Jair Alexander. The other 2, contract issues, Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati. That one seems like it's going to end poorly for the team and him, in terms of staying together. And then T.J. Watt looks like he might hold out here in Pittsburgh. If you had to rank the 3 in terms of likelihood the Eagles get involved, how would you rank them? And then do you think any are actually likely to land as Eagles?
So the ranking of most likely to least likely, I would say you would probably have to put Jair Alexander on top just because he is a free agent. So there's no draft compensation involved there, and his contract will be considerably lower than the other 2. Then I would say Trey Hendrickson, and I think T.J. Watt is probably unlikely. The deal he's going to demand, Pittsburgh just signed Aaron Rodgers, which will be a disaster, to be clear, but it is a win-now move. So, trading Watt would be a weird decision to make. So, and then in terms of what I would do, I think Trey Hendrickson would be the one. I'm high on Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. I think Azeez Ojulari is going to be good, but none of them are proven. And Trey Hendrickson is, I think led the league in sacks each of the last 2 years. He was 3rd in total pressures last year. He's not somebody that I think is going to cost as much money as maybe he would have 2 months ago. He's in his 30s. You look at players of his caliber in their 30s, they just don't sign like $90 million deals. So I think Trey Hendrickson is possible for sure. But I would say overall, Jair Alexander would be the most likely because he is a free agent.
You know what? I'm kind of curious, Elliot, because, we know the main characters offensively who are going to be, the standouts, if you will. Was there anybody offensively, like the running back or somebody that you looked at and be like, hey, this guy might get a little bit of a run?
So there was I thought the backup receivers ended up having a good kind of 3-day practice, obviously including the OTA practices we watched. Like Jahan Dotson, I think looks really good. Switched to number 2, which I think is just a way better number for him. But you just think about last year, he gets traded from Washington to the Eagles right before the start. Yeah, it's a great number. It's my favorite number. I wish Jalen would have stayed in it, honestly. But regardless, like great number 2 on Jahan. But you think about last year when he got traded from Washington to Philadelphia. I've obviously never been traded, but I can only imagine, like, you have to move. You're on a new team. You're in a new city. You have to learn a new, kind of how you want to go about your daily life. Like, so this year, he's just way more comfortable in just everything, the offense, the city, the team, the culture. And I think it shows when you watch him out on the field. He's catching everything thrown his way. Jalen's throwing it to him quite a bit. So I think Jahan's had a really good good few practices. And then the other 2 receivers would be Terrace Marshall and Danny Gray. Danny Gray, a 3rd-round pick in 2022. Terrace Marshall, I believe, was a high second-round pick a few years ago. So both have draft pedigree. The Eagles need backups. Like, they really only have those top three and then not much else. So I thought the backup receivers stood out.
Elliot, let's end with this. The Chris Sims quarterback list came out yesterday. I think we last time we brought this kind of thing up with you was the PFF list. So he was number 5 on the PFF list a few weeks ago. Sims had him at number 10 and talked a little bit about decision making, holding on to the football, some of the negatives. Obviously, a lot of the positives there too as he broke them down. What's your reaction to where Sims had him, and just overall as we try to place Jalen now in the NFL quarterback list after last year? How much do you think we should look at the regular season compared to just the final 2 games? Because I feel like that's where the plot is being lost. Like, I looked at Sims's list, Elliot, and I said, if that was the regular season, it's more than fair. I mean, it's a more than fair ranking based on what he was last year. You add in the postseason, and that's where it's like, really? He's behind Herbert. He's behind, C.J. Stroud. It feels like how much weight we give to the final 2 games is really guiding everything about how we argue about these lists.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing I would say is, and this is not a popular opinion, but I'm going to defend Chris Sims here. I feel like he always gets ripped when it comes to Jalen, and he was ultimately wrong about Jalen. He didn't think he'd be as good as Jalen is, and he's admitted that. He now has him as the 10th best quarterback in the NFL, right? So I agree with you. I do think that, if you were to look at just the regular season, that I think 10 is fair for Jalen. You could argue 2 or 3 spots lower. You could argue a spot or 2 higher, but I think 10 is fair. But we cannot say the postseason is the most important thing for all athletes. Like, let's use Joel here, right? Joel has been an unbelievable regular season player. But in the playoffs, he's not been as good. He's not had success. And so everybody in Philadelphia would tell you that matters more to them. So while, yes, Jalen didn't have an outstanding regular season, and there were definitely stretches where he struggled, and all those things are true, the games that mattered more, he was not the 10th best quarterback in the NFL. He was arguably the best quarterback in the NFL. So I would have Jalen second on my rankings. I think you could put him 5th or 6th, and it's not crazy. I definitely think 10th is over punishing him for the regular season, and I do think it's not giving enough credit to what he did in the biggest games.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I feel like it's too far that way, and then I think too is too far the other way. But 5 or 6 probably feels like the middle ground we all should be at. Elliot, we appreciate you hopping on. What's the what do you do now? What is where's your brain for the next 6
vacation?
weeks?
You going anywhere? What you got?
Oh yeah, I got a big trip planned. I'm going to Portugal, Wales, and Luxembourg in July. So excited for that. And look, outside of that, it's getting ready for training camp. I already have a list here of making sure I have a new soccer kit for each day of practice. I never duplicate kits in all the years I've done it, so got to make sure I have at least 20 new kits to get ready and. Get in shape, get tan, and, get my notepad ready to track stats.
Get in shape and get tan.
Now, do you have the notebook ready, the sunglasses, or is that the week before you get all that stuff ready to go?
So I did buy fresh notebooks yesterday, so I'll be good to go. I also just got a nice pair of sunglasses. I've been saving up for them for a while, so I'm excited for those. So, I'm good on those, too. It's mostly just getting my kits right.
I was going to ask you what kind, but
Italian
you said you save up
for
them.
No
I don't need those. I'm going to get them $2 glasses. From the gas station.
I was going to say it's not a $40 coat, So, although I feel like we're on different ends of where we should be spending right now, so maybe I'll start. To get
I live vicariously through you, El. You dress great, man. You're a great dresser. Great dresser.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
All right, Ellie, we appreciate it. Have a good day, and we'll talk soon.
All right, talk to you guys later.
There he goes. Elliot Shore Parks there with his assessment. The Ringo thing is
interesting.
It's good news. I mean, that is a spot, Hugh, I feel like it's just flying under the radar as I wouldn't even call it a weakness. It's just an unknown, right? I don't know what Kelee Ringo is, but frankly, the Eagles haven't put him on the field enough for us to know. And then I feel like I know what Adoree Jackson is. He's fine. I don't think if they put him on the field, he's going to ruin the season, but I also don't think he's going to be very good. He strikes me as a journeyman. He's just there. I would like to see Ringo win the job. That would excite me because that would mean he's ready, and maybe we have a building block with him and Quinyon and Cooper for years to come.
Yeah, because he's one of the young guys. He's one of the young Thundercats, and he's somebody that we want to be able to depend on.
Yep.
And not only that, he's been in the system. He's been in the system long enough, and you want guys that are you're comfortable with. And it feels like that he's taken enough reps that if he is ready to go, he's the more comfortable choice because the other guys just got here. And you don't know that much about him. So, yeah, hopefully he gets to take over the just starting job.
I'll also say the Dotson thing is intriguing and interesting because I've been saying this for a few years. The Eagles have had pretty remarkable health at wide receiver with Devontae and A.J., right? I know A.J. got banged up a little bit in the playoffs last year. He wasn't maybe running the way he used to. But for the most part, those guys don't miss games. Like, they don't have – and we'll keep crossing our fingers, right, because they're great players. But A.J. and Devontae, they don't miss –
they've been pretty durable.
Yeah, they don't miss 4, 5, 6 weeks at a time. But if they did, which, I mean, at some point every player gets banged up, right? Someone's got to catch the football. Someone's got to – and Dotson, they traded for him last year. He's a former first-round pick. He's his contract year. To me, it's a big deal if he can do more this year and be the guy.
Be more of a contributor.
Yeah, because it really doesn't feel like they have 3 receivers. It feels like at most times they just have the 2 big ones and the other guy just there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You want to have as many weapons as you possibly can ready to go just in case somebody does get hurt because durability and availability has been a huge asset for the Eagles in their success that they had last year.
And it's been for years with those 2 receivers. I mean, they've gotten their money's worth. They've got a lot of games, a lot of snaps out of those guys. All right, I think the bat signal went up. Let's grab OG Wade. OG, how we doing today?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
OG, we're good. What are you feeling today?
I just want us to have a conversation, and I'm going to say something that y'all ain't going to disagree with.
Okay.
Now, I'm glad you just put up that point, both you and you, about the health of the receivers, right? Oh, they've been healthy for the most part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that because everybody's saying Jalen Hurts has a stacked roster, and this is why he should have done more with the passing game. Do you know that collectively Goddard and Smitty and AJ played a total of 5 games on the field last year out of the 17? Only 5 games.
Together, you're saying? Together?
Yes. Smitty missed 4 games. AJ missed 3. Dallas missed 7 or 10. You see what I'm saying? So that will affect where you're ranking. And yet, like Kyle talking about, they're 29th ranked passing. Okay. And this to Brian Dawkins as well. When you have your team, the guys that's supposed to be catching the ball in the offense consistently there, you can be more consistent like you was in the Super Bowl. But when these guys are in and out of the lineup and you don't even have them for only 5 games in a season, that's going to affect your passing game and numbers. You see what I'm saying? But the fact that we were able to –
I think that's fair. I mean, but that's the reality of the NFL, right? Guys miss time. I mean, for Mahomes, Rashee Rice was out for the season.
Right, but we all have to keep – when you're talking about Jalen, the one thing I hear a lot about Jalen is if you do this, if you do that. It's not – we're talking about what he did do. But what y'all do is y'all say, well, if you put another quarterback with – that's not what – because now you're saying to me that other receivers miss games as well.
Right.
And that's a fair statement. But there's a resolve to it. There's a reason why it happened. So I don't want to get too deep into that, but that's my point there on that. And I hear people talk about Bryce Harper, how great he is, a player. Okay, and the Phillies only losing or not winning the championship is because they don't have enough players. So with Jalen, he has the players that he needs, and that's why he wins. So how is it a plus or not a minus for Bryce Harper, but it's a minus for Jalen because he has weapons?
So a couple things. One, Harper's been better as an individual in his sport. He's got 2 MVPs. Jalen Hurts doesn't have an MVP. Like, he's not been as good of a player in his individually. Now, the team, OG, the Phillies are not as good as the Eagles. They don't have as many good players around Harper as the Eagles have around Jalen. I mean, we're complaining about the team every day. They don't have a lot of great players here.
And that's my point. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying that's why they saying the Phillies don't win is because they don't have the players. So my point is we're criticizing Jalen for having the players and win because you said that the only reason why you got Jalen Hurts is being overrated is because of the ring. Well, why are you rating Patrick Mahomes as the number 1 quarterback? Because of his rings, correct?
Well, because he's been a brilliant player for 8 years.
I know, but it's because of his rings, correct?
He's been to 5 Super Bowls.
It's all of it.
I understand that, Joe. I understand what you're saying.
I guess the difference is, OG, I'll go back to something I said last year. Patrick Mahomes is the driving force of the Chiefs from the minute he got under center.
Let me help you out, OG, a little bit. The reason why I feel, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is that Patrick Mahomes, the mystique that was surrounding Patrick Mahomes when he came into the league. Andy Reid traded up for Patrick Mahomes, right, when they already had a pretty good quarterback. And when they got him, a lot of people felt like, they reached for him because he wasn't a great quarterback in college. And then when he came into the league, he started making sidearm throws, some of the phenomenal throws that he was making.
50 touchdowns.
Yeah, and so that was the mystique. And I think, to your point, there's a little bit of a stigma on Jalen because he's a lower round draft pick. Not that low, he's a second round draft pick. But it's people are enamored by the number 1 picks and some of the stuff that they do. So there's a little bit of that to it as well.
I just think, and OG, we appreciate it. I just think it's just simple for me. Sunday to Sunday, some quarterbacks seem to dominate more than others. That hasn't been Jalen. I mean,
and nobody's doing themselves any favors by comparing Jalen to Montana and Mahomes. Like, can we stop doing that? We can all have
I thought we would, but we were going there.
No, because they had talent around them. And that is the gist of our argument because I look at it like this, Kyle. When you tell me that, and never mind, forget it. I don't even want to.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's just.
You don't want this smoke, buddy.
Hey, no, Kyle, we're gonna do this all summer, so don't even worry about it.
All right, coming up, we'll yell about the Phillies leading off as we get set for the Phillies and Cubs. This one, I'm going to tell you why today is a huge day for Dave Dabrowski. That's coming up. Leading off, we're live from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth at Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field, and nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. You can celebrate the 4th of July this year with big savings at Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save hot $500 on Tempur-Pedic's best-selling Breeze mattresses designed to fill up to 10 degrees cooler all night, every night. Now, that's pretty cool, people, to have a bed because, I don't know about y'all, but I like sleeping on a cool mattress because it just feels so much better. And right now, Mattress Warehouse has mattresses for everybody and every budget with 40 different models under $799. So if you're one of those individuals that don't like to spend a whole lot of money like I am, that's a great deal for you. Do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop their entire selection and find a location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Philly, your perfect Father's Day plan is here. This Sunday at Parks Racetrack in Bensalem, the Philadelphia Stallions horse racing team returns for a great day of thoroughbred racing and family fun with music, food and drinks, pony rides, and kids activities. Plus appearances by Dr. J, Julius Irving himself, plus Philadelphia football legends, and of course, amazing races from the National Thoroughbred League. And the best part, it's free. No tickets necessary in this ultimate day for dad. Learn more at ntl.racing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
I was just at Wawa, and I think I experienced a panini paradox.
A panini paradox?
Yeah, you see, clearly the bacon mac and cheese with its crispy bacon and toasty bread is the most delicious panini on the menu.
Obviously.
But then, so is the Southwest Chipotle Chicken Panini with its melty cheese and crunchy bread.
Panini paradox!
Try a breakfast or lunch panini today and see for yourself. Only at Wawa.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the gentleman's club and steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at Delilah's.com. Delilah's, always on top.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Stephon Diggs showed up to Patriots minicamp like nothing happened. Asked about it, Diggs played it cool. He said, quote, "I like to keep my personal life personal," which is rich, considering his personal life just went viral from 6 different angles. He's dating Cardi B. He's on every gossip site in America. And while he's smart to dodge the questions, pretending like there's nothing to see here, hilariously absurd. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome on in. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Midday show, Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio getting you set for the Phillies and the Cubs. Hugh, the finale of a 3-game set here. Phillies, of course, dropped the game last night. They win the first one. We get a rubber match today. Feels like a big game to me today, Hugh. Just like the idea of winning this series. They win a series, we can exhale a little bit. Like, all right, they had a really tough stretch, but they got a series against a good team. This goes the other way today. It's like, wow, they've dropped how many series in a row? It'll be 4 series in a row if they lose this game. And then it starts to kind of pile on to how they've been playing for a few weeks here.
Yeah, I still believe in this team. And the one thing that I pulled from last night wasn't a whole lot that you can pull from the game that they had last night, Joe. But they did try to fight through. They were trying to fight, and then when that 6th inning rolled around and the Cubs start hitting, that's when it kind of got out of hand. So I'm hoping that today, with this crowd being out here, great crowd here at the ballpark, that these guys will rally.
All right, we're going to get you set up for the game itself, pitching matchup, and the lineups here. But let's actually start with the injury report, sponsored by Martin Law, law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com because yesterday we got updates on Bryce Harper and Aaron Nola. Let's hear from Topper here. And really the story became Aaron Nola out of nowhere. Here's Topper yesterday before the game.
Status quo for Bryce, treatments only. Feels a little bit better. Knowles had an MRI last night. He's got stress reaction in his right rib. So he's no throw for 2 weeks.
So do you no longer think it's from him being sick that he had that?
I have no idea because he doesn't really remember the moment that it happened. So I think he just woke up one day and it was sore. So the MRI confirmed it.
So you're looking at at least a month, probably more than that for his return.
Yeah, I don't know the date of return, but I know he's not going to throw, not even going to play catch for 2 weeks.
All right, the Nola situation has gone from kind of weird to bizarre now. So about a month ago plus, he rolls his ankle doing some agility work in Tampa. He makes 2 starts after that. Both are bad. And then they say, that ankle's actually an issue. Let's just shut him down. All right, so they say, all right, let's give him a few days, see how it reacts. He tries to throw a bullpen, I think, when they were in Sacramento. Didn't feel right. Okay, let's back off. Then, out of nowhere, he has a stress reaction in his rib. Not really quite sure exactly how that happened, but now they're going to shut him down from even throwing a baseball for 2 weeks. Hugh, you start doing the math on how long he's missed. He's going to need a rehab. We're not going to see Aaron Nola again until after the All-Star break. It just feels like he's got to ramp back up. So that was like one of the constants they had on this team was Nola every 5th day, a lot of innings, durability, even when he wasn't pitching great. So it feels like it changes the depth of their starting rotation because now we got to count on Mick Abels. The whole thing feels a little different now that Nola's missing this much time.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for us is that we were counting on Mick Abel and he had a little bit of a rough outing last night. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back from that. But
and he's got to stay now.
Yeah, he does. And we're still on Andrew Painter watch, figuring out when that's going to potentially happen, Joe. So we're in a little bit of a precarious situation. Bryce Harper not being in the lineup and the lineup having somewhat of a power outage right now with Kyle Schwarber not hitting home runs anymore. So, yeah, we're in a little bit of a pickle.
It also changes as we get closer to the trade deadline. Like, we've been talking a lot about maybe they'll move some of these starters to the bullpen, right? That could be an answer. Well, if they don't know if or when Nola's coming back, it makes it harder to start that transition. Like, we've had to press pause on Ranger Suarez to the bullpen or, like, my idea of Andrew Painter. Like, if we don't have enough starters, we can't be moving starters to the bullpen. So the whole thing feels just different. Hopefully Nola gets back soon.
Isn't it amazing how we were talking about we were confused. Well, we had a bunch of decisions that we could potentially make.
Yeah, now it's all on hold.
Yeah, it's all like everything is like crazy now.
Yeah, speaking of starters, let's get to what to watch for. It's brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock fast or secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. I'm deeming today's starting pitching matchup the Dave Dombrowski game. So a couple things. One, let's start with the Phillies. Jesus Luzardo is going to start the game, right?
Yes.
That was the big acquisition for Dombrowski. And a month ago, when we tried to get you to apologize to Dave, and you refused to do it, that was the one thing we were hanging our hat on. Like he got Luzardo, right? Looks like a Cy Young contender. Well,
he got rocked.
Well, he's allowed 20 runs in his last 2 games. So he said the other day they think they found something that maybe he was tipping. I can't wait to watch him today because if the Cubs start blasting the baseball, it's DEFCON 1. Okay, like we're in trouble. Now, if he pitches well today, I think there's probably something to. The other teams, the last 2 starts, kind of they knew his pattern. They knew it was coming.
Yeah.
It's a huge day for Luzardo.
No, it's funny because I was looking at the percentages, the matchup predictor, and the matchup predictor favors
Phillies?
The Cubs.
Ooh.
It favors the Cubs. And I'm looking at that. I'm like, this Ben Brown guy against Luzardo. But then I forgot that he did get rocked a little bit. And there was some, like you said, rumors out there that he was tipping his pitches. So, yeah, today is definitely a big day.
So we have the Luzardo factor. On the other side, Ben Brown. If that name is kind of familiar, it's because he was a Phillies farmhand. Ben Brown was the guy the Phillies traded to the Cubs in 2022 to get David Robertson in here to help in the bullpen. Now, he's kind of had an up-and-down start to his career. He's got good stuff, though, and he's had a few good outings in a row. He's capable. So even though his numbers aren't great, he's someone to kind of keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Because the Phillies traded him away a few years ago to try to help them get to a World Series. It's a big Dombrowski day. Ben Brown and Luzardo, the pitching matchup here. All right, let's grab Bob in Lower Pottsgrove. Bob, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe and you. I myself see a tremendous cloud over the Phillies, their season and their future. I said it more than a week ago. They've got to take Taijuan Walker off the roster. They won't address that. And, when I look at Luzardo and see his ERA go from 2.15 to 4.46, more than 2 points in just 2 starts, it reminds me eerily of Suarez last year. He was great for 2 months, then he wasn't any good for the rest of the year. I am very fearful that this is what's going to happen to Luzardo this year. And as far as it appears they have a book, the scouts have a book on Abel now, and yet the Phillies, they bring up guys like Otto Kemp, an undrafted player. He, I don't think, is going to have much of a major league career. Tell me I'm wrong, fellas.
Well, I hope you're wrong. I mean, Kemp
because he was a little bit of a spark the other night.
I mean, Kemp has hit a lot as he's gone through the minors, and I think there's something there. And, Bob, we appreciate it. Again, I'm not sure if Otto Kemp's going to be a star, but can he be a big league player? I think he's got a chance to be. As far as Luzardo and that comparison to Ranger last year, it's in the back of my mind. I mean, Ranger was great, and then he fell off. Mm-hmm. Luzardo was great, and then it's been a big fall off. And as we talked about earlier in the week, look at the innings. I mean, last year Luzardo only pitched about 70 innings because he got hurt. Now he's at that number where he was last year. Like, is he just falling? Is he coming back to earth? That's the question. Today's going to be a big day to kind of figure that out because this Cubs lineup can hit. I mean, they're second in baseball in run score. 215-592-9494. Leading off on the other side, Hugh mentioned him. We'll check in. Andrew Painter watch. How did he fare last night at AAA? Spoiler, not that great. We'll talk Andrew Painter. Phillies lineup as well today for the game. It is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Today we're going to do a wonderful little painting, and I really think you're going to enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's don't waste any time.
The line from the third base side delivers, and McDonough hammers it right field deep, sailing to the wall. It's gone! Tyler McDonough homers off Andrew Painter. They are pounding him. It's 6-1 Woo Sox in the fourth.
I love the open. I don't love what came after. Welcome back. It is the midday show with Leading Off, getting you set for the Phillies and the Cubs today, the finale of the 3 games. That little Painter watch there, Hugh. Andrew Painter last night for Lehigh Valley. He did pitch the 5 innings that Rob Thompson said he would. Unfortunately, they came with 6 earned runs, some home runs off him, and now his ERA at AAA is up to 5.19. Now, I think there's 2 ways you could look at this. Little adversity is not bad for him, right? He had never been touched early in his minor league career. Then he had the injury. When he comes up here, he's going to give up runs. It's part of life.
Yeah, you want to see the bounce back.
But I also want to see him dominate and force his way up here. And I know it was, a few weeks ago, Dave Dombrowski, we played a cut of him on the show with Joel Sherman and John Heyman saying, he's not sure if July is definitely when Painter gets here because the rotation was pitching well. He's got to earn it. 5 ERA, you're not earning your – he hasn't pushed his way up here yet. He's had a couple of weeks now where it's he's not dominating AAA right now.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of want to see the bounce back. Unfortunately for him, he had what you call a little bit of a setback. But to your point, though, Joe, we still don't even know what we're going to do with the pitchers that we have up here yet. So it's probably somewhat a blessing in disguise because we've been talking about Painter for the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
And, it wasn't that long ago. We were talking about the fact that he should have probably been up here already.
So we're at the point now, though, until he starts to bounce back, we got to stop looking at him as like a savior, right? He's struggling.
He's probably we have to look at him in the same vein we look at everybody else that has been pitching lately.
Right. I still think he's going to come up here this year, and I think he's going to help, and I think he's going to be an asset. But obviously, he's going through some struggles right now against minor league hitters. So not great last night for Andrew Painter in AAA. All right, let's get to the starting lineups, then to your phone calls. Brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. All right, we do have a little bit of a change. There's a couple things that are now kind of different. Trey Turner's the leadoff hitter now. It's 2 straight days against a right-hander that he's hitting leadoff. That wasn't the case. It was Stott against righties since mid-April. That's over. So the lineup today, leading off Trey Turner at shortstop. Batting second, Kyle Schwarber, the DH. Batting third, the third baseman, Alec Boehm. Batting in the cleanup spot today for the Phillies is the right fielder Nick Castellanos. Batting fifth, Max Kepler in left. Sixth, JT Realmuto, a catcher. JT playing again today is interesting. Day game after a night game. So JT back in there catching. Stott at second, batting seventh. Otto Kemp at first, batting eighth. Johan Rojas, the center fielder, batting ninth. So Marsh hurt his elbow last night. He's potentially available today, but Rojas gets the start. Turner's the leadoff hitter. Stott's now hitting seventh. But one thing that is different is they're switching Otto Kemp and Boehm. They're playing Otto Kemp at first now and moving back Boehm back to third. So that's a little bit of a shift because when the first few days when Otto got here, he was playing third and Boehm was playing first.
Yeah, well, I guess it's the more you could do, and they want to try to give Kemp a look at that first base spot to see how he looks.
And I think they're more comfortable with Boehm at third base. So that's the shift we get today here. All right, let's grab Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Jeff.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
What's up, Jeff?
So I think I can answer one of Bob's questions about Kemp being brought up as opposed to somebody else. Look, he was an undrafted guy, so they can exhaust options on him, bring him up, put him down, whatever. They don't want to do that with a guy like Crawford or even Painter or the other infielder. You don't want to bring those guys up unless you know they're ready and you're going to keep them up here. So that's probably why Kemp is here. Plus, he can play 2 positions. So,
and I think he earned it, right?
3.
He hit the cover off the ball.
Yeah,
whether or not he's undrafted, he was performing at AAA.
Exactly. So that's that. Luzardo is not the guy I'd want to be on the mound today to help win a series, but it is what it is. So I don't know. I hope there's something with going on with him. Also, the same thing with Aaron Nola. I'm kind of glad to hear that he's got some kind of issue with his side, because long term that's good. Short term it's not, because we're not going to have him for who knows how long. But in the long term, if he has been battling some injuries, I think it's better off that he has this now, because he's going to be here for a while.
Well, of course.
And he's got a lot of money on his contract, and it's hard to trade a guy like that. Wouldn't want to trade him.
Well, of course. And the good thing is we're not dealing with shoulders and elbows here. We're dealing with an ankle sprain and a stress reaction in his rib. I mean, both of those things, you would think in theory, they're going to heal.
Yes, exactly. We need him, but, if it is what it is, if he can't pitch well, there's no sense in keeping him out there right now. Try to get him healthy for August and September.
Yeah, Jeff, I agree with that. And we appreciate. The only thing it does complicate, the closer we get to the trade deadline, it'd be one thing if all the starters were healthy. You'd be like, all right, we're going to move these two guys to the bullpen.
Kind of, when somebody's hurt, the trade value situation.
And it's hard to know what to do with the team. Like, if you could sell me that two of the starters could become good relievers, then I think the number one thing they could go get is a bat, right? They could put all their resources in that. If you don't know what you have with pitching,
it kind of makes it hard.
It does.
And we talked about this because we talked about the two things potentially that we need the most. And if it's pitching, then we're not going to be able to get a bat.
Or maybe you'll get a lesser bat. You won't. You won't be able to pour all your resources into something like that. All right, 215-592-9494. On the other side, we'll give you the player to count on. Maybe help Hugh finish his parlay for the day in Major League Baseball. And a weather report. That is coming up along with your phone calls. It is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. one partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Cubs finale of a 3-game set today. Player to count on is sponsored by Barlow, Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. What are you thinking today? Who's the player to count on, Hugh, as the Phillies go up against the right-hander Ben Brown, hard thrower, former Philly? You know, Schwarber, usually June it's easy. It's Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, I was thinking
slow start to June,
I was thinking that, Joe, but I said that I looked at the averages going into this game, and I got to go with the guy. I think it's going to be a Trey Turner night. I really do. I think Trey Turner has to be the guy. You know, that's one of the reasons why he's starting lead off again. He's been the most consistent up until this point. Yep. So, yeah, I'm going to have to go with Trey. I think Trey's going to have to get the party started.
Well, and he's had a lot of games this year where he's had 2 or 3 hits, and they need it, and they need some pop. I know Trey's got, 7 home runs and probably 3 or 4 of those in the last 3 weeks.
I think what jumped out to me is 18 stolen bases. Like the 18 stolen bases. I feel like this is going to be the night where you're probably going to have to grind this out, especially when you talk about, our bullpen and the way that they were yesterday, and, we don't know what we're going to get from Luzardo. So this might be a base-to-base situation today.
Well, and they need runs. I mean, I know Luzardo, if he isn't tipping pitches, is certainly capable of dominating. We've seen that a lot this year. But this is a good Cubs lineup. They average 5.5 runs a game. It's hard to beat them 4-3. That was the first night. It took us 11 innings to do it. To beat the Cubs, you usually need to put 5 or 6 on the board. So they need the offense. I like that. Let's go with Trey leading off the game today as now the Phillies leadoff hitter. Today's weather report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Hugh, it seems like a beautiful day out there today.
It is warm.
80 degrees going up to about 83. Little bit of wind, but not a whole lot there. So it's a beautiful day for baseball. Maybe a day to hit some balls over the wall. All right, Jeff in Northampton's up. Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Jeff?
I want to start off going back with your Andrew Painter talking point before. I honestly think I'm not worried about him at all. His velo's up, his stuff is up. They've been working different pitches with him and different counts, and honestly don't think it's a problem at all. That he can obviously get hit around a little bit. I really don't think it's a problem, and I think he's going to help us after the All-Star break for sure.
Yeah, so I'm not worried. I'm with you, Jeff. I think he's going to be up here sooner than later, and he's going to help, and he's going to be an asset down the stretch. It's just I thought there was a chance he'd force his way here earlier, and now it feels like it's more – if I had to guess, we're not
slow play it a little bit.
Yeah, we're not going to see him till after the All-Star break, no matter what he does.
Yeah, for sure. And I think another thing, I'm not trying to talk bad to you guys, but I think that Dombrowski's just getting too much heat. I think that he's definitely got the hardest job out there right now, and we have a lot of holes and with the injuries and stuff like that. But fixing the back end bullpen problems is definitely for something he's got to do, and definitely another bat in the lineup. But yeah, I think Dombrowski's getting a little too much heat on the radio right now.
Well, so I think it's a double thing. I understand why it's tough, and we appreciate it, Jeff. It's tough today to fix the issues, right? Convincing teams, because there's only 5 or 6 teams that are dead, right? Most of the teams are in the race.
Still in the race.
So getting one of those teams and convincing them to trade a good reliever today here is not easy. The problem is what he did in the offseason, right? That's
standing pat for the most part.
The bullpen, a lot of us looked at before the season that doesn't look deep, and it's proven to be that. A lot of us looked at Rojas and Marsh and Kepler like that. I don't know about that outfield.
Yeah.
So, to get angry at him today for not fixing it, I understand that might not be fair. But the issue is not fixing it before.
Fair, though,
and life is not fair.
I mean, I don't understand. I get it, but to call us and tell us we're not being fair, man, life ain't fair. So what is your point? Everybody's getting ridiculed about something, and he makes you. Do you really think that Dave Dombrowski cares about your concern whether or not he's getting ridiculed on the radio station?
I don't think he cares.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and the bottom line is he's going to be judged by where this team goes.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Joe. This team hit a pinnacle where the fan base thought that they were going to break through. and it looks like we're going backwards.
Yes.
So, of course, he's going to get ridiculed for that.
And look, I'll set it up this way before we hand it over to Greg Murphy in the game. This trade deadline is going to define his tenure.
Definitely.
I mean, if he hits it and they go to the World Series again, it's going to be looked at like, wow, look what Dave accomplished here. If it's another dud, we're going to say you were handed Wheeler and Harper and all these and Nola, and you had one run, and then the rest was not what we wanted it to be. So it's all there. Today's a big one. Hopefully the Phillies can get themselves a series victory. Luzardo against Ben Brown. You guys enjoy the game. Greg Murphy is coming up next. We will talk to you tomorrow. Phillies baseball is coming up next on Sports Radio 94.